All right, we're going to begin. The meeting will come to order. The first order of business is please introduce yourselves, starting with you, please, Heather.
Hello, Heather Boucher, Deputy Secretary for the Agency of Education, acting in Secretary French's stead.
Thank you.
Out of town.
Thank you for being here. Peter?
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Sabina Brashear, Williston.
Kathy Lavoie, Swanton.
Kim Gleason, Essex.
And on the telephone, we have,
Oliver Olson, Londonderry.
that's good. Oliver, we can hear you loud and clear. It's great. And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. And we're expecting, I presume we're expecting Kyle, and I believe we're expecting, there's Kyle now. Welcome, Kyle. And we're expecting John O'Keefe shortly. I want to thank you all for being here. It was not an easy drive for many of you. Pretty slippery out there. So we will do our best to end the day at 4:30, mainly so our young colleague Sabina can get to her hockey game, which I think is pretty much a priority in life. And so Kyle can get back to his studies. Welcome, Kyle. I want to introduce the videographer who is at least taking care of us now. You shouldn't have too much difficulty remembering his name. His name is Colin Connor. There he is back there. We could call you Connor, Colin, if you prefer. But yeah, that would be great. Thank you for being here and for getting us set up. Are there any amendments to the agenda that anyone wishes to propose?
Wanted to change one on consent.
Yes, we'll deal with that when we get to that, if you will. And so I think we are at the consent agenda. By the way, I would encourage you to, yes, all of them.
Yeah, sorry, if we could add an agenda item, I'd like to just talk briefly about the status of the merger of the two supervisor unions in the southwest corner of the state, the Bat Kill Valley Supervisor Union and the Southwest Vermont Supervisor Union. And Heather may or may not be up to speed on that, but I'd at least like to have some brief discussion.
Yeah, Oliver, is that Reedsboro, Halifax, or something else?
No, that's Bennington, Arlington, Sandgate, et cetera, that region.
Okay. Let's see where we can shoehorn that conversation in. Does that need 10 minutes?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes. I think I just really want to tee up for some further discussion at a future meeting. Okay, good. Thank you. Well, remind me along the way if by noontime we haven't taken that up, remind me again, please. And so let us do the consent agenda. You have in front of you the consent agenda, and I would encourage you to use these motions if you can, or at least borrow from them. It's no straitjacket, but it's just a suggestion about the way these motions are usefully made. Is there a motion with regard to the consent agenda?
I would move approval except for holding out Mater Christi for later discussion.
Mater Christi?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been moved that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of Mater Christi, which would be held out for later discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Questions? So we understand then that you are approving the other, I think it's 5, approval requests, but for Mater Christi. Are you ready to vote? Those in favor of approving the consent agenda as modified, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. You've accepted the consent agenda as modified with Mater Christi removed. Bill will talk later about when we might take that up. We'll have to maybe see who from the agency would be available to answer questions. Would that fall to you, Ms. Simmons? Okay. So and you'll be leaving at noontime. So we'll try to fit this in the morning before Ms. Simmons leaves, and she's the one who could answer any questions you have about Monte Cristi.
Okay,
Okay?
yeah, well, shouldn't take too long.
All right, good. So, are there board announcements?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, Kim.
Would it make sense to do it right now?
I'd like to just get into the other stuff and then come back. Are there board announcements?
I'd just like a shout out for our former Connor and his work on the compressed video that he did for us.
Yeah.
I labored over this, and I had all these little, tiny excerpts, 5-second excerpts. He compiled it, I thought, in a masterful way that really did capture the spread of testimony. So he's no longer here, but certainly his work remains.
Oh, maybe you had time to scan through that. It was quite a nice précis of the day, reducing 3 hours to 50 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
And, thank you. Any other comments or announcements?
One comment, the president's budget has been put forth, and he's asking for massive cuts in Title I. And for anybody who's looked at the weighting study, which says we should spend 3 times as much for children living in poverty, that hurts in the worst kind of place. Of course, the legislative process in Washington takes some long time, and where it'll come out is unknown. But it poses a real threat.
Thank you. Students, do you have a report? Kyle? Sabina?
No, not much. Proficiency-based learning, just coming off of that meeting in Rutland, there definitely had been some teachers that approached me and kind of were like, hey, didn't know you were on the board, and kind of they spoke to their opinions on it to me. And so it was kind of interesting to see people coming out of the woodworks with proficiency-based learning at my school after the meeting.
Yeah, after that meeting, anybody who did not know you were on the board
Yeah.
knew it then. You were a great presence at that discussion. So it was great to have you both, you two, Kyle.
Student voice.
And all of you who worked through that. That was a long, hard evening. I could feel elbows at me around 8:30, like, can we get out of here? So you all did a great job, and Kim will talk with us in item J, I believe, this afternoon about, and Peter too can join in and where we go next with all that. I would just mention briefly in the chair's report that school construction aid is coming back up. There's so many schools that are need to expand or renovate or reconfigure. So the whole question of state aid for school construction is returning. I think it was, 2007 or thereabouts that construction aid was wound down.
Ish.
But it is worth noting that the foundation aid formula provides significant assistance in the debt service, since that's rolled into the cost of educating children in each district. So in any case, the House Education and House institutions had a joint meeting yesterday afternoon on this topic. The Secretary and I have been asked to come testify to House institutions on construction aid. Construction aid is, the rules for construction aid are set forth in our Rule 6000 series. And there are a couple key parts of that. One is a sort of a construction guidance document, and another is a financial capacity analysis form. And we're being asked whether those forms could be updated. And surely they can. My first take on it is that they could be updated without going into rulemaking. As we've witnessed in the last year, rulemaking can be a time-consuming and process. And if it can be avoided, and we can make these improvements in the documents without opening up the Rule 6000 series, that would be perhaps convenient. I think we just have to understand better what the specifics are, and then I think we have to seek some legal opinion about that as well. Peter?
On that subject, because of the moratorium, the question comes up, at least I posed it to Alice Emmons, in terms of what is our rulemaking process, since there is no longer any state, as such, state aid for school construction. And she's more than willing to talk to me. She said, and it's complicated. And,
Sure.
How many years has it been frozen?
it's right around there,
2003 or 7?
yeah, or 4, you know, it's in that time frame.
Yeah.
I went in '06, and it might have been already set, or it was right around there or earlier.
A lot of deferred maintenances.
And that's the big issue, might I say, in terms of, VSA had a study group, and there was some talk about, do we have a licensing, or do we have an inspection system to look at these schools to see if they really warrant a lot of money to upgrade them, if there are other options? I mean, because there's been deferred maintenance. I know in our local regional high school, and it was built in the late '60s, early '70s. It hasn't. Most of their primary systems have never been upgraded, and it's you know. And then you're talking lots and lots of money. But then again, you would be if you built another building. So it's.
Well, and it's further complicated by the fact that the Rule 6000, says very, very clearly that construction aid is not available to correct deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
It's for authentic new needs, or as opposed to deferred maintenance. So it is complicated.
Mm-hmm.
But those rules don't apply to the assistance with debt service
That's
that
right.
operates through the foundation aid formula.
That's right.
So there's kind of two separate tracks there. One is the 30% construction aid.
Mm-hmm.
The other is debt service assistance through the foundation aid formula. So we'll be seeing a lot more of that over the next 6 months, certainly while the legislature's in session, and then beyond. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to be heard at this time? We thank you for coming in any case. Then let us start a little bit early on item E. And why don't we welcome to the table the folks from the agency, and Megan, who is the chair, Megan Roy, who's chair of the advisory group, would like to have you at the table as well. Do you, either of the three of you, have a brief opening statement that you wish to make? I don't want you to get into arguments at this point. I want to just, and I don't mean arguments, I don't mean disagreements, I mean, I don't need you to be presenting your cases at this point. I think we can do that specifically as we get into areas where there might not be agreement. Do you have an opening comment that you wish to share with the board?
Sure, since you offer it. I'm Emily Wilson, I'm the Agency of Education's General Counsel. With me from AOE is Judy Cutler from the legal team. I would say that the agency was really encouraged by our conversation earlier this month with the advisory group, and although the agency was not able to or allowed to present this board with our proposed changes to 1300 series, we for a second time presented those to the advisory group, and as you can see in the materials for today, came to agreement on every issue except for one.
And Megan, do you wish to make an opening comment?
I don't have much to add. I think we did come to some agreement. I think there's still, I'll talk about it in the course of our commentary, which you've already read as well, and I'm happy to answer questions. I think, I don't think I have anything more to add.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, board, you received my note about navigating through item E. And unless there are objections to the approach, objections from you folks, or you've always, with Judy, you didn't get a copy, but Emily and Megan did get copies. I'd like to approach this as first of all, let's be clear, there are two separate rules in play here. And they will proceed on parallel but separate tracks through the rest of the rulemaking process. There's the 1300 rule, which is brand new, created in response to 173. And then there's the 2360 rule, which is ancient and hoary and has been around for a long time. It stretches to 169 pages at the moment, more or less, and is being amended in concert with the amendments being implemented through Rule 13. Again, all for the purposes and purely for the purposes of implementing Act 173. Other people may have issues about the special education rules, but our work is only concerned with the special ed rules insofar as they implement 173. So that other stuff is kind of off the table at this time. The way I would suggest we proceed is to take document number E1300.2 -2. That's the spreadsheet. Lay that out in front of you, please. And you can have nearby, if it's helpful to you, it's E1300.1, which is the sort of contextual document. It's the actual text of the new E1300 rule with the changes that we're working on shown. Most of them are shown in blue. There are some that don't happen to be shown up. They're there, but they're not marked out. In any case, I'm just to move things along, I'm just going to run through what's in the side-by-side and point out to you what appears to be so to me. And if you have questions about any one of them, please interrupt and correct. And that goes for you folks at the table as well as all of you board members, just by way of moving quickly through this. Because as Ms. Simmons just said, there appears to be agreement on all of the outstanding issues that are contained in this document, 1300, except for one area, okay, as I indicated to you. So starting on the first page, page 1 of 12, 1303, there's agreement. The agency's language would be used in the second column from the left. By the way, we're doing this because we're going to adopt this language as ours. So we need to get it real clear that the board has unanimity or at least consensus in support of each of these pieces of language so that for the record it's clear to everybody that this is what the board is endorsing and making its proposal for the rule. 1303, the next one down, definitions, there's agreement on that. 1303, definitions, parentheses, student, there's agreement on that. And that language is shown on the next page, page 2 of 12, in the column called AOE response, where the word inclusive has been added at the recommendation of stakeholders. Any questions so far? 13041. This is something that shows up in two places. Take a look at the, you'll find it either, let me just ask, is there agreement that it's 30 days, not 15 days?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so then look on page 3 of 12 at the right-hand side under advisory group commentary, and you'll see C1, before publishing the technical manual, so on and so forth, and it provides for 30 days, and that is the consensus agreement of the parties. Now skipping ahead to page 5, we're looking at 1307, documenting maintenance of effort, and the agreement among the parties, as I understand it, is that the language in AOE draft column is accepted by all the parties. 1307, documenting maintenance of effort again. They're also the same. C, non-student specific expenditures, that carries on to page 6. That entire section is by mutual consent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. 1307, documenting, this is now page 7 of 12, page 7 of 12. Documenting minutes of effort. The language that is agreed is on the lower right-hand side in the advisory group commentary, page 7 of 12, where it reads C1, before publishing the technical manual required by, and so on and so forth, that is agreed. Now, page 8 of 12. Sorry?
I have a question relative to that.
Yep, please.
Only, I may be reading it wrong. Going back to page 4, in which it's discussing something similar, the agreement was 30 days on page 3, but the language, what's the language for on page 4 that references 15 days for the agency website?
This is about, go ahead, please.
And it's different than, I'm passing
So,
through it quickly, I apologize.
Kathy, your question is a good one because there is confusing chronology in this document. The AOE response column is prior to the meeting with the advisory group, so there is not an AOE response. You should look to the advisory group commentary on page 3,
Okay,
which says as adopted at the 2-3 meeting.
okay.
The advisory group asked for 30 days, and 30 days is reflected in the draft on
Okay.
page 4.
Yep,
No, not on page 4. On page 3 and on page 8.
okay.
So if you'll
Very
check
good.
that both of those say 15, then
Okay.
we should be square. Or
So we
30,
could have
should
had
be
an
square.
AOE confirmation of the
We could have
advisory group.
said
but we
agree.
didn't. Got it, thank you.
Okay, 30 days it is.
Yep.
And, all right, then, thank you for that question. Yes,
Why was maintenance of effort such a big issue? And my understanding was being in compliance with the feds.
Bill, we'll come to that later. That's not on this page. I'd like to take that up in due course, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So we've just signed off on page 7, the language lower right-hand corner. We're now, we're at page 8, where the remaining big question remains. Let's leave that for now and skip ahead to page 11. And the language that you are recommending that we use is, what's the consensus language on, with regard to 1310.2, collaborative program accounting? What is the consensus language?
I think that's a question for Megan, since it goes to the advisory group.
We didn't have, it would be whatever the agency had, it's what the agency has here. We
All
didn't
right.
have commentary on the original.
Okay. The original language is in the AOE draft column. I'm looking at page 11. There's an AOE response that you're taking out the language, the reference to a handbook for financial accounting, and instead using technical guidance issued by the agency. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right,
And
so the,
may I add, if you see that in the column advisory group's suggestion that there
Yep.
is none, then the AOE response is in further examining our own draft and
Yep.
finding ways to make it
Great.
better, more correct.
and no issue with
We
that?
had no issue with that.
Okay, so, Board, then the language that's being proposed for 1310.2, collaborative program accounting, is in the AOE response column on page 11, top half. On 1310.3, non-collaborative tuition, the language, as I understand it, that's agreed, begins at A, an LEA, this is in the AOE response column, an LEA may charge tuition under 16 VSA, so on, and it carries on to the next page with the last sentence crossed out, i.e., that is the however such bill for tuition is crossed out. Is that by consensus? Okay, thank you. So you can see, Board, that there is consensus between the advisory group and the agency with regard to all language except for one item that we skipped over. Let's go back to that now. Look at page 8, please. documenting maintenance of effort. I think the question before us is, shall, I'm not going to try to pose what the question is. Tell us what the question is before us.
It's whether you agree that the language presented on page 7 of the actual rules themselves, and that is highlighted with a comment from me, whether that language is necessary or not. The next thing out of my mouth would start to explain to you why I think it is not necessary, so you might want to hear from Megan.
Well, well, we can have the conversation however the board would like.
Go right ahead. Tell
um,
us why you advocate for this. The board's the agency's position is that no such language is needed, and they can explain why. Your position is that it is needed, I believe, and you can tell us why.
Well, I think the conversation leading up to that is important for the board to be aware of. So the original reason for the advisory group to propose that language was related, as Emily points out, to memos that were issued in June related to previous clarification for
Right.
previous rule about whether or not all of the costs associated with tuition to independent therapeutic schools is considered allowable, which is a term that doesn't exist in the new world or in these new rules, but did exist at that point. And it was really important to the advisory group that moving forward, tuition costs associated with special education placements are two things. One, able to be counted toward a district's MOE, maintenance of effort, and two, that they would be able to be counted toward the individual extraordinary costs of a student so that there's no cost disallowed from their threshold. So the agency came back and shared at this meeting that from their perspective, because the memos have been retracted and essentially the rule that the memo was clarifying doesn't exist in the new set of rules, that their position is that we therefore don't need this language, and that it's sufficient, and Emily, feel free to clarify this, that in their current language where it references that costs that are written into a student's IEP are considered, can be counted toward MOE and certainly toward the extraordinary cost threshold. So the advisory group debated that for a while, I would say, and actually in many ways wanted to be comfortable with that. And wanted to sort of, and it was the position of several members that, I can see how that would be true, that if it was written into an IEP and the fact that that rate setting will no longer separate out general and special education costs, that was a product of the June memo, and the fact that won't happen, and that in fact, different members would say, but I've seen the paper that documents general and special ed costs, and those have since been retracted. But the group got to the point where they weren't quite comfortable with, because we started discussing specific examples of costs that potentially during the rate setting process would be identified as not specialized instruction. And so and this is all in there, so sorry if this is just repeating what you've already read. But they discussed 3 options. One option is concur with the agency's recommendation to strike that language. One is to keep our language in there, knowing that it might be removed later, because it's the opinion of the advisory group that we should seek external legal opinion on that to make sure that the crux of our concern, which is making sure that all costs associated with an IEP team's placement are able to be counted under maintenance of effort. And the reason we think that's important is because it's the belief of the advisory group that if districts believe that some portion of an IEP placement is not going to be able to be counted, I'm going to use the term ineligible. That term doesn't exist anymore, and I realize that that's of concern, but if they believe that they're not going to be able to count it toward maintenance of effort, it's the concern of the advisory group that it'll affect an IEP team making that decision to place a child, which comes into conflict with federal law, because an IEP team should be placing a child where their FAPE can be provided. So the second option was to keep the language so that we could have some more opportunity to deliberate over it. We may later we as an advisory group could come to you during the public comment section and say, we've consulted with the federal education group. It is our desire to do that. And we are now comfortable with striking it. That may well be the outcome, but the group felt like that option, keeping it in there, allows it to be in there to start the process. The third option that I don't think I think became not a good option really quickly was to modify the language. We had a brief discussion at one point with the agency about using the term tuition instead of what we had, which was all costs associated. The agency sort of I think you said it's better, but it's not great. And so it just didn't seem to make sense to try to wordsmith our way out of it. So at the end, the consensus recommendation of the group is to keep it. And I think that context is important for this board because we've been operating off of the idea that this first draft is the place to get the input out. And so having it in there, coming into it, and understanding why the advisory group thinks it's important makes sense to us. So that's our recommendation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, let's hear from the agency.
So there are two primary legal reasons why we have the position that we do, and then I have a couple of comments on sort of the lived experience of all of us who have gone through this that are not legal arguments, but they're relevant to you. So the first and simplest is that the language in C is covered by A. So C is just surplus. Our view on surplus language is it is open to unintended consequences or different readings in the future when we're no longer focused on this hot button issue that we have been having in the last 6 months. And the new hot button issue is something different and has totally different implications for future readers of this language who don't have the memories that we all have. The second is that the language that the AOE is proposing for Rule 1307 is after examining the federal regulations, working with the federal education group on their recommendations for these sections, and the conversations in the fall about hewing very tightly to the federal recommendations and not going off of that track. So in that spirit, we oppose this sort of Vermont twist on what would otherwise be language in line with the federal rules. The other comments are that the advisory group's discussion was really robust and helpful for me to hear, sitting in that chair right there because it was in the same room. And one that struck me was that one of the members said, well, if C were covered by A, I would feel so much better. I would be at ease. And it wasn't my turn to speak at that point, but I would have said, I stated on the record and in this document 5 minutes ago that C is covered by A, so I don't know why we are still so entangled in the issue. But, if you opt to leave it in, the agency will be, like Megan said, happy to hear from the federal education group about their views. If you take it out and then the advisory group comes forward with an outside legal opinion, we'll also consider that as we have to get to this point in the draft. That's been our process. I do think that a reference in the next to last line of this highlighted section to tuition rather than all costs associated would be an improvement, because think of the use of the word all. That really captures things that are not listed. That is the intent of using that language, and it is capturing items, or those items that would be captured that are not known today, that makes me nervous.
Thank you. Just a comment/question. In the document, dot one, and this is found on page 7 of the document, by the way, this paragraph is referred to as C. In the draft in front of us in the side-by-side, it's referred to as E. Am I right in thinking that it should be referred to as C?
Yes, I think that you would agree if you looked at the way, can we just look at page 8 of the document?
It's page 7.
Well, no, it would appear on page 8. So if you go and imagine with me that the section is ordered this way, 2 umbrella paragraphs and then a list beginning with A and B, then it would be C,
Right.
non-student specific expenditures, then it would be C1 and 2, and then an E. E doesn't really make as much sense. I think it's A, B, and C are the 3 listed affirmative ways
Right.
that an item can be counted. D is then a catch-all that points you to guidance if you need more help understanding what would fall under D or not fall under D.
I understand, but in the document you've given us, this phrase, this paragraph, an IEP team decision to place an eligible special, so on and so forth, is in document 2 is called item E. In document 1 on page 7, it's listed as item C. Am I
And they're referring to the same exact language.
precisely? So all I'm trying to get at is that we're really talking about what you intend what would have to be item C in the sequence of numbering. That's all. Just to be clear. Am I right in understanding that this language applies only to independent schools? And why is that?
It does not apply to independent schools. It applies to supervisory unions, otherwise known as LEAs in this context, when they have costs that occur at approved independent schools.
Well,
and it is not all approved independent schools. It is those schools, as described here, that have a certain population only and not the general education population.
Understood. An approved independent school that limits enrollment to students. Why is this rule important in that setting and not in other school settings?
Well, it has to do with when we expend, different from extraordinary costs, which if you were in an independent school that is not therapeutic in nature, but you're accessing special ed services, you're paying tuition and then you're paying extraordinary costs. This is really remedying, and this, the agency talked about this in here. This is remedying what was a clarification because therapeutic schools were being issued, essentially a split of their tuition costs. So $100,000 tuition, $50,000 of it is considered eligible, $50,000 is not. It was remedying that. And I want to go back a little bit to the IEP, it's covered in A, because what the advisory group is, this is the agency's perspective, is that it is additional language and it's unnecessary because it's covered in A, which states that costs associated or costs documented in a child's IEP are, I'm going to use the word eligible. I know that's not popular, but, and that is the place where we came close to agreement. But the concern is that when a district writes an IEP, first of all, they don't name a placement. They don't name a location. They describe a placement, and that's a legally advised thing. We would not say the Baird School. We would say a therapeutic small group with the following characteristics. And so the concern on the part of advisory group members is that in order to ensure that that tuition is allowable, eligible, whatever.
Eligible is fine. Eligible's in the
It's
rule.
allowable, that the agency doesn't like. That doesn't exist anymore. So eligible. That in the issue of, so let's say a school, therapeutic school takes kids. This is a real example that was discussed in an advisory group, so it sounds superfluous, but it's not. If a therapeutic school takes students on outings to ski, because that is part of their programming, it's part of what they believe is necessary to provide an education to those students, and the LEA agrees. The LEA agrees because they place them there. That those costs in a different in the June memo world, some of those costs wouldn't be considered allowable. So the point by the agency was, well, if it's written in the IEP, it will be considered eligible. And our perspective is we don't write ski outings into IEPs when we reference a placement. We write the general characteristics of a placement. There's no way we could predict all of the possible things. And so there was concern that now the attention would be turned to what's written in an IEP in order to do that. Many group members were reassured by the conversation around using the term tuition, because if it's the tuition that is eligible, and all those costs are baked into the tuition, which is addressed during rate setting, and we also acknowledge that this is going to end up being a conversation during rulemaking around rate setting, right? So the conversation doesn't go away simply by resolving this piece. We were close to being comfortable with that. I got the impression, I heard Emily here say they would be fine with tuition, but in the meeting it was, sure, we're comfortable tuition, but we still don't think it's necessary. So I think the advisory group would be perfectly comfortable if this C or E reflects the term tuition instead of all costs. They wouldn't have an issue with that.
What about the use of the word allowable?
The language that was tossed around the advisory group at the meeting on the 3rd was never reduced to writing, so I don't remember, but I think that the end of the sentence was written in a different way, because we also discussed that, as Megan has mentioned many times, allowable is not a useful word in the new rules. It doesn't have a meaning. And so, but without their idea, written down, it's hard to respond.
Well, the other piece is that the advisory group acknowledged that even from the outset, even before this side-by-side, that we weren't 100% sure where this language should go in the rule, and are quite flexible about where it goes. It's also why we talked about it may not be necessary if this is addressed in rate setting. And that is because, are we talking about, the advisory group wants to make sure that tuition costs can be counted toward MOE, and that they would be counted toward the calculation you do to see whether or not a student hits the extraordinary cost threshold. Those are the two things the advisory group wishes to do.
Okay.
And figuring out how to write that in the best way, I've shared this with the state board before, starts to be beyond the ability of the advisory group to do, because we don't have legal. We have many members who are legal counsel on the group who have generously volunteered their time to create language, but we're just not structured that way. So, we can debate whether or not
So,
how it's wordsmithed.
board
but-
members, questions that you need to ask about this issue only, please. Kathy?
The language in A and B that is agreeable is similar or the same that's suggested by federal law, right?
So it was what the agency wrote after doing our own study of the state's federal obligations, and it, I believe, but I'll let Megan speak to it, has been reviewed by the Federal Education Group, but that's their contractor, so I'm not sure.
So is that language so unique that there would be confusion around that being counted as tuition cost and possibly extraordinary cost, so that it's necessary for C to be there? And is it such a change in practice that it's necessary to be there?
So the language being there, since would be surplus, would not have any impact on practice from my view. It would be belts and suspenders sort of language. Now, you asked about whether it changes the allowability of a cost to be extraordinary, and it does not. The extraordinary cost rule is in statute, and there is a rule separate from this rule. It is on page 8, at the bottom of page 8, 1308.2, which only in these rules speaks to the documentation that a district sends in to receive reimbursement under the extraordinary cost threshold. So Megan has said that's one of the advisory group's concerns, and I hear that, but placing this language here doesn't actually relate to costs under the extraordinary costs reimbursement. And the language in statute is clear enough that these same costs in that context are not in question, that they would count.
Thank you. Peter, you had a question?
I do. I'm a little confused or concerned about the difference between the IEP formation and the administration of this, how it's being done. And we talk about the LEA, and of course the SPED director has a significant role in this. What's the impact on what your, whether it's a I don't know what to call right now, nuanced language and stuff in terms of how's that actually affecting how this is administered or delivered? What's at stake here? I really not just kind of.
What's at stake? So this section is about documenting an LEA's maintenance of effort. Maintenance of effort is a test that the federal government requires of the state as a condition of sending us IDEA federal special education money.
So so that has to be incorporated or worked out in the IEP. That reflected, yes?
No. So documenting maintenance of effort is important only to assure to the federal government that the state met the requirement to spend the same or more money on special education students from state and local dollars as it did in the previous year. So that it means for an LEA that they look at what they spent and document what they spent and show it to the agency so we can show it to the federal government. And it is your spending, this is important, out of your state, so your census block grant, and your local spending, things that you put in your budget, not of money that you spend out of your IDEA B funds, for instance. They want to see that the effort on the part of the state to support students with disabilities does not go down in light of federal monies received. It's like a supplement, not supplant rule.
I can sort of speak to the impact from the perspective of an LEA.
Mm-hmm.
So if as an LEA, so there's a state responsibility to meet MOE and a local responsibility, both.
Mm-hmm.
And so as an LEA, and there are other members of the advisory group who are LEAs and could say this, so I really am speaking as an advisory group member. But as an LEA, I have to make sure that I spend next year the same amount that I spent locally behind special education. And the way you determine how much you spend is by documenting the costs behind students on IEPs. That's where this becomes important, because if they're so the $50,000 or the $100,000 tuition that I'm talking about is $100,000 toward my maintenance of effort, because it's it's required for an IEP student. If I am concerned that a portion of that, this is the concern of the advisory group. If I have an LEA, as an LEA, am worried that a portion of that $100,000 can't be counted toward my MOE, which puts me at risk of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal grant dollars, then I may make, this is the worry, as an LEA, I wouldn't do this, but the risk is that an LEA may make a different decision about where that child should go to school because they're worried about the impact of maintenance of effort. That's the concern of the advisory group.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that knowing that the conversation was rich and did teeter on the edge of maybe we would be comfortable without it, but just landed on we're not, because it's a pretty significant ramification.
And special ed budgets are done without knowing what the actual costs are. You're always,
It's
so
an
how does
educated guess.
So how does that play into this situation? And when you're
I mean, that's an interesting question. I would say that the way that MOE is done on what you actually spent, so it's sort of, it's done in hindsight. But when we build a budget, if the budget were to come out and when we budget, we assume that and again, we're not in this world yet, right? That's the other thing. We're still in this reimbursement world. So when we build budgets now, we build it in the context that we're used to, and we do pay attention to, is our budget at zero or slightly above?
I need to move on to ask Bill, take your question, please.
Yes, this gives me a headache.
Sorry.
I'm just thinking, you're going to have to collect all of the expenditures on all of the kids, right?
Yes.
regardless of which way you go, you've got to collect that data, which means you're going to have a spreadsheet and a chart of accounts that is just mind-boggling. And this will mean more bureaucratic work, and it's going to take, I guess, the special ed staffers to put this stuff together. And I'm thinking about one of the reasons that they passed the law was to simplify things and not have this kind of paperwork problem.
I would say that even during testimony around 173, there was a lot of reminding the legislature that MOE exists regardless of what we do with our state funding structure. So unfortunately, what we hope will change is what we currently have to document, because we're used to this allowable cost and what we get reimbursed with. That is the part that is supposed to be softened with 173. Maintenance of effort, unfortunately, we still have to figure out how to document that.
Ord, I want to bring us back to the context of what we're trying to do here. We can have more questions, but I want to be sure you understand what's in front of us to do. We've run through all of the other outstanding issues and found that there is a consensus on them, and presumably that would be good enough for us to say, yeah, well, if they like it, we like it, so that's going to be our language. This is the one place where that does not exist. And so you can, we need to decide which way to go. I want to remind you that after we adopt a proposed rule, it goes into the APA process. Everybody understands that there is this legally specified Administrative Procedures Act 323, Chapter 25, that specifies exactly how rulemaking goes forward from here on. We'll be talking about that in item F. During that rulemaking process, that APA rulemaking process, this is kind of a pre-process that this board employs. Our goal is to get the rule about 95% right, maybe more if possible. But once you get into the APA process, there's provision for public comment. And the rule requires at least 2 public hearings. We plan to have 3. We'll talk about that later. So I want you to understand that this is not the last time that any constituents or stakeholders get to speak about this. But our goal is to get this about 95% right. So our goal is to get it as right as we know how now. It goes into that process. We have public comment. We make further changes if necessary, if the public comment inspires us to do so. And then finally, it goes to final rulemaking. Okay? That's about a 6 to 8 month period. So that's just by way of saying this is whatever decision, and I'm going to ask you to make a choice about this topic. And we're not going to, I don't think we need to vote if we can see that there's a consensus. You either need to, and I think the advisory group's analysis lays out 3 options. One is to essentially concur with the agency, which is to say this is unneeded and unnecessary. The other option is to concur with the advisory group that this is needed and prudent. I think it might be a term that could apply. And frankly, I'm not sure precisely what the third option would be, but so I guess I'm asking you, have you heard enough to know how you want to come down on this question? And just it's by way of saying it's not forever. It could be changed later. Yes?
Quick question. So what if this doesn't exist? Just kind of like what if scenario, so I can understand like where the stakes are.
Yep.
So if this doesn't exist, team decides place a student at school with incredible ski program, although there is no goals in an IEP that is related to the ski program. Student participates in the ski program, school pays for ski program regardless, not an IEP. This doesn't exist, then what?
The hard part, and I think why the advisory group ultimately said let's keep it in so we can talk about it, is that we don't really know the answer to that, because we've been living in a world where there is this split of costs.
Okay, so hold on. Emily, is there an answer for that?
Is the ski program part of the tuition at your imaginary school that is baked in and that the district pays as part of tuition?
So if the tuition says, tuition bill doesn't really break out, you're not going to ask it to break everything out, so it's like.
You're the imaginary school. I've just made you the headmaster of an imaginary school, Jenna.
Been there.
So you have to go through the rate setting process at the
Mhm.
agency,
Right.
and folks at the agency who aren't here have to scrub your budget under Rule 2228 and
Mhm.
see what things count. So if the costs that you mentioned were included in that process, the answer to your question is very easy, yes.
Perfect.
If
So
it's
think-
not, if you're doing things that were not included in your tuition, I don't know the answer because it would be very complex and also depend on the contract between you and the LEA.
Right. So that becomes the LEA's decision.
Mhm.
If it's not in the IEP, not in the tuition, and student needs independent school says student needs to participate in this, the IEP team says yes, but we're not putting it in the IEP still. LEA can decide if they're going to pay or not, student skis or not.
Right.
Okay.
I think that's also why one of the pieces of feedback here is, it's not feedback, it's just an acknowledgement that this conversation will come up during the 2200 work. Because rate setting is part of where this is an issue. Well,
And I would like to acknowledge to your question, Jenna, that the ski program might not survive and get approved as part of the rate.
Right.
Right? That is a hill that the school has to climb to prove that special
That's right.
education funds and public funds should support that activity.
And if that is the right program for that student, then there should be goals in that IEP that match that service, right? So there's some accountability in this.
Yes.
That's what we
in this-
want. We want the accountability.
There you go.
More questions or comments? Kim?
So, two questions, or maybe it's three, but, so if we were to change, because I think we can, in the last sentence, in such a case, tuition, instead of all costs associated with placement shall be considered eligible instead of allowable, and may count towards maintenance of effort, that improves the language, while the agency continues to consider it, I forget the word used, excessive or unnecessary. One, if we were to do that, does that improve the language? And two, if there is debate about whether it's necessary, even if it's related on to a memo sent over the summer, what is the risk in keeping it if it's only affirming a position that the agency would take?
Are you asking me, Kim?
I think so.
Smaller.
I'm thinking
The
in terms of the language being better and reflecting intent, that I think is for both of you. And in terms of the agency's position is, my question is, what is the downside if that is reflecting the intent of how this would be treated and is holding on to some nervousness around the agency's position 6 months ago?
Yes, so one, I just wouldn't advise the state board to adopt language that's responding to an old dynamic. I was really bold in my side-by-side and said that it was settling an old score. I don't mean that in a mean way, I just really think that's what this is. But to your second question, if the sentence read, in such a case, tuition associated with that placement shall be considered eligible, my fears about unintended consequences decrease by about half, at least half.
so Kim, just, I first want to be really clear. It's unfortunate that there's language in here that says settle a score, because that's imparting emotion that quite frankly, the advisory group is not settling scores, never has been looking to settle scores. They're looking to advise the state board on what we believe is right. So I actually think that that's pretty important. The advisory group would be perfectly comfortable with switching the language to tuition. That is kind of what we meant by option 3. We actually let option 3 go mostly because the agency at the time sort of said, I don't really like that, like it's better. So if, to your point, if you're asking about switching out that language, the advisory group would be comfortable with it.
And I guess I would just say to this, settling this for, with all due respect, the agency issued the memo, so it their
Yeah, and I
their
said
reservation
I said
is
resettling.
really the
Resettling.
French, or at least in my ancillary exposure to it.
And to that point, if I can, you didn't spend a lot of time on this, but there was language later in the rules in 1310 that also was inconsistent with the agency's withdrawal of those memos. And I think you should take it as a show of absolute good faith that we, on our own, without input from the advisory group, saw that language and said, oh no, this has to go also.
Thank you. Bill.
I've gone through a lot of paper. I'm just asking, how will this change services for children?
It should not.
I guess I'd say, what's the point?
Well, the point is,
I understand.
yeah, they have a legal obligation to demonstrate maintenance of effort. And the question is, it's about that. It's not about the quality of what we're doing.
It's not about better education
Right.
for kids.
It's about complying with law.
I understand.
Okay, board, is there a consensus emerging among you?
I'm a little confused in the discussion. So Kim, it seems like Kim had a compromise, some compromise language. Is that acceptable to the agency and the advisory committee?
It is to the advisory group.
Let's do it.
And Kim, would you,
So
all
it
right,
sounds
Kim,
like
would you?
yes. That's what I'm trying, that's
We
what
need
I'm
to
trying to get at.
initiate rulemaking,
I don't really have a
you know?
horse in this race. I'm just trying to figure out,
Yeah,
is there,
I'm with you. Kim, would you articulate it as a motion?
I would like to make a motion that the language as stated in 1307C on page 7
Yep.
of 1300 read in the last sentence, in such a case, tuition, striking all costs, associated with that placement shall be considered eligible, striking allowable, and may count towards maintenance of effort. And that change be made for purposes of these rules.
Okay, so the question in front of you is, shall the board determine that the language that Kim has proposed be what the board would like to incorporate in its final draft? We're leaving aside all the other ones for the moment, and then we'll roll this language into the big motion for the whole deal. So just on this issue, it's been moved, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the board, let me, correct me if don't have this the way you want it, Kim, that the board endorses the language proposed in C with two modifications, that the word all costs is replaced with tuition, and that the word allowable is replaced with the word eligible. And so you're essentially saying there should be language. The agency is saying there's no need for it. You're saying there should be language, more or less as the advisory group recommends, modified in these ways. Are you ready for a vote on that question? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Pardon? Did I hear anything?
That was Oliver.
Oh, I'm sorry, Oliver, thank you.
Just to be clear, that was an aye.
Yes, sir. It appears the ayes have it. So I think we've settled that question for now. The remaining question now is on your list of motions. So at item E,
Can I ask a procedural
Yeah.
question? So it feels a little elephant in the room-ish, but the weighting study, the advisory group had put aside as not able, or not really in a position to consider these rules in that context as new as the study results were, and without considering it in the full context of education funding, if I'm capturing that correctly, Megan, like I heard sitting in those seats back there.
Well, what we came to the conclusion is that not that we were spending because of our efforts on rules, that we were not doing, actually, I would say, due diligence yet to unpacking the impact of the weighting study.
And they were January when
Correct.
people were made aware of them.
Yep.
So I say elephant in the room because I don't know rulemaking process well enough to know if there were something to happen with respect to imposing or action related to the new weights. How does that affect maintenance of effort? Rule 1300. What if something happens during the process? Does it stop? What do we do?
The weighting study is a little bit like the specter of climate change. We know it's going to change the world, but no one has figured out how. The legislature has not taken it up or taken any action. When the legislature,
Taking it up right now.
but there's, all right, let's put it this way. Until the legislature adopts legislation, we can't begin to speculate about what that looks like, nor what its impact on rules would be. Once the legislation exists and we understand what the impacts on rules are, then all applicable rules will need to be amended to reflect that.
No, not necessarily, Mr. Chair. If I could point you to page 8 of the rules that you've just voted on. There is a rule about administration of the census block grant that only refers to the statute, which is 16 VSA 2961. Right. And so if 2961 is amended, you're fine because your rules merely reference it, they don't restate it. If they go and make the change in a different section or move 2961, we'll have to change that reference.
Sure. Okay. So all I'm saying is yes, it's out there, kind of like climate change, but we need to make a decision on this now.
Totally understand.
Okay.
I wasn't
All
looking
right.
at the
So is there further discussion on the motion? So the general motion then is indicated to you in item E, the first paragraph. Would someone, and you should say, I think, on the agreed language, and we understand that by agreed language what we mean is your decision just now plus the concurrent language that they've agreed to that you ran through already. So is there a motion?
I move that the State Board of Ed adopt the agreed language as amended of Rule 1300 as the State Board of Ed's proposed Rule Series 1300 for APA rulemaking.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Oliver, do you have a vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. We've just gotten through a good piece of business. Not easy, and we thank you in front of us for the work you've been doing together for the last year and sharing with us. We're grateful to you for that. We'll now move on to the second part of this adventure, which is the 2360 rules. And much as there's two ways to do this, the simplest way I suggest is take document 2360.3, page 1, 7 pages. It's a side-by-side. And you can, the virtue of this is simply that it is, it's a presentation of the agency's proposed language for amending Rule 2360. And you can verify for yourself in the right-hand column that the advisory group either has no issue or has no proposed changes. I think that's the language that's used. So that's another way to see all this is a document prepared by the agency referred to as 2360.2. This is a summary of revisions. This looks a lot like what we saw in January, except it has finally some useful page numbers and some links. And this is a compilation of all the changes that the agency has proposed to 2360 since May, I guess. Is that fair to say, Judy,
That's right.
when you were
Yes.
carrying the water here? And the most recent ones since the May draft, May-June discussions, are highlighted in yellow, and they are the ones to which the agency, the advisory group has assessed and concurred in.
But everything in the yellow copy is not in the side-by-side.
Is that correct? Is the side-by-side and the yellow, and this, are they all the same?
So I think I would say the yellow should be in the side-by-side because the yellow is what was changed
Yeah,
since
yeah.
June.
Yeah, so-
And then it's inclusive of all changes.
Right. This includes all changes since May, but the yellow are the recent ones, and they are in the side-by-side.
No, that's not right.
And just to clarify, with you speaking on behalf of the advisory group, Megan, does the advisory group have any remaining issues with what's here but not here?
No, so no, the one piece of context that I do think it's important for the board to hear, although I would reiterate, we don't have recommended changes to the technical corrections that are made in either document. The advisory group does not. But the advisory group does think it's important for the state board to know that because of the challenging process around the 1300 series, we really have not engaged in the 2360 series since that original presentation and then the subsequent changes to that draft. There are members of the advisory group who believe that additional parts of 2360 series need to be opened. I understand that the board will hear them from their individual standpoint, which is fine. But just know that the advisory group will also have continued conversation about a couple of those pieces and may come back to you during the public comment section if they decide. So I kind of want to be open to the idea that we're comfortable with the technical changes. Jury is still out a little bit on whether or not we think there needs to be more changes. But at this point, for your purposes today, we don't have recommended changes.
All right, thank you for that. And I've alluded to that to you, board, when I sent you the navigation memo. The folks from VLA have concerns about MTSS. The folks from Visa have concerns about some language applying to independent schools. The latter came in very recently, and the advisory board has not had an opportunity to examine it. The former has been, we had a January draft, and there's now a February draft. And there's not even consensus about where it should go, whether it's certainly not in 1300, but maybe 2360, but maybe not. And it also raises questions, is this encountenanced by Act 173? Those are unresolved questions, sufficiently unresolved that it's my recommendation that we not attempt to take those matters up at this time. But we need to understand that the law project, the Visa folks, and the advisory group itself may well want to bring some of these questions to us in the public comment period, and we invite that. But for purposes of the 95% or getting on with it, what's in front of us as documented by the agency in this particular document is kind of essentially an undisputed proposal. I think that's fair to
Correct.
say.
Yep, very fair.
So that would, do you have questions about this document then? This language? Or put it another way, what you see in 2360.3 and .2. And 2360.1, I think, is the whole big book online. Yes, Kathy?
Regarding 2364.4 for page 5,
Yep.
can, I guess, start with AOE, felt the need to change some language. And I think what the advisory board is saying is they're wondering whether or not it's consistent with Title 16, which is pretty substantial.
Yes. So we've not changed language.
Okay.
We've moved a rule that the advisory group is probably correct, deserves another look, but that is language that has been in place since at least 2013. We've had to change the numbering of the rule to reflect the other changes with regard to the funding rules. So if the rule is wrong, it's been wrong for many years, and this might be an opportunity to change it, but it did not rise to the level of inconsistency that we flagged it as the agency as needing revision at this time. It most likely, I bet I can accurately guess that the advisory group will take a hard look at this, and we'll do that with them. This rule, if it is inconsistent with Title 16, will be brought up during public comment for those necessary revisions. But as we've proposed it to you, we've not changed any of the language. We've renumbered it.
And that's why we didn't offer any suggestions, and I'm gonna ask Marilyn if she minds being put on the spot. I don't know if you want, or do you have any thoughts about that particular thing? Because I just want to make sure that.
And
Marilyn, you're welcome to come to the table. Conversation will be limited to that one rule.
Before Marilyn comes up, could I just kind of
Yes,
explain
please.
the mechanics of what happened? So this rule, the residential placement rules, is currently in the 2366 section, which is the funding section of the special education rules currently. And so as part of the rulemaking process, our team went through the funding section of the rules, and we had to decide whether a rule stayed, whether a rule was struck, or whether a rule was revised and sort of carried over to the new 1300 rules. So this particular rule, because of the content of the rule, really is more around placements of students as opposed to funding. So we felt the most logical place, while it might not be a perfect fit, was in the placement section of the special education rules as opposed to the funding rules. So really, we just kind of had to make a call on which body of rules to keep it in, and in that case, where to put it, as opposed to changing any language in the rule.
Judy, thank you for that explanation, but it raises the question, are we doing something not required by Act 173? In other words, remember the admonition from the General Assembly is rules necessary to implement Act 173 and not anything else.
Well, right, so sorry,
Yes.
Heather.
I would just add, this really is a technical correction. This is actually a routine
Sort of a housekeeping thing.
housekeeping that's done even with our statute, with law, which actually supersedes rules in some sense. And so it's not uncommon. We did this with dual enrollment legislation, where we said, actually, all of these pieces that are federated around really need to be under flexible pathways. So I just wanted to give it as an example of what we try to do. It's really just to clean up housekeeping, as you said, John. It's really just meant to be logically, if you are someone who has not been part of this process whatsoever years from now, does this make sense?
Okay, well, I thank you for that. We'll just have to think how purist we want to be about the statutory obligation to implement 173. And some housekeeping ought to be perhaps a reasonable opportunity, so long as it's purely housekeeping. Are there further questions about that residential placement language? Kathy, are you okay?
Can I just
Kim.
clarify, not for change for now, but with that clarification and your concern, John, does that mean if somebody were to come back with a change in the open period, that we wouldn't consider it because you might consider that to be outside of the strict guardrails?
Absolutely.
So there's no point in them looking at it then, I guess is my question.
No point in doubt.
So if we move this, and this particular one is a technical correction just to put it in a right place, and these are the rules that are being put forth for consideration, is that an area where we would not consider changing the language?
Question. I think, yeah, it's a tough question. Because if, for example, the advisory group concludes that the language is not consistent with Title 16, that becomes now a separate matter because we're concerned with 173. We're not trying to do housekeeping on Title 16. That's not the purpose of this undertaking. The agency can undertake rules to bring itself into housekeeping conformity with Title 16 anytime.
Can we ask him?
Yeah.
I'm just seeing Emily shake her head.
So remember, we've discussed many times that once the rules are open, they're open. And they are all subject to public comment. And the board has an obligation under the administrative Rules Act to respond meaningfully to public comment. It doesn't mean that you change your stance, but you have to show that you considered it and had a reason to adopt your final rule.
Sure.
I think we should probably do some housekeeping, but maintain a high threshold.
Yeah, the question that was raised was not simply that it's a matter of housekeeping, but that it's not in compliance with Title 16. I think, so my recommendation would be to incorporate the language as recommended by the agency, but invite others to, in the public comment period, come back and say, well, we've done some further analysis on this, and here's our thought. And we'll go from there. Marilyn, you're at the table to say something. What is it?
Well, I can address the underlying concern that the rule as written, whether it's a technical correction of moving it from one place to another, conflicts with Title 16. And I think it also conflicts with federal law in that it gives the agency power to usurp the role of the IEP team when it comes to residential placements, which I think is a violation of federal law. So I can address that, or if you would prefer to deal with it in public comment because you're only dealing with technical corrections today, that's your choice.
Yeah. My response would be, we'd love to hear your dossier on this in public comment, and the board will be perfectly free to act as it sees fit at that time, because as Emily just said, it's our obligation to hear comments and to respond to them as we see fit. Kathy?
My concern is that if it's not an issue directly related to the Act 173, which is the process that we're doing all of this for, and there is a concern as critical as what possibly that you mentioned, that why take it up and why open ourselves to any other. I understand that when the rules are open, they're open, but that's not the reason behind our mission. And why take it on at this level when we're approving only issues related to Act 173. And there's housekeeping rules that are housekeeping bills that are done all of the time, correct? I mean, almost certainly.
That's separate than rulemaking.
Right.
Right. Right, that's true. But are you saying that's the only issue that was found in all of that review, is that this one item?
I've not said that, no.
So why put the one item in here? I can't, if you were doing that complete process of whether you keep it, you remove it, or you change it, unless this was the only one, which would be difficult to believe, why include it on this review for the state board?
So, board, you're hearing two choices. One is to remove this because, number one, there's a question as to whether or not it is in compliance, but that's an unanswered question with Title 16. And second, is this a place to be doing housekeeping? I think I hear Kathy saying this shouldn't be in here. Are there others who feel that way? Do we have a consensus one way or the other?
I think that the question of whether to include it is I want to hear that later during public comment, but I have come to the conclusion that the rulemaking process is very laborious at best. So I'd hate to open it up with, I think I'd be inclined to put in some housekeeping items if, in the effort to be efficient and not do it later, I guess is my thought.
So, okay.
As long as it doesn't become a real, as long as it doesn't become pages and pages of technical changes.
Understood.
So, just to clarify,
Yep.
this rule currently exists,
Yep.
and it has to go somewhere.
Right.
So the question is 1,300 or keep it in the sped rules, but put it somewhere else. Okay, I just want to make
There are
sure.
three options. Keep it in sped rules where they are now.
Because it has to move
Well,
essentially, right?
It's in
yes.
this draft.
It doesn't exist, there is no more funding
There's
section of
no
23.
right. We eliminated the funding
Right.
section when we kind of separated those two ideas. So it would be on its own in 2366, which.
Oh, I didn't
whi-
understand that.
Right, so.
So it left it a
So it's
standing
a
alone.
kind of orphaned, and it was really the only one that we encountered that didn't really, that could have gone either way, I think. To us, it made more sense to keep it in the sped rules, as it is kind of a procedural rule about a placement of a student.
Thanks for that clarification.
So,
Judy.
okay.
Kim?
And we did just already vote out 1,300, so.
Yes, we did.
We probably don't want to.
True.
Yes, we don't.
But also, I don't know that I heard an agency response to the, I heard that it is a housekeeping to move it because it was orphaned. I heard concern that it is in conflict with Title 16. And I did also kind of hear that you guys didn't consider that, you just moved it. So there may be resolution in public comment that is consensus that could be considered by the advisory group, the agency. It seems to me like we go with it and let it be worked out.
I think it'd be great if the agency and the advisory group would grapple with this next meeting, rather than wait until taking public comment, and then we have to wait till you guys sort it out, and we don't have that kind of time. So, so then the proposal I'm hearing is to leave, Kathy, you may be an exemption on this, is to leave the language in the proposed collection of changes to 2360 as proposed by the agency, with the clear understanding that we may hear more about this. You folks may work on it some more, I hope, and that we may hear from you, or maybe even you all together at public comment for any final
The
changes.
argument, by leaving it in, it would become a discussion point later on.
Yes, it can be, it could be
Taking it out
removed and
might-
added in later on, too, so
Yeah.
it can go
Yeah.
either way.
I agree with, if it's, and it really was the only one, which was my first question. I can't believe it was the only one, but it really is the only one left when the split and decision was made and it was orphaned.
It's
And
the
for
only-
me,
I'm
that
sorry.
makes a big difference.
Yeah,
That-
it was the only one that we weren't able to fit into the 1300 series, either by striking it. So there are some rules in 2366 that were struck altogether
Yep.
because they weren't consistent with the new funding
Yep.
system. And it really was the only one that didn't really clearly fit in the 1300 body and was, somehow carried over.
That, for me, makes a uniqueness that doesn't mean we're opening the door, so.
Okay, good. So, then what we have is.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Marilyn, thank you.
Sure.
So what you have in front of you, Board, is a series of changes as proposed in these two documents, about which there are no exceptions that require revisions of what's proposed by the agency. So in that case, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Now we're getting very efficient.
I move the State Board of Education adopt the agreed language of Rule 1300 as the
Right.
State Board of.
2360. Second paragraph.
Oh. To Rule 2360 as the State Board of Education's proposed amendments to Rule Series 2300 for APA.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second? Second. It is seconded. You've heard the motion. Is there further discussion then? We would be adopting, as our proposed rules, the entirety of the agency's recommended changes as presented and as signed off on by the advisory group. Is there further discussion? Are you ready to vote? Those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. That was good work. We got done in 75 minutes, what we planned to do in 60, but that's okay. We'll take a quick break, and let's try to get back here in 10 minutes, no longer, and then we'll take up the procedural business about kicking off the APA rulemaking process.
Oh, I see.
Oh, gosh.
And, yeah, no,
In
I
a
had,
good way.
I probably had.
Oliver, do we have you on board back there?
Swanton.
Yes, I'm here.
Good, thanks, Oliver.
There's no room between.
Okay,
there.
let's get
Yeah.
back to it. We're on item F.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, this is essentially procedural. As I indicated earlier, item F is about the board formally entering into, or the term of art, I think, is initiating rulemaking. You would think we've been up to our eyeballs in rulemaking for the last year, and we have been, but it's a preamble process. At least the former chair and I both really concur that there's a lot to be said for getting the rule highly developed before you go into the rulemaking process, because the rulemaking process is pretty constrained by the calendar, and you don't want to try to be figuring a lot of complex things out while you're in the APA rulemaking process. So this board's custom, as I believe, is to provide an extended amount of time, and in particular to make sure that stakeholders have an opportunity to have input on rulemaking early on in the process. Is that one of my favorite expressions is the power of the first draft. Sort of no matter how bad the first draft is, about 80% of it's going to survive. So you better get it right the first time, and I think with the good hard work of all of you in the back of this room and at the table here, we've really got it more than 80% right. So now I'm going to invite the agency folks to walk us through, in brief form, what this APA rulemaking process looks like, and then we will then take a vote to formally initiate the rulemaking process. Please, Emily.
Sure. So in front of you, you have two documents. Will the chair help me identify them with the right numbers, E or F-1 and 2, perhaps?
Yeah, that's right. F1 is something you've seen many times before. It's the timeline. F2 is a 2 or 3 year old agency summary of the rulemaking process. You've all committed that to memory, I'm sure. And F3 and 4 are the kind of essentially the applications to begin the rulemaking process. And as I said earlier, it's one application for 1300 and a separate application for 2360. So I think, Emily, you're basically talking from F2.
I'm going to start from F3, actually, which is the same content as the cover page from F4. So Judy has put together for you actually a really nice summary. So the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, mainly has the purpose of requiring public agencies to have robust public input and lots of notice before they put out rules, either for the first time or in a revised version. So what follows the pages after the summary in F3 and F4 is the paperwork that is required for pre-filing. That is one of the first steps in the APA process. So jumping forward, we will go through the content in here with you or take any questions that you have. But after you've agreed to sort of your justification for needing the rules and outlining the impacts on the public, specifically economic and environmental impacts, then these forms will go to ICAR, which is the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules, who are some lawyers from across state government who are tasked to really go over the details, make sure that the board has followed all of the formalities, both in complying with the APA in general and in documenting the revisions or being clear with the new rules that's being proposed, so that members of the public are very clear what changes to the law are being proposed and the impacts on constituencies. So the rules are also pre-filed with the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State's office and their role in rulemaking generally is all of that public notice provisions. So they have a website where all proposed rules are posted and where information about public hearings are posted. And then they also have a role later in documenting the final rule, which is adopted in case anybody ever has any questions about a version, which does come up from time to time. So that's all on the cover page of F3 as well as the cover page of F4. Any questions about what's going to happen to initiate or go forward in the rulemaking process?
And from the timeline, you can get some idea as to how this plays out over time. That's F1. Basically, by November at the latest, these rules would be through the APA process. Actually, it's going to be sooner than that. Probably by mid-September, there'd be the final big step, which is a presentation to LCAR. Maybe it's in August. And so in September, October, the rules go into effect 15 days, I think, after they've been posted by the Secretary of State.
Or, very important or for you, or in another date indicated by the rules. Here, when you're dealing with a delayed implementation of the underlying law, that's very important. Your rules, I do not recommend that they go into effect 15 days after filing, because that would be actually ahead of Act 173 itself. So we are proposing effective dates for 1300 and 2360 of July 1, 2021, which is the same day as the census block grant.
And is that the date that's specified in statute?
Yes.
These dates were amended in the big bill?
Yes.
Right, okay. So, so we're kind of ahead of schedule. It's a good thing because we'll find in item G that we've got another set of rules to start working on. Lucky us. Okay? Comments or questions on what you've heard so far? Yeah.
So on page 2, under indicate any impact that the rule will have on public education, public schools, local school districts, taxpayers, et cetera. I mean, there's a lot in here that one would be concerned about, but because it's not being implemented right away, I imagine this will sort out over time, contain the costs, 3-year averages, and at the bottom, compared to the current funding system, SUSDs were relatively low special education costs and a relatively high and low long-term ADM count will likely receive more funding. Conversely, SUs with relatively high special education costs.
Peter, what page are you reading from?
Well, it's page 2.
There's multiple page 2s because that's so you're given, as a state agency making rules, the forms from the Secretary of State's office, and they are numbered in, so Peter's on the second page 2.
The second page 2.
Yeah.
Economic impact analysis, is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the loaded.
Yeah.
And I imagine this will work. I mean, it's not being implemented right away, but this is a really. Well, this is it.
So maybe I could quickly get us to where Peter is because he's a little ahead of us. So please turn with me to the first page 1, which is the cover page for the rule filing itself. Nothing interesting on this page that I would draw your attention to. The chair will sign the rules hopefully at the end of today's meeting so that this paperwork can be filed tomorrow. So on page 2 that follows is contact information at the agency. Judy and I have volunteered ourselves to receive the questions from members of the public. If the chair would rather be on there, we would invite that, but can't imagine why you would volunteer for that. We also have established, is this where it is, Judy, the public comment? Oh,
No.
at the top of this page, see web URL under my contact information. That is a page that currently exists on the agency's website for state board rulemaking. It will be cleaned out of former rulemaking so that only these 2 rules will appear there, and it'll be all the information that anyone curious about these rules.
We're going to get rid of all that stuff.
I don't think 2200 is there now, if that's what you're worried about. But it'll be where folks will be sent to begin looking at what is this rulemaking all about. There also will be an email address there on that page, which will be sbepubliccomment@vermont.gov, where several members of the agency, and we also plan to put the chair on that inbox, can receive and read all the public comment and respond from that inbox to any questions. So then I'll take you to page 3 that follows, which is where the sort of substance of justifying the rules starts, we're asked to explain how these are within your authority, which is easy to do because you were directed to do so in Act 173. Then there is a concise summary. Moving on to page 4, which is where I wrote in blue pen. That's how you can tell you're on the right page, AOE note. This is where we actually really need input from the board. You are required to state in your filing with ICAR when you intend to hold public hearings on the rules. And after some discussion with the chair, we've included options for dates here. You should at least choose one date for a meeting in Randolph. You don't need to have 2 meetings in Randolph. Those were 2 that worked with the calendar. The St. Albans meeting corresponds to a regularly scheduled meeting of the board in St. Albans.
Speak up a little bit
Okay.
for me
So-
and for the.
So, Mr. Chair, can we have a discussion now about when you would like to have public comments, or would you like to put that off? Because it's the one decision that's absolutely necessary before you can file.
Let's do that now.
Okay.
And by the way, the same public comments will apply to both.
You are
1300
allowed
and
to have them for
2360.
both, and you'd probably want to have them
for
for
sure.
both.
So, board, it's proposed, let's see, our April meeting is probably around, what's the date, Maureen, of our April meeting? I should know this. Anybody know? 16th. 15th. Oh, that's it. That makes sense. So the following Wednesday in April, on the 22nd, it's proposed that we conduct a public hearing at 4 p.m. in Brattleboro. And the idea is, for starting at 4, is to be available to people, educators and others. And we probably would go till 8 o'clock at night.
And we had discussed that you might consider, because the board did in regards to PBL, actually moving the date of your regularly scheduled meeting, giving notice of that, and this board would already be located at the meeting in Brattleboro.
Oh, okay.
To hold
So
that.
instead of
And you don't have to decide that today, but it's what I thought you might want to do.
Well, let's talk about that. But remember, we had a very, very brief board agenda on the 21st of January. It was a 1-hour conversation, and then we went into the work of the hearing, of the inquiry. Now, what you're proposing here, if we started at noon or 1, we'd have 3 hours of board work time, and then we'd switch over to the hearing and go probably till 7 or 8, 9, what the hell. So we would try to
So
get it
2
done in
hours.
one meeting.
So, yeah, we just scanned what other public agencies are doing. You all love public comment, and we're not gonna cramp your style. Other public agencies have about 2-hour public meetings, and
Yeah.
they can go longer if there's
Yeah.
a large deal of interest.
Well, we are people of the people, and we
Yes.
want to be out there. So, yes, comments?
In that idea, if it were 2 hours, let's say, maybe we start that at 5 and go to 7, and if it works its way into 8, that gives us more time at the front end for the work. I'm imagining this relatively low-impact education legislative session is turning into a much higher impact on education legislative session than I think anticipated. So I would imagine we may have board work in response to whatever's going on in the legislature.
Oh, yeah.
So John, I guess Emily, do you have to post a closing time for the public comments?
Not in this paperwork, no.
And can you implement rules for public comment? Like, as far as how long?
Reasonable rules of the chair,
Yeah,
yes.
okay,
Like you
so-
did remember you did the timing for Act 46.
Oh,
that
I'm
kind of thing.
brutally reminiscent of that rule I had. You missed that one. So, I mean, you could say 4 o'clock and then the Brattleboro one, I'd be willing to stay until midnight, since it's in southern Vermont.
Yeah, not so much. Steve and I
We'll
say
just
no.
do what you want, sir.
It's a southern Vermont joke, sorry. But at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that we're going to take 4 hours of comments and then just sit there for 4 hours if there's no one But I guess if you said you're gonna go till 8 o'clock, that would give people the expectation, well, if they showed up at 7, we'd still be there.
I guess that's why I was
Versus-
suggesting
yeah.
we err on the side of extending the time if we needed to
Yeah.
versus having people come expecting we're there. And why potentially, if we were thinking 2 hours, we'd start at a time that might be easier for people to get there.
Yeah.
At 5, then,
Oh,
although
true.
I don't know if that's the case, if it is easier to go earlier for educators, if that's the
I think the 4
population that
o'clock would be,
joining us.
yeah, 4 o'clock would be easier for local educators, I think, and then you got the public that would
Harder
come
for
in
people.
around dinner time.
And can I point out that listed here is a southern, central, and northern location, so that we would hope we wouldn't be requiring anyone to drive down from Chittenden County to Brattleboro specifically.
We wouldn't? Oh, you mean public?
Right.
Yes. Yes. The idea is to go
Kim
where
will
the
have
people
to.
are.
Right, tends to be in it.
So,
Apologize for-
Don't worry, you'll be back before 3.
Hang on.
how
Yeah,
about
yeah.
maybe a meeting that starts at 1, has board business 1 to 4 or 5, depending on, and then goes until kind of close the door at 7 and hope that we can be done by 7:30 or 8. So long haul for some of you to get back up to the North Country, and it'll be vice versa.
Is it a strictly sign up a procedure, or are we designating some people to speak in advance, or is it strictly just?
No, it's public hearing.
Just public.
Just like we did with Act 46.
No, we didn't. Didn't we have the people speak in advance that were pre-selected?
Well, there were some success stories that were presented
Oh.
about why I love Act 40, why I love Act 46, but then it was opened up to the public. I would think that it's basically the way we did the public to be heard sessions on the 21st of January. There's a sign-up sheet, and we go in order.
And the point of this is to listen to testimony, right?
That's all.
I will say too, we've talked about geographic disbursement, I guess, I'd say, and since I've been on the board, southeast Vermont is the one area that I haven't been to, actually as a member of the board, so it's nice that we're doing Brattleboro.
Yeah, well, we haven't been down to Bennington either in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Yes, Kim.
So that is spring break in, I checked because it's EWSD's.
Depends on where you
But
are.
it is,
Depends where you live.
Yeah.
it is spring
By your
break
tech
in
center.
Brattleboro.
You're speaking now of the 22nd or the 17th?
The 22nd is spring break in Brattleboro.
If I'm correct, the 15th was originally one of our dates. Because I have that in, like,
Yeah.
going through and putting
Yeah,
it.
that's
So
the-
I don't know if we want to stick with that date and change, I don't know what the location was for the 15th of April, but.
Yeah.
So the 15th, your regularly scheduled meeting is before the window for public comment is permitted to be opened based on the timing of filing.
So when is the first, is that the 22nd?
It's the
is
22nd.
first? Oh, okay.
So we would skip the board meeting on the 15th and conduct it on the 22nd.
During
Kim's
Brattleboro
point is
spring break, though.
I don't think we should do
Yeah,
it
they're
in
not gonna-
Brattleboro then.
Yeah.
But what if we flipped Randolph and Brattleboro?
When's Randolph's?
Want me to look?
Yeah.
Instant gratification.
Why do we have that system? Another time.
It's all around tech centers.
Oh, I thought it was the ski
Yeah,
industry.
ski and,
It's, yeah.
I think it's
Well, yeah,
I
Dan-
remember the
well,
test
tech centers went
ski
wild.
Dan
industry.
said that
I
they
was
wanted
there.
us to want calendar.
I said that.
Statute
That's
says
what
the
Dan
tech
French
center.
said. He said that
Yeah.
there was some calendar. Remember, Dan said there was some calendar committee he sat on,
I mean, it's just
and
why
the
you
only
say
people
wrong.
that showed up to the meeting were 2 guys from the ski industry
I was there.
that wanted to split
Okay.
calendar.
Maybe we can solve this offline.
Because the slopes
Let's,
would be full twice, not just
yeah.
once.
And we can
Exactly.
solve both the location and the date question offline,
That's also school
depending
holiday in
upon
Randolph.
school vacay calendars and all that.
Yeah, I think that
the-
week is.
What about St. Albans?
I think an arbitrary decision will be required.
So let's just get consensus on the plan for each of these meetings. And the notion is that we would have a meeting in mid to late April, a second one at another location in early May, and a third one in late May. And we want to coordinate that with vacation schedules. So Maureen, maybe if you wouldn't mind, you could work with Emily. And we have to get those dates pinned down pretty soon, don't we?
You have to have it in your filing before you can file it, and the dates are based on filing tomorrow. We're doing this as quickly as we can turn it around
At my
for
request,
you.
thank you.
Why don't we just,
So,
I'm trying to find it.
so I checked around the AOE because there's a bunch of former educators who work there with the concern
Find out about the
spring
breaks
break.
month of.
And the folks at the agency who used to work in schools told me, well, it's nice if you can go on vacation and be out of town, out of Vermont for spring break, but most folks are not. That's not in their budget, and most folks are around. You know, they're going to their extracurricular practices and their hockey games and things like that during spring break.
what if we, just a suggestion, what if we just go to whatever the next issue is, and then during a break, we just Google all the I mean, I think it is, I think it is important that if we're going to have a hearing that's going to impact local educators, that we have it on a time period
Totally
in that
agree.
specific part of the state that's not on
All
spring
right,
break.
All right, we need, but for,
But get it done before lunch, so we
Okay.
can
All right,
fill in the
let's do that.
blanks here and do it.
what else, okay, what else do we need to know?
Okay, so the next page, page 5, we are required to list keywords. We would be open to your suggestions of other things that you think people will search when they want to find this rulemaking series. I think we got them all, though. Then moving on, you can skip the adopting page. There's no input there, to the economic impact analysis, which is numbered page 1. If you're following along, the blue heading says economic impact analysis. So in question 3, these are the affected parties. Question 4 is impact on schools, which is where Peter had comments. Question 5 is alternatives. We have said that there are no alternatives to this rulemaking because it's being undertaken at the direction of the General Assembly. Number 6 is impact on small businesses, where we specifically allude to impacts on independent schools, although we conclude that cannot entirely be known because impacts on independent schools will key off of responses by SUs to these rules, which the rules do not necessarily control. And then we have inserted a page detailing the dollar impact that is estimated on each SU. This is the agency's financial analysis as the census block grant stands now. If changes are made by the General Assembly, these numbers would shift. So this is the amount that they would receive as the base amount per pupil for each year. Okay.
Okay,
Then administrative procedures -- public input is the next page 1. This is where we have attempted to summarize the work that you have already done and the stakeholder groups that you have already consulted. That's it for this packet.
Can I ask one more question about the calendar? Is the back end of it past our June meeting?
no, the last of it is in May.
The last of it's in May, so June is too late, so we need to get another one in there, because we can do the, anyway, okay.
So, Emily, everything that's here, according to whomever put this together, was that you? Yeah, the two of you. This fairly represents what we did in the rule itself.
Yes.
I mean, there's no reason to believe that there's any misrepresentation in your words here that describes what the rules are
No.
proposing to promulgate.
And if I could just draw your attention to that page 2 where Peter had a comment. So it's under economic impact analysis, page 2. What we've done here is essentially stress that it is the act itself, which has great financial impact on supervisory unions. These rules implement those impacts. So we haven't gone so far as to say these rules have no effect because it was all the act. But we have pointed out that there are the point of the act was to have economic impact on supervisory unions. We have detailed the dynamics of that change here in the second paragraph, and sort of, we haven't stated that there are winners and losers, but this paragraph describes how you would be impacted positively or negatively based on the trend in your ADM and your past spending. So if there are any changes that you would like to see that you think would be more clear and put people on notice, we'll definitely make those, but we've already made the effort on your behalf to do that. And the chair also had a chance to make comments, which we incorporated in this as well.
So, leaving aside the question of dates of hearings, do you feel you know enough to take a formal action, which would be to approve these agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, and move that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal rulemaking? The board, the actual executive function of that is carried out on our behalf by the agency. Do you feel you are prepared to say that with regard to the two rules? Then I would entertain a motion to that effect. Yes?
I hate to insert myself, I'm sorry. The documents are not identical for 2360 because the financial impact is significantly less.
Right.
And also, if your motion for either of them could indicate maybe that you're delegating to the chair the exact dates to be proposed for public hearing, the chair will be required to sign both documents before they're filed, and I think that ties it up with a bow.
Yeah, just to, when do you need to have those dates? Today, so we can get the paperwork in?
Yes.
So I think we can work that out right
Okay.
here. Absent a resolution on the dates, are you ready to adopt these motions? Dates for the public hearings.
Right, but that motion does need to state, based upon giving you the authority to sign it after discussion of the dates. Right, we should make some notice, some comment in our motion that we're not agreeing to these dates necessarily.
Great, why don't you make that motion if you like.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we approve,
You have to pay.
whoops, sorry.
Do we need to do them separately, 2360 and 1300?
Do them separately, please.
Please.
I move that the State Board of Education approve the agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, with the exception, with the decision to be made by the chair on the specific dates of the public hearings, and that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal OPA rulemaking with regard to the State Board of Education's proposed rules, Series 1300.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Oliver. Is there further discussion? All right, then, are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. And now, would you do the same with regard to 2360, please?
I move that the State Board of Education approve the agreed documents necessary to initiate rulemaking, with the exception that the board will, the chair will sign the documents that will indicate the proper dates for the public hearing, and that the board promptly take all steps necessary to initiate formal IPA rulemaking with regard to the State Board of Education's proposed amendments of Rules Series 2360.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. O'Keefe seconds. Thank you, Oliver. Is there further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. You've adopted the motion. So now let's just double back and see if we can sort out the dates. Has anybody got any further information about school calendars and all that? Kyle, do you know? Okay. Sabina and Kyle, do you know?
Three of them. I think we decided that all three of them have the exact same spring break. So that 22nd, they're all on break. All those three schools.
Aha.
Huh.
We can't start
the
before,
15th
what's
is
the earliest date we can start?
The 22nd.
Ours
It
is
is
the
the earliest.
13th.
Pardon?
Spring break is the 13th?
Yeah.
So is mine, but that doesn't matter, so we have
Yeah.
to move from the 22nd
No, I know,
forward.
just-
Right.
29th?
Yes.
Sabina, thank you for that.
So if we don't do the 22nd at all.
You can't do
The
that
week
because it's
of.
break everywhere. So we'd get into
Well-
May. Is that correct?
So then
Not everywhere, just on those 3 locations.
Right.
So we could change location?
If we move to
If we keep the
Northeast
22nd,
Kingdom,
if we keep the 22nd, we can change the location, or we can keep the location and change the date. I think is the.
But didn't you say that all 3
The-
locations?
The
three
3 locations you're
locations.
talking
Oh.
about, we can't change
But
among those
not
3.
the Northeast Kingdom or down here.
So on the 22nd, where could we meet?
St.
Yeah.
John's Parade? St. John's Parade?
I have a list of areas that are on vacation the week prior, so the 13th and 17th, so they would be available on the 22nd. I don't know if it goes yes, but I can just. So Caledonia Central, Lamoille North and Lamoille South, Orleans Southwest, Wyndham Northeast, Slate Valley, Mill River, Battenkill Valley, Southwest Vermont, Hartford, Windsor Central,
How about Southwest Vermont?
Kingdom East.
Southwest Vermont,
Well, Maureen said Wyndham Northeast, which is Bellows Falls.
they have a common calendar, and if, I heard Mill River mentioned there, and they're part of that group. So that takes in a whole quadrant of the state.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So the 22nd in southeastern Vermont. As far south as we can get. Is that okay? So no board meeting on the 15th.
Where are we going?
Somewhere far away for you. What about the meetings in Randolph? Either on the 30th of April or the 5th of May.
May I request
Please.
that it's later because I'm away when the 22nd through like May 1st.
Okay.
So I don't want to miss 2 meetings would be
Yeah,
my
yeah,
thing.
thank you. Okay.
So,
So, the 6th, does the 6th of May work for you?
Yep.
Does the 6th of May work for others? In mid-state? Do we think Randolph is not on vacay at that time?
That's over the hump
Oh,
of
it's all over.
vacations, I think.
Okay, okay. And then a regular board meeting, so the meeting on the 6th, the meeting on the 6th of May would not be a regular board meeting, it would be a shortened meeting. You'd be there from 4 o'clock-ish till 7-ish, or something like that.
Whatever, yeah, it would be an evening public
Right,
comment only.
right. Hearing only.
And that's in Randolph?
Yeah, mid-state. And then on the 20th of May would be a regular board meeting, and that would be in St. Albans, where I think we were planning to be anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is that all right with everybody?
So
Do you have,
we've moved the meeting, April 22nd, that's been moved to May 6th, or do we still have that meeting?
No, the
No.
April 15th has been moved to the 22nd.
Oh, okay, perfect.
so
And
it's
that-
April, yeah, so we're looking at April 22nd in Southwest,
But we don't know the location yet.
that's correct. We're looking at 6th of May in Randolph, and 20 May, full board meeting in St. Albans.
And would that be similar to the Rutland meeting as in it starts at like noon? and
Yeah,
goes
yeah, yeah, something like that.
In the St. Albans or the,
St. Albans and the southeast Vermont would both be like the Rutland meeting. Start early afternoon, end up at 7 or 8 o'clock.
I'm going to take my direction for Southeast Vermont, starting with Bellows Falls. That's a Union High School. We'll look there. Does that sound okay?
That's within the districts? so
Yes,
forth?
it's Wyndham Northeast.
Okay, then use that. Yep. And you've got locations for the Randolph
We're
meeting?
gonna try to have these at the high school because it's free.
Yeah, all right. And then St. Albans, we know where we are. That's all set. Okay. That's, yeah. I think you could plan on that. We might be able to start a little later. Because we don't, the hearing itself is only going to be two or 3 hours, whereas we had a 6-hour hearing, if you recall, in Rutland. Okay. Okay, good. Let's keep piling along. We'll go to item G, and then I think we're going to have time. We're ahead of schedule now. I think we'll have time before lunch to take up Monte Cristi and the question that Oliver wants to raise. Okay? So let's switch over then to item G, which is kind of a whole new topic, which is draft revisions or revisions to Rule 2200. It's called Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. So Rule 2200 is the rule that governs, more properly, Rule 2220 is the rule that governs independent schools. And Act 173 sets forth a lot of, I would say, virtually prescriptive language about how special education must be conducted by and with and contracted with independent schools. There was a summer study, not a summer study, a legislative study committee that was put together back in, I would say, was it late 2018? 2017, late 2017. And it filed its report in early 2018. And that sets forth a series of, well, actually not recommendations. That committee had a lot of sort of agreements on principle, but not specific recommendations. Then 173 comes along and spells out specifically, in a fair amount of specificity, how special ed needs to work at independent schools. Our job is to translate that into rules, or our job is to watch others translate that into rules and arbitrate on differences if we must. So a question that has come up is the statute. The statute specifies that by 1 November 2020, this year, right now, by 1 November of this year, we must initiate rulemaking. That's that term of art again that we just did. That is to say, we've gone through whatever preparatory process we feel we must go through in order to on the 1st of November and not later, adopt a proposed rule and kick it into the APA rulemaking process, just like we just did now. Keep in mind that Judy and Emily and Megan and Marilyn and all of you back there started working on the 1300 and 2360 rules about a year ago. So it's taken about a year to get to this point. So you could think that maybe we should have started work on the 2200 rules about 3 months ago, because by 1 November we need to be at a point of consensus, much like we got to here today on those rules. Because it's our goal always to go into the rulemaking process with a highly developed rule, because as you will see, these hearings don't tend to tell you what to do. They tend to tell you what people don't like. And then it's a lot of work to go from what people don't like to what the rule ought to say. Well, we've done all that work. You folks have done all that work here. We want to do all that work in advance on the 2200 rules too. So The statute is not clear about when the rules have to go into effect. Do any of you back there have any advice for us about when the 2200 rules should go into effect or must go into effect? Because I believe the statute is silent on that point. Any of you want to come up to the table and advise us or tell us what you think? We're happy to hear from anybody about this.
Let's say it in unison.
Sure. when you can go.
July 1, 2022.
That's when you think they should go into effect.
Yes.
Is that, and where do you get that date from?
That's the effective date of the statute being changed from the current 166 to the then 166. You're right that it doesn't say when your rules should go into effect, but it's an easy inference to make that they should be the same. It's the same logic as we just talked about with the funding rules.
Just to be clear, there are two 166As in statute. One applies until the 1st of July 2022. And then that's A, well, that's A, but then there's a new A that kicks in with a different set of changes to statute on 1 July 2022.
There are also several sections in the special education funding chapter.
Right. So it makes a lot of changes. And what's being suggested here is that we coordinate the effective date with that. So we could start the rulemaking, or we could initiate on the 1st of November and then stipulate in the rule that they shall go into it. And, oh, by the way, backing up, typically rulemaking is 6 to 8 months max. And then typically, unless you specify otherwise, the rule goes into effect 15 days after the conclusion of rulemaking. So that would put this rule going into effect, unless you stipulate otherwise, sometime in late 2021. But what's being suggested here is to stipulate that it goes into effect on 1 July 2022. Is that your thought?
It is. The only thing I would add to that is, and this is not an advisory group discussion,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a VCSEA issue that has been raised. One of the things to acknowledge is that if the rule series, so the census-based grant goes into effect 2021,
That's right.
and there will be a year where some questions that might be related to special ed funding for independent schools will be unresolved, but yet the funding structure will have changed. And some members for districts who interact often with independent schools have expressed a little bit of alarm at that. That said, the advisory group conversations have been more around we want to give ample time to the discussions that are going to ensue regarding 2200 series.
Yeah.
So I just said two totally separate things, but I wanted to acknowledge the VCSEA piece of that, because that is a little bit of a hiccup that has implications for some districts.
Right.
And is created by the General Assembly.
Correct, exactly.
Not you.
Say it again, please.
The hiccup is created by the General
Yes, of course.
Assembly.
Madam Secretary, do you have any thoughts about how the agency, I mean, will that disconnect, for 12 months anyway, place a lot of strain and ambiguity upon the agency? I mean,
We haven't really talked about that particular issue. I do think we have some remedies at our disposal if that's the will of the group to request that dates be shored up in statute.
Much like last year, a little earlier than this, the advisory group began speaking about the advisability of delaying the first year of implementation of the block grant. They are also going to have, as I understand it, those conversations, not to any end, but evaluating whether the current dates for the block grant are still appropriate. I don't know if you guys have a feeling right now, but that's...
Yeah. Haven't even really discussed whether or not we would be discussing, but I'm sure members will bring it up.
So there's no move to go to the legislature and ask for...
Not at this point. The only thing we actually specified to the General Assembly was a general, you moved one date when you made the change and didn't really touch anything else, but we didn't make any recommendations. I don't mean to muddy the water with that.
No, that's all right. I mean, you're raising a period of complexity, yes.
Well, I would also add, I think the board can make its own recommendations. This board can make recommendations to the General
We certainly
Assembly as
can.
well. So, betwixt the three of us, perhaps we can figure
What do we
it
think
out.
that recommendation might be? Do you want to delay the block grant by a year, or do you want to accelerate the independent school rules?
We haven't taken a position on either one of those, and Heather and I are not going to do that today with the secretary not here.
Well, so what are your inclinations? I mean,
So let me say, I guess the vacuum in the room right now is the agency can do this. I mean, we are, and have been since May, moving forward on implementation of the block grant for July 1, 2021, and the independent school changes for July 1, 2022. You know, moving forward with all intention of the dates staying the same.
well, we know that, but.
That's your answer then.
But that leaves this 1 year of ambiguity in the field.
Do we know what that impact is of that ambiguous
So,
funding?
in the districts who have choice, so
Yep.
tuition often, in our current construct, the costs that they pay for that are billed to them by the independent schools, which is how that's the current way of doing that. And in a reimbursement model, the reimbursement ebbs and flows with that.
Right. Yep.
In a census-based model, it does not.
Right.
And so and I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know what the discussions around the 2200 series will be and whether or not there will be changes to the potential ebb and flow. But what I know will happen is if the census grant goes into place in FY21 and whatever happens with independent schools is a year later, we will have a year where some LEAs will still have to pay the bill, whatever the bill is, they will have to pay it because that's how the current law is, and they will only receive whatever their census grant is. There is the potential, and VCSEA is aware of several districts who would be happy to come and address the board or write a letter because they have actual dollar amounts behind what that potential risk would be. I do not. But that would be the implication of the gap in implementation, for lack of a better word. I also don't know what, and the advisory group has not talked about, we don't know what the right remedy is. You know, that's a big discussion about do we delay the grant again. That I wouldn't take that lightly. And we want to do justice to the process of discussing the 2200 series. So moving it up is not without ramifications. So I feel badly that I'm acknowledging an issue without a solution.
It's okay.
But
Why don't we contemplate accelerating the implementation of 2200 to 1 July to be coincident with the block
with the
grant?
block grant.
That would mean, if you allow for it to be a 6 to 8 month process, that would mean initiate no later than the 1st of November, which we're required by statute to do. And by the way, we're already required by statute to do that. Why could we not then make it coincident with the implementation of the block grant?
It would be tight. So imagine with me that this is the November 2020 State Board meeting and you just initiated rulemaking on 2200.
Right.
You would be looking at roughly, is it 60 days? Sorry to put you on the spot. You pre-file with the Secretary of State and you can have a public hearing 60 days after? 30 days after. So in December, during the holiday period, you would be permitted to begin your required public hearings. You might choose to not do that and instead wait until people are back at work from the holidays. A public hearing in maybe 2 in January, 1 in February. Your consideration of the public comments would take place in March, and you'd be looking to get on the April or May LCAR agenda, just to sketch out the big pieces. That proves to me that it is possible. There is not a lot of room for a 1 month delay.
Understood.
And I also want to make sure that, so that and maybe the board understands this, but I want to make sure that you're hearing me from the right hat. The advisory group, so speaking as the chair of the advisory group, wants to prioritize having time to do this well. They recognize that we have not, the agency, I think the intention is still to convene some stakeholders outside of the group to start these conversations. And the advisory group is recognizing that work is important. And so tight timelines make that a challenge. So I want to be clear that that's the advisory group. Then that's what you saw in some of the documentation. I am simply acknowledging as the VCSEA representative that this gap is a very real issue for some districts, and I felt like I would be remiss not to mention that. I just want to be clear that, because those are two different things, or they have a different solution to them, I guess.
Unless statute changes, and we could request that, we have to initiate the rulemaking on the 1st of November.
That is
We
true.
have to have completed the whole pre-rulemaking process that we've just completed. We have to complete all of that by the 1st of November anyway. And that seems to me where the tight sneakers are.
Yep.
It looks like if you initiate before November, you probably can just make the 1 July 2021 deadline for implementation. Just barely. As Emily says, there's no room for things to go wrong. But backing up from that, can the stakeholders, the advisory group, and of course the agency, marshal the resources to bring a draft together and sort out differences and kind of replicate what you've done here? I see somebody standing up in the background. Let's hear
I
from
wonder
you.
if I could join the
Please.
group at the table.
Yeah. Yes.
My own general counsel.
Hi. So, in other capacities, I have seen other groups, which the distinction might be rulemaking, where something has been required on a particular deadline, and they have simply written to the General Assembly and said, can we have an extension on this?
For legislative reports.
Or work that a work group is responsible for doing. Is this a completely different scenario because it's rulemaking? Is it?
Well,
more-
I think it's probably a non-starter for this board. I mean, since the fall, they've been discussing the concern of meeting the deadline, and I don't see this as a board that would say, oh, well, we didn't make it, we'll write a letter to the General Assembly. I think that there is time enough now to ask not for permission, or I guess it is permission. Please give us permission in the statute to start later than you originally said. They're not to that bad point yet, thankfully.
Okay.
Yes.
No,
So, if we ask for pushing that out to, March
Of 2021.
2021, it puts us on a similar schedule that we are on for this one.
Mm-hmm.
If we make November, we make November.
Right.
If we don't, we have a window that keeps us in line with implementation for 2022 and budgets planning
But
for
it guarantees
that.
that we won't have implementation until 2022. Because you don't start it up in the middle of the year, right?
Understood.
Well, the real issue here is that you actually don't have authority in current law to change the independent school rules effective any sooner than July 1, 2022. That's and Mill is dying to speak to this, but right now the legislature has said give at least until 2022
Yeah, you're right.
for the independent school community, for starters, to respond to our direction to change.
Right.
So I need to understand that better. So you're saying the date of the 2021 isn't really.
Without a
Prac-
legislative change, you as
Oh.
the board cannot go faster.
This is
Okay,
where the
so-
legislature sort of didn't coordinate their deadlines.
Then the need to push up any date, even if we were to finish it and started it in November, right? It still is,
Without legislative change, it
without
doesn't go into
legislative change, it's irrelevant, right?
effect. That's true, but then that leaves us with the 1 year
Oh, I understand.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Mill, let's hear from you.
Yes, so I'm Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association and a member of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group. I'd like to back up for just a moment and address what Chairman Carroll said about what are the issues involved in 2200. It's more than just special ed. It is also State Board of Education oversight of all approved independent schools, and it is rate setting for special ed in independent schools other than
Are those
special
questions
ed
raised in
services.
173?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they're all there. We have heard nothing from the agency about their intentions of what they want to do in recommending rules. So I know nothing about the agency's directions that would like to go. I just have my own opinions, my association's opinions. I think an extension is important, essential, because there are some serious issues to be dealt with. And the issues are narrower than the 1300 series. 1300 was everybody doing special education in the state of Vermont, whereas 2200 is only the independent schools community. So there's this two-stage process that Megan referred to of maybe a subgroup of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group will convene the key stakeholders involved with independent schools and the agency, and then that subgroup will then come to the larger advisory group with a set of ideas or discussion points to trigger the larger discussion.
Well, that's sort of an internal matter for the
Yep.
AG. That I don't.
But in any event, we need more time than just between now and 1 November.
And why is that?
Because it's complicated, and because the agency has not even spoken on the matter yet. So,
let's-
suppose the agency came forward with a draft today. It would really be at least 2 months before any substantive discussions within the advisory group could even begin to occur. And then after that, we're rolling forward. The summer is always difficult to get business done. So we get up to the start of summer, things slow dramatically, and then we can pick up the pace again in August or rather in September. But being done by November 1 is going to be, I think, it's a disservice to the schools that are involved here.
The statute seems, just from a casual, non-lawyerly reading, seems pretty prescriptive about.
It is indeed in
What to
some
do.
areas, but there are other areas, especially rate setting, that it is not prescriptive at all. And we have some very elaborate, or not elaborate, but far-reaching proposals to make for changing that.
So it feels to me like there are two options. One is to sort of push back the beginning of the initiation of rulemaking from 1 November of this year to, so you could even push it back to July 1 of 2021. And that would guarantee you still that you'll have rules coming out the other end by July 1 of 2022. To do that, you'd have to seek legislative redress on the startup date for rules. You'd have to go to the legislature and say, we don't want to start on 1 November because whatever reasons, we want to start some later time. And we'll still make the deadline.
Has anyone said that?
No.
You have.
But that's the implication of what Mill is saying.
Yeah.
Mill is saying, we can't get this done and ready to go by 1 November. But the consequence of that is to guarantee that there's 1 year of disconnect between funding and practice.
Yeah.
The other way to go is to say, come on, guys, let's pick it up, let's get it going by 1 November, and let's go to the General Assembly and ask them that we'd like to have the rules go into effect on 1 July 2021, so as to coordinate with the funding. Those are the choices, I think. In either case, you got to go to the legislature, but the question is, the obvious advantage, apart from the work that it takes to get ready for the rulemaking, is that the latter approach eliminates that 1 year disconnect, and that seems to be an important
That's
achievement.
Is there any learning curve that was achieve through the rulemaking process on the 1300 and 2600, so that that conversation for the independent school is not as new and onerous and, you know, on anybody's part, AOE, your committee, us, the board, so that we're, you know, a little bit further ahead than when we started, you guys started on the
I mean, the first part of that, we even just had a, you know, 2-minute conversation today about the fact that it would be great to think differently operationally about how the advisory group and the agency engages in these pre-conversations. And I think we could make movement on that for sure. I also think Mill pointed out the, you know, there are additional thorny issues in 2200 series, and there were plenty of thorny issues in 1300 series. And I don't know. I am optimistic, though, that we can change how we operate so that the advisory group at least can have some structure of engagement and being able to kind of real-time react to things so we can hash things out before we're kind of shuttling proposals back and forth together. I feel good about that potential.
And while it is true that the first draft of the rules that you just approved to initiate were presented in February of last year, the advisory group's discussions throughout the spring were on other issues. I mean, the bulk of their meeting, they were very concerned with whether the General Assembly would delay implementation. That took up a ton of time, which is different the next time around. And we really started getting down to the nitty-gritty more like in May or June. I don't remember if you had a June meeting. Definitely
In
May.
July.
Yeah.
Because, and also, Mill, is that your name? The impact on the independent schools, so the organizations you represent, isn't that financial gap a pretty critical issue, so that you'd want to do the front end work so you don't have to possibly deal with that funding issue for the independent schools?
I don't know enough to even answer that question.
I think that issue is actually more on the part of LEAs, because what will happen in that year is nothing will change for how they bill. They will still have that same structure.
Understand.
It's the LEAs that are concerned.
May I ask, Emily, how soon before you could have a first draft? Because that's really the triggering
Right.
thing.
Right. So in an ideal world, we would have had a soft first draft to roll out to a smaller group than the advisory group, but skipping that step, March. When is your March? Your March meeting is probably the 6th.
Well,
or
we
something
probably
around
won't
there.
meet in March because
Okay.
it's a break for a lot of folks. We
Okay.
would if we knew that we had a draft to review,
Right.
but that's basically.
So April, at the latest, a first draft in front of the AG,
At the latest.
and you and all your folks.
So no one has said it, so it's a little out of my role. It is a big shift on the independent school community to say that their roll up to this big change is 1 year shorter when the actual legislation was passed in 2018. So there's sort of, I'm aware of a reliance factor. There was a reliance on the legislation in 2018 and 2019, and now up until this point, that they would have that full 5 years, or I'm not doing math, and it's being shortened possibly by 1. That's not nothing.
I'm sorry, I'm
So
not
I'm
sure what
putting
this
myself in the
reliance upon a
shoes-
5-year rollout is.
Yeah. So
What's that?
putting myself in the shoes of someone who is the headmaster of an independent school, I've been relying on July 1, 2022 for a long time now, since the legislation passed in the spring of 2018.
Okay. And would that make a practical difference for schools, Mill?
Changing that 2022 deadline,
Yeah, to moving it up a year.
moving it out further?
No. Back to 2021.
Yes, I think that would be troublesome.
And what would be the consequence?
Well, what we're talking about here is starting special ed services in about 36 independent schools that have never provided special education services. They may not all be called upon to do special ed. It
They have
all
to be
depends
ready.
on what students wish to move over to an independent school
Right.
and which IEP teams then approve that move.
Right.
So we really can't forecast exactly how many, or even approximately how many students are going to be moving over, but all the schools will have to be ready in some respect. And
Comments?
they've all been looking at that 2022 deadline for the last 2 years.
Yep.
Thinking that that's where their planning needs to be.
Well, that's an important point. Comments, questions?
I can't get my head around the difference that the LEA will need to do. So I understand that. So there's that 1 year gap. How big of a lift is that for the LEA and for the whole process?
It's a
if there's-
financial impact. It's a financial impact, and I actually wish Randy Coulis were here because she is a director, soon-to-be superintendent, who can speak to this based on her district. But, and I don't have numbers, I don't have modeling to show you, but the example is that if, and I'm going to use stupid numbers, but if the bill that I receive from my various independent schools for the cost of special ed services is $100,000. It's not. It's way more than that. But if it was, then in my current model, if that goes up or down, it gets reimbursed.
Right, I understand.
Proportionately. But in FY21, I now receive a finite grant. I might be one of the districts who is now receiving less money. I might be one who's receiving more. I don't know. But that's why people model it out. But what I do know is that that's capped, except for extraordinary costs for individual kids, which is a little bit of a different thing. But this number is now capped, which means if that $100,000 bill comes into me and it's now a $150,000 bill, this is not going up. So for those districts, whatever that difference is, that is a financial impact. It's a purely financial one, and it is 1 year. I don't know if there's remedy for that.
That would pertain only to their contracts with independent schools.
Exactly.
No, I said a moment ago that the agency has said nothing so far about 2,200. That actually was not true. They have said one thing, and that is they have said that the reimbursement model is where they think they want to continue with independent schools. They don't think a census-based grant model works outside of the public system.
What's the laws think?
I think what you've said is that the independent schools can't be the recipient of a census grant.
That's
That does not
correct, yes.
necessarily mean
Do we
that.
know how many students are in independent schools with IEPs or under the SPED category? How many students are we talking about here?
Well, we're
Any
talking
guess?
about 11 schools that are all the largest independents that have all gained special ed approvals. I don't have the number in my head of how many exactly that is. So
That's 11 schools.
It's a few hundred.
Okay. And not every supervisory union would have necessarily this arrangement either. Is that true?
True.
That there are some supervisory unions that do not send students to independent schools.
Yes.
Any LEA who has school choice,
So-
who does not operate a school,
Right.
essentially. It's all identified special ed students in those schools.
So,
This does not impact students who are sent to alternative schools.
Correct, because that's an IEP placement.
Okay.
That's the other thing we just
Okay, got it.
kind of hashed out. Yep.
so board, then I guess it's two choices. We either move to accelerate the implementation date to 2021 and stay with the present, start your rulemaking in November of this year, which has the downside of catching schools a year early before they've had a plan, a track, and many of them have to staff up for this, build on-campus capabilities that they may not have. There's that option. So we, in that case, somebody has to go to the General Assembly and ask for implementation on the 21st, in 2021. The other option is we leave the implementation of those rules until 2022, suffer this 1 year disconnect, although it's finite in scope, and consider whether or not we want to sort of accelerate the pre-rule process so that it's ready by 1 November, so that we'll have rules ready a whole year before they're needed. Or should we postpone implementation of initiation of rules, this whole pre-hearing business? That too would require legislative action. Though I think you have three choices, those three choices. Where do you come down?
When they have a staff up, how is that different from with the census-based? Is that they have to the way,
It's just that these schools are going to be required to be providing special services that many of them are not now doing. That's one of the profound impacts of 173 on independent schools. And many of them don't have those capabilities on board now, and what Mill is saying is they know they're going to have to, and they're starting to build the capabilities to do so by 1 July 2022.
and just, this is just real 101 stuff. So where are those kids getting their special ed now?
Largely public school and a small minority.
But if they don't have a public school,
Well, they
and,
might come off of an IEP to attend the independent school.
they
If it's
might go
choice.
off an IEP?
If it's parents' choice to take their child out of a public school and place them in an independent school,
Right.
they would self-select off.
Or under the law, 2022, an ALEA could send a child to that school in a way now that they cannot do now because the school doesn't have the capabilities, but now was required to have them. So it's a big lift for the independent schools to make this shift. There's no doubt about that. But anyway, I want you to.
And sorry, this is Oliver.
Please.
I guess one related. We're assuming we're talking about independent schools in Vermont, but it starts getting a little sticky where there's an independent school outside of Vermont, and I don't know to what extent we can extend our reach beyond our borders, because of the current 2200 rules indicate approval in another jurisdiction under their rules is sufficient. So I'm just wondering, and I guess it's an Emily question.
Oh, that was the end of the Emily question.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to your question.
Yes, your current rules state, and this is really about where Vermont tuition dollars can go. Under your current rules, a school district may deem an out-of-state independent school as approved for Vermont tuition dollars if that school is approved under the laws of that state or by an accrediting agency, NEASC being the most current popular one. The wrinkle in approval in Vermont that the Act 173 requirements add is that if a school intends to receive public dollars, it must also demonstrate the ability and willingness to comply with the requirement to provide special
Right.
education. The intends to receive public money is where we would struggle thinking about out-of-state independent schools and independent schools in Vermont that do not frequently enroll publicly funded students but might possibly do so.
All right. Kathy?
I'm just to comment where I'm coming down, is that I think it's unfair to, as a result of our timelines and legislative gap, right, in language on those years, to put that pressure back onto the independent schools. So my opinion is whatever we need to do in order to accommodate the independent schools so that they get the same time that our other school systems did for this Act 173 implication is where I'm landing. Whatever that means, on whatever the dates need to be shifted, on whomever we need to approach for that shift.
I'd agree with
dates.
Kathy, too, that moving the date in from 2022 to 21, on the school side, organizationally, the school, it's not going to help the schools. It's also, I don't see any benefit to students if the process is hurried and they're just brought into a system that's not well designed, well thought out, well organized, and well financed. So I think that moving it in, I wouldn't be in favor of.
Yes.
Pragmatically, I also imagine, and politically, getting the legislature to accelerate the timeline for independent schools would be about as popular as Act 46 implementation in parts of the state. So just for that thought, and I'm not battle worn from what you all went through, so
And the
I just-
board survival
I
possibly.
put that out there, yeah, and then I guess it becomes possibly a question of if we inquire about pushing out the implementation of the census block grant for all to align. And I appreciate we are in the process of rulemaking. We are also not sure what will happen with some of the other components of this, and in all honesty, I'm not sure that the professional development that was intended to enable best practice utilization of a census block has happened statewide in a way that will mitigate potential effect on students. So
Well,
my
that's
2 cents.
Yeah, one of the premises of courts, I think, is that when you look at a law, you have to assume the legislature knew what it was doing. So that's a sort of operating premise. And we have to assume the legislature knew that it was implementing the census-based funding in 1 year and rolling out the capability in the independent schools a year later. So just as I think it would be not a winning prospect to try to convince the legislature to move the deadline forward for the independent schools, I rather doubt that people would be enthusiastic about moving the rollout on census-based funding back a year. Those are two probably pretty well locked-in things. What the legislature might not have great passion about is whether or not we start rulemaking in November or next July. They might say, well, if you can tell us you'll have it ready, then, and if you can tell us there's a compelling reason to delay, and I guess that's what I'm trying to know more is, can we not get this done? Can you not be ready to come to us with a well-developed proposal by 1 November, or is that really pushing it very hard?
And I think the lack of data as far as what is the impact between that gap of census-based funding and implementation of, it's just hard for me to understand if that gap is a big issue. Like, how many students are we talking about here? What's the dollar amounts? It is tough to figure out for the LEAs, is this a big
And I would
issue?
just encourage you to talk to, and they have shared their concerns with, both houses. I don't know about recently. I would just, because I think you're right, I think you'd want to hear from them. They could give you real numbers and real impact for them.
Which is going to vary, right,
Yeah,
across the state.
it is,
Yeah.
absolutely.
When you look at, St. Johnsbury or Kingdom East, and they don't operate high schools, that's every single special ed cost after 8th grade is up for grabs there.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to hear from Randy, just because she has a lot of knowledge on this, and there's probably a big number there.
There is.
I would think.
Yeah.
Bill.
That's another district.
Heather, when was the SBAC test administered, and have they got the results yet?
Bill,
This
is
ties in.
that germane?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm prepared to talk about that. Is this when you want to talk about that?
Just-
How is it germane, Bill?
It's germane in the sense of there are a lot of initiatives out there that the agency is in charge of implementing. And the load is very heavy, and the field is basically saying, oh my goodness, can't we get something right here and on time? And I would much rather develop something that's workable, that we do some field trials, that we get it working right before we go
Field
from-
trials of what?
Well, in general, everything, because
Yes,
look,
but
we
we're
got
not talking
special ed
about.
system that's not working, achievement tests that are not getting out there, and the list goes on.
I don't think we're seeing that this is a problem of the agency's capacity to respond. This discussion here. Oliver, you had some comment?
No, I don't see how this is germane to this particular topic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're concerned about agency's capacity, I'm not hearing that as an obstacle here to getting the rule developed. I am hearing that it's very, very complicated and all of that.
Sounds like the implementation issues are on the independent school side.
Yeah, the capacity issue is on the independent school side, and if you take away a year, that exacerbates that challenge.
So financial burden is maybe on the LEA side, a little bit of implementation there, and then largely all the implementation or most of it on the independent school side. Does that seem like a fair summary?
And the
then-
legislature is aware of the gap, right? And
Yes, I wonder how much they're aware of the actual implications of the gap, but.
well, they'll
I
become
don't know.
quickly aware, right?
Yes.
Very quickly aware.
Yes.
And leave that hole for them to fix. Who knows what solution they might find in whatever that funding piece is. But
Yeah.
I think for our purview, the impact of the process on the independent schools and not giving them the time that they need is
Right.
huge.
So I think we're pretty clear that we're not prepared to advocate that the implementation date for rollout of this should be changed. That stands untouched. Now, my question to you is, do we need to move back the 1 November startup date for initiating rulemaking? Keeping in mind that we now have from 1 July 2022 to 1 November 2020 is 16 months or something like that. We don't need 16 months to do rulemaking. So it would seem sensible to push the beginning of rulemaking back into early 2021, knowing that that leaves plenty of time for 2022 implementation. Yes.
Is that, what was our required date this time around?
There was no required date.
Yes, there was. You were originally, when 173 was passed, you were to complete rulemaking by November
November
30th, 2020. And we saw that you were not going to make that, and so in the big bill last year, the date was changed to an initiation date of August of 2020.
That's right, pardon me,
Yeah,
yes.
2 changes.
So we're ahead of schedule, which is a good place to be. So, does that answer your question?
It does. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure out,
Yeah.
we've got March floating
Yeah.
out there, you
Yeah.
mentioned
Yeah.
July.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive mostly to the timing that, a couple of things, that we get public comment in a time that's accessible for those who are affected by it.
Yeah,
And then secondarily, that school boards and districts are able to plan for their budgets and the impact on their budgets related to the outcome of these rules. So, as would be the same case with the rules we're just
well,
going through right now.
that's a great point, and the timeline that we are working on with regard to 132360, we sort of pushed it up a little bit in the last couple of months so as to ensure that when we had the public comment period, it was during school season. And so here are we now in February, initiating rulemaking, and it's going to satisfy that objective. So if we initiated rulemaking with regard to 2200 along about now next year, we would satisfy that goal of public comment in that time. So that would give us 12 months to go from where we are now to you coming to us a year from now with a highly developed consensus proposal for 2200. Would that be a useful thing to do? Would that make a difference to y'all? Because it's either going to be November 1 or sometime 6 months after that.
More time is better.
You folks, Emily and
Yes, I
Megan?
think that ideally you all would, just as the chair said, initiate rulemaking in February or March of next year. And why not give yourself a little room and be early, that you
Yeah.
initiated in February and you're required to do it in March, for instance. And then move through rulemaking with all due haste like you will do for this, because there's also a significant benefit to districts, as Kim is saying, to see that the rules are done. I can rely on those being
Yeah.
the rules, and I
Yeah.
don't have to initiate the change tomorrow. I have 6 months or so to respond and plan.
I think the extra time on this, I can already kind of sense that there's going to be a lot of give and take, and to try to come up with compromises versus a group of winners and losers. I think the extra time is going to be really helpful to try to come up with some solutions between the independent schools, the LEAs, and the agency. I just don't see that happening in the current timeline.
Okay.
Would you agree?
So is there a consensus emerging here that it would be this board's, that we're going to stay with the implementation date of 1 July 2022, not going to mess with that, not going to ask the legislature to mess with that, we're going to live with the disconnect, whatever it looks like. As Kathy says, maybe the legislature's going to have to make some financial adjustments for those LEAs that are caught in this bind. And we, on our side, would, if we had to, we could initiate rulemaking 1 November. It would be your work, not ours. But the agency and the board might jointly, and the advisory group, and Visa, might collectively go to the legislature and ask for a pushback on initiating rulemaking to 1 March 2021. Is that all right by everybody? It's sort of, it's not perfect, but it's sort of the least bad of all solutions, perhaps?
We could also get some data.
At the state level.
About this disconnect problem?
About this disconnect.
That would be useful.
I think it's important to hear directly from stakeholders, but we can also pull that.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to alert the legislature to this impending complexity.
I appreciate that, Heather, and I would think it would be great if we were able to have it even now as the legislature is going through this, if there would be something so startling that they might consider pushing back to synchronize those dates, even the process that we're in. Like, not our rules are our rules, but if there are things that were to be revealed about that disconnect, I wonder if that would benefit from data.
Let me just start with actually checking with the secretary and making sure we have the capacity
You
to
have
do this.
data.
I can't promise a deadline at this
No,
point.
thank you. I wasn't trying to
But-
nail you to the
but we'll
seat.
get
I was
that,
just
because I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
It would be very
We'll
helpful.
get it as soon as we can.
I want to just say, though, to the stakeholders and the agency, so we can go and ask the legislature to push this date back, and they can say no.
Right.
And we won't have an answer to that question with certainty, perhaps until May. I want to just ask you, please don't say, oh, well, we've got until March. Maybe you have only until November. So I'm just urging full steam ahead. And then if we get another 3 months, well, you can back off a little bit, or it leaves you more time to talk. But please don't let this conversation say, oh, well, we got nothing to worry about, because you might. So the consensus is we will seek legislative approval to begin, initiate rulemaking as of 1 March.
And you're going to communicate that
The-
to the chairs?
I think the secretary and I will do so jointly and invite them to take testimony from the stakeholders. I think that's probably how we'd like to do it. Since the rulemaking is the board's responsibility, at least for now. So, yeah, I think we do that. Okay? All right, I think that, does anybody else have further final comment on that? We haven't, I don't think we have, do we have a motion on this?
No.
No, we don't need a motion. We just know what we want to do. All right, good, thank you. Now, board, we've got a little time before lunch. Thank you all for that. Emily, do you have what you need to go away and come back? You were
On
going to
what
go and
issue?
prepare, you were going to go away and prepare
Yes.
documents to bring back for my signature.
Yes, you
Good.
voted on
Yeah.
those dates.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Wait, Mater Christi.
Yeah, we want to take up the Mater Christi matter, Bill? Oh, okay, Emily, we'd like you to stay for the Mater Christi discussion. Thank you very much, Megan.
And I would say potentially Oliver's point as well.
Yes, good point. So let's get going. Bill, what's your question on Mater Christi?
Bill may be interested in this one too. I was looking over this situation, and the Chittenden case on religious tuition basically said, no, you can't give public money to religious schools.
For dual enrollment. You speaking about dual enrollment or just generally?
Just generally.
Okay.
Except that it's not that simple. It appears that some schools do and some schools don't. And that raises legal issues and constitutional issues. And I'm just worried about potential vulnerability to lawsuits and things of that sort. But Emily, do you want to explain?
Yes, so Bill and I were able to touch base about his question before the meeting. So I think what the relevant things to tell you are that Mater Christi is considered a primarily parochial secondary school. So the religious instruction there, as I know it, this is not relevant to your approval, is associated with the Catholic Church and the Catholic Diocese in Burlington. It is true that in Vermont, our rule on, call it Establishment Clause matters. Whether state funding can go to support religious institutions is governed by the case that Bill cited, the Chittenden case, which is about 20 years old. And it stated that absent appropriate safeguards to ensure that public tuition funds only non-religious instruction, then a school district may not pay tuition to a primarily religious school. Very loose statement of the case there. The important key is that it put the obligation on individual school districts to evaluate a school where they have a request for tuition and judge whether, first, the school is offering primarily religious instruction, and second, whether any requested safeguards could enable, nonetheless, some tuition dollars to go and support students there. We know so this is not an agency role, it's a role that a school district paying tuition undertakes. We know at the agency that you can't say that these traditionally religious schools never receive public tuition dollars because we have the tuition data at the agency. And you can see through the years occasional payments to schools like this one, more frequently to Rice than to any other. So it's not something that we can ever speak categorically about. It's just a tricky issue of tuition payment as the cases come up. That none of that is relevant to whether a school seeking approval is entitled to approval as a approved independent school. And so those issues were not examined in looking at whether Mater Christi meets the requirements to be an approved independent school.
Because
the two are divorced from one
the
another.
burden of ascertaining that the safeguards are in place falls to the sending district.
Correct.
Does that satisfy your question?
Well, it answers the question. It doesn't tell me whether this is legal or not, or whether we should do something to look further.
What do you propose?
I would propose that we ask the agency to ascertain the status of religious schools and tuition and report back to us.
We're voting on approving.
Or
Right.
funding.
We're voting only to approve the recommendation of the secretary of the agency, and that recommendation is to renew the approval of the school as an independent, yeah.
Largely, I would say.
And I think if I understood Emily correctly, the question that Bill is raising is the proper one before the sending school district and not before us in the context of this renewal. Do I have that correct, Emily?
Yes.
Yeah, if it was on funding, if the vote was on funding, I would vote no. But it's just on licensing the school.
Mm-hmm.
The school's licensed.
Approving.
Approving the school as an independent school.
Right.
It's not necessarily saying that funding would go there. The school district may say, we're not gonna send money there because we don't think it's.
It's based upon the NEAS too. It has nothing, there's,
It's simply not within our purview to make that call. That is the school district's call, so I think we leave it at that.
Okay, are you satisfied on that, or?
Well, and if somebody didn't like the school district's decision, there's a course for that.
So I think we should get I would entertain a motion to accept the secretary's recommendation with regard, we can have more discussion, and you can make your case, but the matter that needs to be dealt with is, shall we or shall we not accept the secretary's recommendation? Is there a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Mathis that we accept the Secretary's recommended action, and you can see it on your green sheets, that the State Board of Education grants renewal of independent school approval to Monte Christi School, Burlington, Vermont, so on and so forth, with all the usual language. Is there further discussion? Yes.
I get, probably to Bill's point, is there liability, not to us necessarily, it's more a curiosity, if that decision on whether or not public funds are being sent to a religious school is applied, I don't want to say indiscriminately, but kind of differently from school district to school district? Is there a statewide liability in that?
That's a really hard question to ask. Can I say that no one would ever bring action against the state for the current status quo? No. I can tell you that the state is following the direction of the Chittenden case to, we certainly work with school districts who have questions about how to decide a request or not, but the case left it to the school districts, not to the agency, to make the ultimate call, so we're following that direction. It's also difficult because Chittenden is a Supreme Court case that's not been codified. We don't have anywhere in Vermont statute that tells you how to do this. The legislature has left it to that court decision to govern action.
Interesting.
Except for Article 3 of the Constitution.
Except for that.
We don't have a problem here.
Well, the courts were perhaps aware of that.
Well, of course they were.
So, I mean, you want to second guess the court's ruling, that's a different matter.
No, you're taking me down a different path. I've just basically informed you that this thing is out there, and so be it.
So just, this is in regard to Chittenden case with regard to Rice?
No, it was in the Rutland area. I can't remember the name of the school.
It was Barstow School, and I was superintendent of schools at the time.
St. Joseph's or whatever it is?
I think it
Yes.
was.
So,
Here nor there, though, this is not the subject of what we're doing here. This is strictly based upon the
just a-
approval
yeah.
of a school for, to operate as an independent
Right.
school within the state of Vermont under the
And
NEAS,
can I just-
period.
We also license Rice in other schools.
Rice is
St.
an
Joseph's.
approved independent school.
Approve.
I'm sorry, approve, sorry. Yes, yes, approve.
is there further discussion?
Eligible.
I was just gonna say that.
Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of the motion to accept the Secretary's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You have accepted the Secretary's recommendation. Bill, thank you for bringing that up. Oliver, tell us about what you want to discuss.
Yeah, thanks. So those board members who were with us in 2018 may recall that in the context of the Act 46 discussions, the board considered and took action to reassign the Arlington and Sandgate school districts to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union and effectively dissolve the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union. I'm a little nervous, and I don't know if Heather has any updated information, but I do keep tabs with what's going on with school districts in this part of the state, and my sense is that there hasn't been a whole lot of action, and I was reading minutes and reviewed a recording of a recent school board meeting in Arlington, which indicated that they would be seeking some sort of, they might be seeking some sort of an extension. It wasn't entirely clear, but it seemed like that may be the case. And what I wanted to highlight for this board is that this is a process that's been underway since 2010. I actually prepared a document outlining the timeline, and it's a discussion that's been underway since 2010. There have been multiple extensions, and it continues to sort of get lost in the shuffle with various transitions of agency staff, secretaries, commissioners, and members of the state board. And what I wanted to bring to the board's attention is a concern that the school districts may not be moving as aggressively as they perhaps should be towards the date that we gave them to complete that process. You may recall that the secretary originally recommended that they complete that process by July 1st of 2020. That would be this year. The supervisory unions asked for an extension, which we gave them. So we gave them to July 1st of 2021, which is a little ways off, but if you step back and you think about the steps necessary to be taken, if that process is not underway, I would have some concerns, and I think we, as a board, may want to consider inquiring as to the status of that merger and seek some sort of status report from the affected boards. So I don't know, Heather or Emily, if you guys perhaps have more up-to-date information.
I'm going to look at Emily.
Yeah. So Oliver, I was aware through Jonathan Russo Savage of the same question that you are, whether they were intending to come back to the state board and ask for another extension, but they've not sent anything to us. So I don't have any more information than you just stated. That all sounded right to me.
But I have a question. This is Heather. So has the board ever done that, like gone back to actually check on progress?
It's a good question.
Yeah, and the answer is, so, and I apologize, I didn't get the timeline out further, but I found a sort of a two-page summary document, which Maureen may or may not be able to get printed out over lunchtime. But when this discussion started in 2010, there were studies done, and there was at least two requests for extensions, and the board at that time, I think it was in 2012 or 2013, had asked for a status update. So this is, you'll see from the timeline there's a pattern.
Well,
Jeremy, wouldn't it make sense that at the meeting that we have in Southeast Vermont, that we invite the two superintendents to give us an update?
yeah, that could be done. I guess my question is, to what extent do we or the agency have any obligation to sort of bird dog people's progress in complying with the rules or statute? It makes me a little uneasy to go in and say, are you people being good people and working at this? I mean, that feels, what's the ground for that?
I would agree with you, John, but there's literally a decade of history here. And I'm just concerned that we're going to be here next year, and there's going to be some sort of a story about why they're not able to meet the deadline that has already been extended at least 2 or 3 times.
Yep, okay. Kim?
And I may have this wrong, but I thought that there was a requirement that the status of implementation of Act 46 be reported on regularly by the agency?
This is actually outside Act 46, though. We did it as part of the same process. Well, as part of the same timeline, but it was never, it wasn't authorized in Act 46. It was under our general scope that we could reorganize supervisory unions at any point. And then there was a whole discussion of whether Bat and Kill Valley would go north or south. We ended up sending them south. As well as Oliver, just being in the area, I haven't heard any update on it or any progress or any like real big discussions that are going on. So I would be a little. I think it would be good for the board to touch base and make sure that there are discussions happening and that there is a move towards what we had set in for 2022 or 2021. Excuse me.
I guess my reason for asking more broadly is that sounds more targeted, and it sounds as though the concern is fairly targeted based on history, Oliver, so I appreciate that. But it doesn't strike me as a bad idea to know the status, appreciating that this was technically outside of Act 46. It was in the same theme. of unification, and to what extent do we or anybody have a report on the status of those, even if it were in a chart form, like this one's suing, this one, you know, this one's fully implemented, budget approved, board elected. Yeah, I just don't know myself.
Yeah, one really specific concern I have is that back in 2018, when we issued that order, included within that was a directive that the 2 school districts appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union for the purposes of assisting with the transition planning. And from my review of the various meeting minutes and just a listing of board members at the SVSU, there's no evidence to suggest that that has happened. So that's a bit of a red flag.
That's a non-compliance issue then.
I think that you gave them more time on that. Oliver, did you see any green sheets on that issue in subsequent board meetings, maybe early last year? I can look for it.
Nothing that came up to mind, but you may have more up-to-date information.
My memory is not totally clear, but I think that the state board extended the timeline on the appointment of transition members to the SU.
Well, I think that thank you very much for recalling that possibility. Oliver, what if we staff this out a little bit more? You and Emily sort of flesh out the facts a little bit more for us on this, and we put it on the agenda for the next meeting.
That's where I was headed. And
Yeah.
again, I wouldn't raise this as an issue had it not been for the,
Right.
very extensive
Yeah.
history here.
Yeah, I do think it would help if we find that there is a non-compliance in process. And so if you and Emily discover that there was a deadline, and if you can verify that it clearly has not been met, an intermediate deadline, we're certainly entitled to ask about that. And I could visualize something like what John O'Keefe has suggested. We invite the 2 superintendents involved to come talk to us. But I think we need a hook to hang that on. Okay. Is that okay with everybody? Bill?
One question, I don't know whether we should do it or whether the secretary should. I think that takes some legal research.
Who has the authority?
We can certainly, once we have a report from the agency with Oliver's help that there was an obligation that has not been met, first that there's an obligation, and second, to the extent that we can ascertain it has not been met, then we're perfectly entitled as a board to say, this was a condition of your extension. You appear to not be complying with that condition. We'd like to talk about it.
Yeah. And I just recall from the meeting that we had in 2018, the secretary's initial recommendation was for the transition to be complete by July of this year. And the argument was made that they needed more time to affect that transition, which was reasonable. And I was actually the one who proposed an amendment to give them that extra year. And where I'm a little concerned is I'm not seeing any evidence that that additional year that we gave them has actually been put to any good use.
Okay. Kim, last.
Just thinking about it in context of the rules again that we just set in motion and the implementation date of that being next year, it would be pretty important, I would imagine, that they know where they're getting their block grant funding from. And be organized in a way such that that's utilized for the benefit of all students within that SU. So I think that's a great question, Oliver, and I think to that end, as we approach implementation on Act 173 and census-based funding, I don't think, maybe not certainly for the next meeting, but at some point, I think it's reasonable to know the status of these unifications and capacity to absorb where they stand and
Our
change.
ability to give you good information and allow you to actually discuss the status of those unifications is impacted by the litigation, right? We're seeing where we will get a decision hopefully this summer, but we're still in that holding pattern.
But a chart, like even just this one said litigation. Oh, maybe, obviously, we should know that, but I don't necessarily.
But, but does
that's
that,
germane, that's for sure.
I think so.
but a stay of action apply in this case?
No, they're not a party to the litigation.
So let's leave it, that we'll stay focused on this case. And Oliver, if you'll be in touch with Emily, the two of you can advance this thing so that at the next meeting, we have some factual information, more factual information than we have already.
I have a couple of questions
Yeah.
along that line. So part of that information that you give us will, because I wasn't involved in the Act 46, whether or not there was a position taken formally through the Act 46 process on what this school.
No, it was
Should we do-
outside, it was outside Act 46.
I know it was outside of it, but I realize it was outside of it, but nothing was said. Were you completely silent in the Act 46 process to say to them, you know, you're doing your thing already, but you need to finish up what you're doing?
Yeah, Oliver, can you answer that question?
Yeah, well, the school districts involved were not, the decision, well, the school districts themselves were not affected by the merger process, but the larger issue of supervisory unions and the desire to get a smaller number of supervisory unions was raised within the secretary's draft plan.
Right.
And that's how this came about. And it came about specifically in this region because it had been an ongoing discussion for,
Right.
8 years at that point.
So then that in itself would mean that this is a unique situation. So if this board has not has not called out other areas of the state that were supposed to be responding to Act 46, it wouldn't be an issue
Right,
because it's
because
completely outside the
that is right.
process. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's why we don't have to wait.
That is correct. And again, when you see the timeline, you'll have a better sense for
Yeah, yeah.
why I'm raising this.
Okay, good. Oliver, thanks for that. Board, we are fabulously 5 minutes ahead of schedule after a ton of good work. So unless anybody has objections, we will break now. A couple minutes early. So let me just very briefly introduce this topic. You will recall that, what was it, the August meeting, I think? Johnny, is that right? Was it the August meeting? When, under the law, an appeal of a licensing ruling, I'm not going to get this exactly right, but our attorney can straighten me out. An appeal of a teacher licensing ruling comes to this board. There was a hearing. The individual appealed, I'm sorry, it was an appeal of a ruling of the agency, was brought to an appeal board. They ruled on the matter, and then the appellant appealed the decision of the hearing panel, and that brought it to this board under the law. And
The secretary actually revoke a license and then it goes to the hearing board, or he makes a
I
recommendation?
don't recall the facts, we'll ask our attorney. And so that came to this committee, this board, and the board appointed a committee of 2 members to, on its behalf, quote, review the decision of the appeal panel. And so that review committee of 2, Mr. O'Keefe, myself, has completed its work. And our work has been done with the guidance and assistance of an attorney named George Belcher, who is sitting right there. Why don't you come to the table, please, George? And Mr. Belcher is an attorney, used to be a circuit court judge, probate judge. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is George Belcher.
Thank you, sir. Would you brief, please, the board on the background and then what it is that we need to accomplish today?
Sure. Happy to. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, George Belcher. lawyer, and I've been hired to advise the board concerning this appeal. When this was taken up in August, the chair at the time pointed out that she could recall only one other appeal. So this is an unusual event for the board to handle, and we've been doing the best we can to make sure that the board operates within the law. So the person involved here, his name is Mario Macias. He was a guidance counselor. The hearing panel below, there's a disciplinary process for teachers. It requires that people who do that sort of work, in this case administrative, school administrators, hear a claim that he committed unprofessional conduct, essentially. So there were 3 members of that hearing panel. They took 3 days of extensive evidence, exhibits, a lot of information came to the hearing panel, and then they decided that of 7 claims of unprofessional conduct, 3 of them were justified by clear and convincing evidence. And they decided that his license should be revoked, which is the most severe penalty that can be imposed on a teacher or a administrator. Mr. Macias, through his lawyer, appealed the decision, as was stated, and that appeal comes to this board. And rather than all the members of this board hearing a legal appeal, basically acting as the Supreme Court would do in our legal system, the board appointed a review committee to take this up. So what did the review committee do? They looked at the decision that had been rendered by the hearing panel. They received the arguments or the briefs that had been filed by Mr. Macias, his lawyer, and the agency. And then there was a scheduled argument so that the parties could come in and argue about what the law was and what mistake, if any, was made. And that took place. And then the review committee, your 2 members, wrote a decision. And their report, their decision, is coming to you now. And that is the status of the appeal. So this board is going to have to look at the decision below. You can look at the briefs that were filed. You can look at the report that is being given to you today. And then at the next meeting, you can decide the appeal. I'm taking some time to describe this process because I want to emphasize that today you're not really taking this up other than to receive the report. I mean, often if you got the thing, you'd say, well, what is this? And I don't understand that. And that's not what's going to happen today. Today, you're going to receive the report and get some of the background documents. And I also need to explain that when a parent board appoints a subcommittee or a subgroup to consider something and then they report it up, the parent group needs to have access to all the information that the subcommittee had. And in this case, the briefs are going to come to you. The briefs make references to the testimony that was rendered to the hearing panel. And so if you read the brief and you said, oh, they're referring to page 23 of the transcript, if you didn't have that transcript, you wouldn't be able to answer that question that might be in your mind. And likewise, the same thing for the exhibits. If they refer to a particular exhibit and you want to know what the exhibit says, you need to be able to have that. And so that's a long-winded way of saying that all the information that the subcommittee, the review subcommittee had access to, you need to have access to. And we're going to give you all that information. And it's the so-called record on appeal, the pleadings, that is the complaint that was filed and his answer. It's the transcript of the 3 days of hearing, and it's all the exhibits. And all those things are going to come to you by email. As a matter of fact, they have to come to you in separate emails because it's so voluminous that we can't bunch it all into one email. And that may be a little overwhelming. I don't believe it's necessary for any member of the board to read the 3 days worth of transcripts, look at each and every exhibit, read all the pleadings. That is not why we're making this available to you. We're making it available to you so that if you have a question and you want an answer, you want to refer to the initial document that was presented to the hearing panel, you'll have that available. And that material, I believe, is going to come to you tomorrow, as well as the briefs that the parties filed. That will come to you electronically tomorrow. Today, you're going to receive the decision that was rendered below by the hearing panel in hard copy, and you're going to receive the report that is being filed with you today by the review committee. It would be my suggestion to you that unless you have questions and need to delve into the record, you need to read the hearing panel's decision as to why they decided to revoke this person's license and what they determined that he did wrong. You need to read the briefs as to, particularly Mr. Macias is claiming that he shouldn't have his license revoked, that it was unfair to him, and he's got all sorts of arguments about that.
Are you referring to the brief for our appeal or the original brief?
I'm referring to the brief that came to the subcommittee.
Okay.
Your committee. And so you will have that brief, and I suggest that you read it, because that's his argument that he's making as to, he says something went wrong, and his brief would tell you why. And the agency has filed a responsive brief and said nothing went wrong. This is a perfect decision. I shouldn't use that term. It was a good decision. And then the report by your two committee members who evaluated the briefs and the decision below.
And the question that the board will answer at the March meeting when we take this up, you will have had an opportunity to look at all of the documentation. I think, is it correct to say that the question will be, shall the board accept the report of the review committee? Or will the board say that and issue an order?
I think it does both.
Okay.
It accepts the conclusions of law and the findings of the review committee and their suggestion, and then the board, if it decides, would decide to affirm the decision that was made below, or to reject it and to send it back or do something else. So one of the potential problems that we want to avoid, and I'm very respectful. I mean, this is the Vermont State Board of Education. You folks deal with very many heavy matters, and you're entrusted a lot of responsibility in your jobs. In this matter, because you have access to the record that was created below, the record includes some very confidential student information. It includes some very confidential student performance records. The record includes a student who was frankly alleged to be fairly fragile, and made a complaint. And so the students' identities and their information that may be contained in the record needs to be maintained confidential. What happened by the hearing panel is when they were about to hear something that was confidential, the press was in the room, and they would go into executive session so that they could take that information confidentially and it would not be disclosed to the public. So, but that information will now be coming to you. And it's, I'll say critical, it's essential that you maintain the confidence that of the material that is coming to you. And because it's coming to you electronically, we ask and I'll say demand that you not forward the material to someone else, that you not print the material. It's there for you to look at, and you can look at it and evaluate it, but you should not print it, and you should not disclose that information. You shouldn't talk about it with your friends and neighbors. It should be maintained confidential as you would maintain any student information that might come to you. And that's a...
And sorry to interrupt, when you say should, I mean, this is, we cannot, I mean, this is
Yes.
a purpose issue.
Exactly.
Federal law prohibits us from
Right.
discussing or disclosing any student information.
Yes, thank you.
This is a member who's with us from Hawaii.
In the email by which this material will come to you, it will say that if you can't honor that requirement, you shouldn't open the attachment. You should not. You can decide you don't want that burden, and you can recuse yourself and say, I don't want to do it. But if you go forward in your role as a board member and accept the information, you need to honor and agree to the confidentiality of the material. So what's going to happen from here? I'm going to pass out the hearing panel decision and the review committee decision. You'll be receiving electronically the information that I've talked about probably tomorrow. And then at the next board meeting on March 18th, then the board, after having read the material, you'll be able to discuss it among yourselves. One of the things that may happen, and I don't know whether it will, is the parties might show up, and they will have received a copy of the proposed decision by the review committee, and by law, they have the ability to come in and argue, say the review panel did something crazy as well, and we disagree with this, we disagree with that. They have the right to do that. They may do that. They might not. I don't know what's going to happen, but that would happen at the next meeting. And
They can file a written brief as well.
they can file a written, yes, a written brief. After they're given that opportunity, the board can elect to go into deliberative session so that you can talk amongst yourselves off the record, and then once you reach consensus and all your questions are answered in deliberative session, then you'd go back on the record and vote what you want to do with the appeal.
Just to add a couple clarifications. So whereas everything that you will receive, and it'll come from me tomorrow, George has prepared all the documents and a covering memorandum at my request. I will be forwarding that to you tomorrow morning, and it'll be 4 separate emails. Is that right?
Yes.
I think it's 4. One with a long cover letter reviewing these admonitions about confidentiality. And I just can't stress to you enough the imperative that that this board honor its legal and ethical obligations about treating this material confidentially. And if, as George says, if that's some kind of problem for you, then do us all a favor and just don't open the documents. Because I can just tell you, it would be a terrible event were this board to be the source of any of this information. Not that there's anything about it that's so dastardly that it would be on the national news, but nonetheless, this gets to be a question of our own personal ethics. The documents that are in front of you here are public documents. That's why they're printed, and that's why they're available. And if somebody from the press walks in and wants to have them, they're entitled to them. And they will be posted on the website because they are the record of duly elected officials in a legal process. That is to say, the hearing panel issued a public report. And the review panel, which is John O'Keefe and I, is actually this whole board, also our report is public. But nowhere in their report and nowhere in our report is any reference made to the confidential information. So, and consistent with Vermont's open meeting law, which we take very seriously, we are making this available to you here and now in writing. Thank you, George. You might wonder why wasn't this in the pack before, the reading pack? And the answer to that question is one simply of timing. About 10 days ago, our attorney, as required by law, transmitted to the appellant and to the state, whose actions were appealed, copies of the decision of the review panel. And we wanted to be sure that they had this decision in hand before these became a public document, just simply out of courtesy and fairness to them. And so we wanted to leave enough time to be sure that the documents were in hand of the appellant and of the state before they became public. They are now public documents upon their distribution here. And Maureen has copies if anybody in the public wishes to have one. But that's in stark contrast to everything that will be sent to you by email, all of which is not public documents. Please.
So, I'm not gonna have a say in the vote at the end, but I'm just wondering, like, so what is then the outcome? Like, what are we hoping will happen with the vote? Like, what are we voting on?
Well, when we vote next month,
Yeah.
as George says, we will, if the appellant or the state wish to make a argument to us, we will hear that. And then with George, we will go into deliberative session. And I want to just clarify what that is. That is not executive session. Executive session is a provision under Vermont statute whereby public boards can go into a private meeting for certain specific purposes. In this case, this board is acting in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity, which is a term stipulated by statute. And boards in quasi-judicial functions can go into what's called deliberative session. Most people might call it an executive session because it looks the same. The board alone and its advisors are in a room privately and can confer together, but can take no action in private. Just like an executive session, you have to come out of deliberative session, then you make your motions. I guess it would be the hope on the part of your review committee and the attorney that the board will endorse the findings of the review committee. But the board is free not to. The board is free, having looked at the evidence, to come up with its own conclusions. Whatever those conclusions are, then will will come out of deliberative session, and we'll make them public.
Did the local district have a 1752 meeting? 1752, are you familiar?
I'm not familiar with what it is.
Well, it's grounds and procedures for suspension and dismissal of teachers. And I would think that their first thing would be to file for a 1752 hearing, which can be either in private or open to the public. And looks like you went straight to 1707.
Well, there's two. This wasn't about the termination of an employee, it's the revoking of the person's license. So there are two different processes.
And the process went to 1702, the hearing panel.
Okay.
And that is to say, the secretary ordered the revocation of the license. And the appeal channel for the appellant is 1702.
In a licensing matter.
1702, appoint the hearing panel, and then our proceeding, that is to say, the appeal of the work of the hearing panel, which is what Mr. Macias has appealed, comes to us under 1707. And you can find all of this in statute if you wish. And there, we are, by the way, is 1707 included in the packet?
It's in the decision by the review committee.
Okay, that's right. We incorporated the, right. So in the review committee's decision, you will see the criteria under which we can make a finding. And it's not a de novo hearing. We're merely looking at the record. And it's very important to read what the criteria are, because we're only ruling as to whether or not the hearing, the procedure, the court below acted properly. We're not judging the merits, we're judging the process that happened in the hearing below.
If that is the case, then why do we need all of the backup information and not just the protocol of the process and, a timeline and all of that?
It's a good question.
It is a good question. Because this is an appeal, you're looking at the decision below as well as the record below. And if you didn't have that information, you would essentially be deferring whole cloth to the review committee, and that is not permitted.
Right.
It is this board's review that is the appeal, and your decision has got to be based in part on the record as well as the brief.
So if they, as an example, let's say some evidence had been presented by the accused, and it didn't make its way into the discussion by the appealing board, the committee.
Yes.
Then that would be an example, right?
Actually, that is one of the criteria under 1707.
Okay.
That is, if they forgot to do something that they should have done. I don't, all these questions, the last three questions are important. I'm a little uncomfortable in further talking about the process and the ins and outs of this until the parties have had an opportunity to come in and file their briefs. Because this decision is just being filed today. It's not being considered until the next meeting. And we really should not start considering it until the parties have had an opportunity to file their whatever briefs they might.
They will have had that opportunity by the time we meet next.
Correct. That's when they would do that.
Right. Yes, Peter?
Does the defendant have rights to take us into the court system if they're not satisfied with what?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They would go to Superior Court in Washington County.
Is that on the record or de novo?
It's on the record. It's not de novo.
It's not on our record, but on the hearing panel's record? Or both?
I would say both.
Yeah. So, everybody real clear? The documents you have are public. The documents you will receive tomorrow are not.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Belcher,
Nice
thank
to
you
see
so
you
much.
folks.
We will see you on the 18th.
Yes, sir.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I was on a, it was much different, but I was assigned to.
Right, right.
as just a single person to do this and report back to the board.
Yeah. And, you know, have we,
Are you planning to vote on the matter?
at the next meeting, yes.
No, yourself, just because you're on the panel?
Oh, I don't generally vote as chair.
Yeah.
I vote to break a tie.
Or make one.
But you should, you don't.
Or make one, yes. Yeah, thank you.
No.
It's one of those things what was it the fellow said, if I'd known I was gonna live this long, I'd have taken better care of myself. Well, it's sort of like that. If I'd known that the whole board was gonna have to be up to their eyeballs in this thing, I think I would have said, why have a subcommittee? Let's just all be the committee and, because we gotta do it anyway.
Get through it, yep.
John and I spent a good half a day in conducting the so-called review of the proceedings.
In the beautiful Rutland Public Library.
Yeah,
Very
it was a
beautiful
lovely
building.
setting, actually,
Yeah,
so,
very nice.
so you all dodged that bullet, but frankly, you didn't dodge very much, because you essentially have to arrive here qualified to make a decision. Qualified to say yay or nay to our report. That's provided by Vermont statute. So, it's been an interesting experience.
John?
Yes.
I need to excuse myself.
So, oh, yes, okay.
It's spring break down south, and I have my whole family at the house.
All right,
waiting for my
okay.
arrival. I apologize.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Are
All
you
right, John,
cooking?
thank you.
I am cooking.
Yeah.
Tagine chicken, if you want to stop by.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be all there just to pay you back.
All right, I'll put a little extra on. I'll
That's
get
right.
more olives. All right.
Thanks for being here, Johnny.
Bye-bye.
So, all right, board, well done on where, right on track. Madam Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I just invited myself to start getting ready, so. Let's see.
In the way the projector, I don't know if there's a way to move it to the other side of the projector.
I can't hear.
The microphone is.
I'll move
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
There. Is that the way it usually looks? It's, okay. Just wanted to make sure.
This way, does it all end up in? It's
We have
fine
it in our
now, but-
packet, so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I am presenting a presentation that is Secretary French's, that I'm quite familiar with, but I wanted to acknowledge that he actually wrote the presentation and has actually given it to the General Assembly and to other folks before this. And it is the agency's latest perspectives on Act 173, which is, of course, what the board talked about for the bulk of the meeting today, and then thinking about literacy reform as a unique way to move forward with the conceptual organization that Secretary French has laid out. So, as you will recall, hopefully, Act 173 was passed before Secretary French was named the secretary. So we had a fair amount of transition happening at the agency during the time when Act 173 was passed, and starting some work in that space to start to begin to address the implementation needs and the law itself in terms of the agency's roles. When Secretary French came into his role, he wanted to almost immediately, he saw this particular bill as a very sea change type of act at that point in terms of our education system in Vermont. And so he wanted to pretty quickly come up with a very coherent approach, rather than perhaps immediately start looking at professional learning opportunities for the field. He really wanted to take a step back and figure out, like, what is it that we're trying to do here. And so he kind of threw some ideas out, and our teams at the agency agreed. He really settled on looking at the education quality standards that were passed by this board and looking at some levers that wouldn't require additional statutory changes, wouldn't require anything other than we focus on them, and actually they're already in existing rule, in other words, and so focusing on them was something that we could pretty immediately do as an agency. So the 4 levers that he has talked a significant amount about are educational support teams, local assessment plans, curriculum coordination, and needs-based professional development. So these are all sections of the education quality standards that, from the agency's perspective, are natural linkages with what is required in Act 173. Does that make sense?
Can we ask questions as we go along?
Sure.
Can you put some more meat on educational support teams? What is that coming from the agency, or where is
No,
it?
so no, there is actually a rule about in the education quality standards. There is language in that rule series about education support teams and what the requirements are at the district level for ensuring that they're functioning well. Are you talking about explaining what educational support teams are a bit more?
I'm thinking about the past when the department used to send out people, particularly in regards to literacy and math, to help struggling districts.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of wondering whether that's still in play, or is that?
I'm gonna get.
Oh, you're gonna get.
I'm gonna
there.
get to that. Yep.
All right.
So underlying this framework for, again, making sure that we have coherence and more equity, we would argue, within the field. And I would say the piece I'm about to start talking about next actually began under the previous 2 secretaries, because for a brief stint I was the acting secretary. But my predecessor before that, the focus, what I'm trying to get at, is the focusing on school districts as kind of the local mechanism for instantiating change at the local level, is a big piece of what we're still grappling with. So the model is that the AOE provides leadership support oversight for our districts, our SUs and our school districts, who then, because they do by statute, have the responsibility for ensuring that their schools are functioning and doing well in the context of what the legal statutes are. So I'll give you some examples of that. And before I do that, I will say part of this frame is because, from the agency's perspective, when we look at a statewide sort of canvas, you will have, in some districts, you will have tremendous variability, not even so much from district to district, but within districts. So you will have tremendous variability in what an education support team looks like from school to school within the same district. You will have tremendous variability in terms of what types of reading supports are happening within a particular district within different schools. And so the idea is, if we actually, as a state, shore up our districts and really, as Secretary French would say, really hold our leadership at the district level accountable, then that actually will move us forward as a state in terms of ensuring equity.
Just one question. Hold accountable. Accountable to what?
To the education quality standards, to following the law, to all of the, the reason that we're here.
Is there a specific cluster of standards that are so clearly articulated that you could look at an educational support team and say it's meeting this, this, and this, but not that and that?
I think that the idea is that we'll get there, but because
don't-
underlying all of this is actually also a real push towards data and making sure that we have information to actually look at, do we have something to actually examine to see if what we've done is successful. I think that these rules are quite clear about what should be happening, and these are the board's rules. They really talk about, for instance, that every LEA needs to have a comprehensive local assessment. So that's something that's, part of that could be SBAC, achievement test scores, but it's supposed to be a lot more comprehensive. And it's supposed to actually feed very seamlessly into federal dollars and what continuous improvement plans look like. That's not happening equitably or equivalently across all districts. And so our argument is we need to start there to actually make sure that everyone is doing what they're already supposed to have been doing since 2003, when the education quality standards were put into play.
Maybe you'll answer this, but so if it's supposed to have been happening for the last 17 years,
I think I had the date wrong. I think it's
okay,
2010.
you could, a decade anyway,
Yes,
a long time.
Yes.
And presumably the agency has known that and been doing something to support and oversee and to hold accountable. So what are we going to do really differently now that's going to go from the way it's been for the last 10 years to something much better?
I think the real difference is the clear link in terms of the AOE taking responsibility for informing districts. What has happened in the past is that districts were, loosely involved potentially. So the AOE was doing direct professional development with teachers, was doing direct professional development with curriculum coordinators, perhaps.
Why did we stop doing that?
Well, I think we might argue that it hasn't been effective. I mean, here we are. So this is a new approach which actually says, we're a local control state. Well, let's actually honor that. And let's actually ensure that at that local level, the work is happening that needs to be happening.
Kim, do you want to?
I think piggybacking on that, John, maybe it's a where's the teeth? Like what will happen differently when the arrows are going in that direction, so pass the information through the SD or SU. Where is the feedback loop that tells us where we are in progress with that in each of these districts? The data alone, if not tied to where we are with the efforts for professional development, is not going to make a causal link to whether or not that's helpful.
Yeah, I think I'm going to walk us through an example, which is using Act 173 as a specific example, but this model could be used for a variety of different topics. It could be used for title dollars. It could be used for flexible pathways legislation. So I think, as I said, one of the pieces that needs to actually be part of this is to, we're focusing on like what are the levers we can use, and we've started submitting some guidance papers, and each of those will actually have specifics around. So we've put out for all 4 of these levers, I think, or we have them in the queue. We've definitely done 2. Here's what the agency's interpretation conceptually is of these rules. Here's what needs to be happening. And so the next step would be, and we're working on this, what is the agency's evaluation plan around that? So hear you, and we're in agreement that that's really important. We just haven't gotten there yet.
I just didn't know whether the authority was to, I think it's important information to capture, and is it the state boards to say it needs to be captured and presented to us, at date certain? Does the law not allow for that? Is there a place where you are, able to demand accountability
to implementation, the local control issue challenges that, I think, at every point, but I just didn't know, or if any of you all know, where's the authority to ask that there be accountability?
Well,
because I think there should be. I don't want to be unclear about my feelings about
the
it.
hardest line perspective, I mean, we have an obligation because we actually, by law, manage the federal dollars that the state gets. And so we absolutely have the authority to say, if this isn't happening, then your dollars are at risk and the state's dollars are at risk. I think it's right that, and my understanding is there are conversations happening right now about where is the board's authority, where is the agency's authority happening. So I think historically, the agency has implemented what the rules are, has implemented what the state board's rules are. And, you know, I'm not sure that there's an exact answer for that's not what we're doing anymore. Certainly things changed when the Department of Education became the agency of education. So all I'm trying to do here is to lay out sort of what our framework is for thinking about how we can most efficiently work with the field. Happy to take questions, but I want to make sure I'm able to get through it as well.
Quick comment. I was on a board when EQS was first instituted. And then Neckleby came along, and we all of a sudden changed our sort of to trying to teach to the testing that Neckleby required and whatnot too. And it's like we have two masters or maybe three. But you know, this has been a tough road to just remain consistent in terms of what the overall method of teaching has been over the years, decades. And the good thing about this current administration, they're kind of leaving us alone on this front. Hopefully we can. But it's been a struggle. I don't know, if, Bill, you have any thoughts on that? But it's been hard to stay consistent and focused on one you know, method or one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's.
Yeah. Sorry. Comment.
Thank you.
So the Secretary recognized that what I just talked about was rather lofty, kind of like principles, ideals. And so he has been most interested in talking about improving literacy outcomes as a concrete example in the context of Act 173 as well, for sort of bringing these points home. So he started this line of inquiry and thinking based largely on the DMG report as an initial step. So I hope that the board members have seen that report. It was a report commissioned now a couple of years ago by the General Assembly. It was sort of the practical in tandem component of what led to Act 173. So the fiscal piece was done by a UVM commission study, and this was the practice piece. So in the DMG report, core reading instruction and the teaching of reading and challenges in terms of our outcomes with ELA linked to reading are directly specified multiple times. And so that's where the focus comes from our agency on let's take a look at how we can apply this framework to literacy. So part of this also comes from, in addition to what was detailed in the DMG report, taking a look at what's been happening with both our SBAC scores and then our NAEP scores. And so we somewhat recently switched to SBAC scores with some of the changes as Peter was saying around federal accountability. You can see that in 2016, 17, and 18, we've been rather flat, if not slightly downward. And this is just as one example, grade 3. It pretty much looks the same for with a few differences here and there for all of our grades. So the scaled score is actually, you know, the average of what students actually performed on ELA, and you can see that it's been pretty flat, if not, as I said, going down. And in terms of proficiency, Only about, at best, 50% or slightly more than 50%, approximately 50% of our students are scoring as proficient on the SBAC. And so I think the secretary, when he looks at this, is like, why aren't we making a big deal of this? Why aren't we paying attention to this? Coupled with the fact that when we look at a completely different achievement test, which is the NAEP, which is a national achievement test, you could argue there's something unique about the SBAC, for instance. That's why our scores and other state scores look like that. Perhaps that's true. But the trend is also there in the NAEP, which is either flat or slightly down curve. This is for grade 4 reading.
You have the slide that shows the poor children, the socioeconomic status.
I don't, but the gaps are quite large in both of these.
What happens is, you're talking about this drop in the last 3 years. When you look at the poverty kids, the bottom falls out of the distribution.
Yes, but every state is encountering that.
Yes.
And most states to a greater degree than we are.
I wouldn't argue too much with you.
Yeah. So you'd have to say, how come we're looking more like the national average when we used to not be? And anyway, that's another question entirely.
And this approach would certainly be focused around addressing any
Precisely.
Equity gaps that certainly underlie these broader
Yeah,
trends.
I'm sure it would.
Go back one slide. It says that the average scaled score, is it assuming that 5,000 is the highest you can get?
I'd have
In
to
the
go back
SBAC?
and look.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and
Because
look.
I just assume if we're getting 50%, I don't
Probably.
know. I was just wondering, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go back
What
and
the
look.
score looks
I can
like,
get that for you.
Heather, just,
The what?
you can talk about this later, but
No, for the very first average
The
scaled
scale
score, like
score?
what?
Yeah.
So that on
She wants the
average.
range. It's
Yeah.
probably 0 to 5,000, but I can get that
Okay.
for you and
the
check.
question that screams off the page is, where's 2019?
I know. So
But we can
let
talk
me-
about that.
Okay.
You can get through this.
Or I can do now. So
Also, you keep saying this approach will, I'm confused on the approach, but.
So
we can
the
get back
approach
to-
is actually using those 4 levers and actually providing supports so that we're ensuring that all districts are focused on those 4 levers.
Yeah, I would, one way to characterize this is going wholesale as opposed to retail. If you go to the districts, you're going to some number of them, 68.
Yes,
If you go to the schools, you're going to 280.
right.
And it's the difference
We're
between
taking a wholesale approach.
wholesale and retail. And they're going to try to sell their story or enforce their story at the wholesale level. And the premise is that if they enforce it on the districts, the districts will in turn, enforce is a word you all don't like to use, will in turn facilitate with their schools. Is that not?
That's a
The model?
reasonable, yeah.
Historically, it hadn't worked very well.
Well, yeah, well, that's another conversation.
The wholesale retail, I get that. What I'm wondering is, are you saying that, well, in the context of that flow from AOE into the district and then to the school, holding the district SU accountable, that, and within every subject of concern, every area of concern, that you will use these same 4 levers in order to affect change?
Well, I think that would be a capacity issue. I think we're starting to kind of see how this goes with literacy as an important outcome. I don't think we've gotten to the point of figuring out sort of how we would pick and choose different priorities coming up
But whatever
next.
those priorities are, within that flow, process flow, you're going to use these levers in order to make that change.
Well, that's what we're proposing to start with, yes.
Okay.
And again, the reason is because it's a real problem for all of us if those levers aren't functioning well. They're supposed to be. We know they're not, like equivalently across the state. So, I like the wholesale approach, but there's not a whole lot new here. We're just trying
Right.
to actually
Make it happen.
make it happen. So I would say, though, the focus on the agency pulling back a bit and saying our role is to provide leadership support and oversight largely to districts is new, because it's really, I would say, formally stating that, something that we've been kind of moving towards. So And I think we're not alone in terms of other state agencies. Other state agencies have adopted this approach much earlier than we had. So another way to think about it is, historically, the Department of Education / now the Agency of Education was considered to be sort of a super board, not the State Board of Education, but like a super local board, let's just say. That's not really the function of the Agency of Education. So for instance, if we are a local control state, it isn't the function of the agency to ensure that your teacher in your district actually is using the best practices for reading. That's something that's the district's responsibility to ensure. So I'm trying to give some examples of that to just kind of bring it home. Yes.
Can you imagine then the agency's capacity to harness best practices and share? Because
Yes.
I think where PLCs and school districts are allowing for teachers to collaborate and across buildings even collaborate within districts, the whole seems to be, as we saw with the PBL testimony, the wide range of implementation and the opportunities for those who've learned through their best practices to either help lead others or to have that harness somewhere so that those models are not reinventing the wheel everywhere and costing time and student outcomes probably. So.
And you can think of that analogy of reinventing the wheel in a number of different ways. So you can think about it from a statewide perspective, yes, and we absolutely will continue to share best practice, to host. It's not like we're not going to do any professional learning activities. That's not what I'm saying, but they'll have a flavor of how can we help districts actually make sure that what they're doing is really working. In terms of reinventing the wheel, one example that I've heard Secretary French talk about is, so in a lot of places, each school has its own EST to actually figure out, among other things, students get referred there when they're struggling. So he would say, and would have, would enjoy a conversation about this, well, what if the district has an EST and you actually pull some of that work up to the district level so that it allows at that school level more focus on instruction, more focus on some of the stuff that we know a lot of our educators in their PLCs would like to do. And for instance, we know that already special ed directors are supposed to be at the district level. Curriculum coordinators are at the district level. So again, I think we're stating what's kind of already on the books and just really trying to make it happen. But it's new and it's different, and so I don't want to undersell the fact that it takes some working through and it takes some explanation. And I will, after this presentation, I'd be happy to talk about where 2019 SBAC scores are. I'm very happy to talk about that. So back to thinking about reading and the teaching of reading and literacy, more broadly speaking. One of the issues that is emerging nationally is there is a renewed interest, if you could call it renewed. It seems to kind of go up and down historically on literacy, and some recent national studies. This one was commissioned by Education Week, which is one of the most central media outlets for education in the nation, commissioned a research study and showed that, so these are the most popular instructional material products that are used for teaching reading, teaching literacy. And this particular study, and I can get the actual link for you if folks are interested, is showing that these actually don't have a lot of evidence underlying them as working. So when you actually look at what the literature on teaching reading shows, these are not necessarily A, following those practices, and B, they're not actually linked with showing an increase in reading in any kind of a substantive way. So
all of them collectively, or there's some that are showing better evidence than others, or are these all just losers?
I'd have to go back and look exactly at that, but I know, for instance, that the Fontes and Pinnell does not have a strong outcomes associated with it, but it is very common in our state. So this is showing up in a literacy bill that's happening in the General Assembly right now, where there have been some different approaches talked about. Should we, sort of pendulum swing back? Should we mandate structured literacy, which is kind of a literal pendulum swing from where we currently are? There's testimony, I think, on that happening right now as we speak, or was today. So we'll see where that sort of lands. What we do know is that there are 5 different components that are required for good literacy instruction. And I don't know all 5 of them because I'm not a literacy teacher. But it isn't just phonics, and it isn't just sort of whole language like absorbing, and I know I'm butchering that analogy. It's really, I know, Jenna, sorry. It's really a combination of approaches that get you to making sure that all students have competencies or proficiencies in those 5 different components of teaching.
One comment on that. You're right in that the background on each of these programs is not very good. In fact, they suck. It's pretty bad stuff, and we have not focused in any kind of coherent way into the teaching literacy, or teaching math for that matter. We're fragmented.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we can break down the suck too, right? Like, does the curriculum, does the outcome suck because of the delivery? I mean, there's a human person in the middle of all these programs too, right? And that person's not particularly trained in depth to the program. So I think it's hard to tease out.
Well, actually, you can tease out some of the stuff. What we haven't talked, and maybe we will later, is the effect of socioeconomics.
Well, that too.
It's the most important predictor variables.
Mm-hmm.
And when we look at the nature of the state, we're segregating.
Mindful of time, let's let Heather continue.
So one of the concrete pieces that we have invested in this year, or we will be investing in, we've talked about it publicly already, is in the interest of how can we, if we move towards a more wholesale model, I really like this, how do we, what are some of the outcomes we can actually look at? So I think, Kim, you'll like this approach. So we have landed upon Lexiles and quantile measures as one approach. So these are not solely focusing on those proficiency scores or scale scores, Sabina. These would actually be coming along with those scores on each student's report and as part of what's on the state report card. So why we're interested in these is because they provide a common measure that can actually be used across different achievement tests. And that's really important because we have the SBAC now. Yes, the feds have loosened up some of their requirements, but from where we're sitting, there's no way they're going to not have some kind of an achievement test that's linked with performance in terms of holding schools accountable. That's not something that we're hearing is going away. So, but regardless of what test that is, a Lexile can actually show you a student's growth from within the year, from freshman year to senior year, from first year to third year, and it's really not framed around is the student meeting grade level performance. It's really focused around what is that student's, where are they reading, and then where are they growing to. So does that make sense? It's not about okay, so you are meeting the 3rd grade benchmark. It's really about here's your level. Is what we're doing linked with you actually becoming a better reader at the end of the year?
But it makes me a bit uneasy. Are you suggesting that we don't have a frame of a kind of objective frame of reference that applies to all children?
No, we will still have those.
Do both.
This is just in addition. Yep, okay. This is in addition to. I'm sorry if I misspoke or
no,
that was
you
unclear.
This
is in addition to the SBAC proficiency and scale scores. And I think the real issue is there are pros and cons to each tool that you want to use. So we're thinking of this as just another tool that could be used to actually see whether at the school level, at the district level, at the individual student level, success is occurring. One of the things that's really exciting too about Lexiles is that they actually have mapped these onto, as students get ready to graduate, they've mapped them onto a series of college and career readiness tasks and skills. So students who, for instance, are planning highly technical careers, there's actually information that says, surprisingly, even, you're going to go through the CTE program, but you're still going to, you're going to have to be reading at this pretty high level because the technical manuals in that field are really, really highly, the reading ability is really high, which we think will actually engender some really nice conversations between school counselors and students about their next steps after high school and making sure that they're prepared and ready.
Just baffled, if you would. Lexile and Quantile, are those trade names or are they?
Yes, they're.
So we're buying a product that's
yes, they're a product.
We're counting on.
Yes.
And that's the common measure.
Technically, they have sophisticated regression models that have figured out how to actually, they're based on text complexity. They're based on. I have to go back because that's one of the challenges is that there's pros and cons. So one of the challenges is reading proficiency is not only about text complexity, but it's a good proxy. It's better, this is it's another tool to use in addition to the more static. One more thing, Jenna, the more static metrics that we have in what are summative achievement tests. The other thing about this, Dan would say, it's a benchmark assessment. So you can actually look at, the teachers will actually have this information like in real time, whereas the SBAC, even if we're on schedule with getting the SBAC out, comes the next year after that student's already gone.
After the horse is out of the barn.
Yeah.
So we're basically at the state, you're buying a product.
Yes.
The whole state of Vermont's going to get it and be expected to benchmark their students using the same product. And now benchmark assessment scores, are they going to be turned into the state as well?
No, this is actually, there's no mandate for this. I mean, we're just offering it, and we're offering training too, so that educators will
So schools
understand
that already
it.
have their star reader, star math, they love it, swear by it, they don't have to use this.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
So, so this is kind of like you're doing this, but it's optional for schools to benchmark using this product.
Yes. So this was an economical way to actually provide a benchmarking system at this point for all districts to have access to.
Right.
I can't forecast into the future, some years from now, what this looks like. But no, this does not mean that you have to buy into Lexiles and you have to, not use your own benchmarking system. It really is voluntary. So it will be there. It will be offered to educational leaders at LEAs, and if they choose to use it, that's great. And if they choose not to, that's fine at this point too.
It's a way of scaling different curriculum products so that you can talk sort of the same language. I really don't know.
Well, yes, except again, it really is just, it doesn't capture everything that's in that's in reading materials. It captures, it's largely based on text complexity and a few other components. So I'm hard pressed to say that would be sort of a veridical comparison that you could use, but it would help you. For instance, if you're a teacher and you've been using a textbook that maybe you're getting sort of like results with, not that most teachers don't even use textbooks anymore, but let's just say a material, you're using like an article or something, and you take a look at some of this Lexile stuff and you're like, well, actually, it's like 5 levels above like where most of my students are reading, then you've got some work to do. So it could help in that work, I think, like just sort of calibrating as you're going along.
Okay.
But whether it could help make broader curricular decisions in terms of materials at the LEA level is a good question. And, you know, we're not in the business right now of declaring what those would be. So, so the last piece I want to talk about is that we have actually offered some policy language to the education committees in our General Assembly. Not sure what's going to happen with those, if they're being taken up, to what extent. So I already told you that we are getting ready to deploy the Lexile and Quantile measures for our spring SBAC results. We're not going to require any statutory language for that, as I talked about. We will be providing state-level professional development, no statutory language required for that, both on Lexiles and Quantiles, and then linked also with 173 and those levers that we were talking about. Here is a suggested amendment to the duties of supervisory union boards, which really gets at some key pieces of this policy. So yes, implementing a benchmark is required, but the actual benchmark itself is not specified.
But it needs to be reported as Lexiles.
Yes, and the vast majority of them are now that I'm aware of. We could, you know, we'd certainly be interested in others that folks are using that aren't, and hearing about that. And again, these are recommendations at this point that have been presented to the education committees. I'd have to go back and look at the latest version. I don't know to what extent these are moving forward, but you know, our hope is that they will.
Maybe you don't know, but a Lexile score from another like Faunus Pinnell, you're not producing a Lexile score, right?
You could use it in conjunction with that, but it's not set up. Well, Fountas and Pinnell doesn't, I don't think it has the outcomes that would be linked like with Lexile score.
So this is pretty big for that, your first, dash there is pretty big. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of schools that are are Faunus Pinnell based assessments for
So this
pre-K3, so they're asking schools to really
this
change
is a very
assessments.
significant change, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, if you're
That would
saying
be.
Essentially that all districts would be required to report Lexile scores, all schools in all districts would be required to report Lexile scores. I think that's what this proposed amendment requires.
Right, but it's not specifying what that benchmark would be, and it's largely linked with the fact that that list of reading products that we know are not effective.
What's the timeline?
Not specified. I think, again, this was an initial just to kind of start the conversation.
And does the legislature necessarily have to get involved in this?
They would with something like that. If we were going to require as a state that, you know, right now what's required are SBAC scores. But if we were going to require that, you know, maybe we would decide as a state, like, yeah, we have to do SBAC scores, we always will, but we're much more interested in benchmarking. Like, that would require a change.
Looks like there's conversion
one thing
charts.
Man, 16 VS.
There are conversion charts, yes.
Well, I'm not sure that's a local responsibility.
Which, Bill?
The superintendent?
Which one?
I'm in 16 VSA 261A, and then also, what part of 261A?
Well, this is specified as the responsibility of the board, of the local school board.
Well,
Supervisory union. Board.
Yeah.
SU squared.
And then on the next slide, the final slide, the secretary has suggested actually requiring this work to be linked with the annual evaluation of each superintendent. So again, this is holding the boards more accountable for what's happening at the local level in terms of literacy outcomes.
Well, the superintendent too.
Yes, and the superintendent, yeah. So, that's what I had to share with you. As I said, these last 2 slides with policy elements, certainly Secretary French has spoken about these and has taken questions from the General Assembly on them. I don't know what movement there has been on that. As I said, I think even today they're taking testimony on some of this stuff.
So it would seem that there's been a flattening, if not a decline, in proficiency, reading proficiency. Certainly you've shown us grade 3.
Yep.
Perhaps this is true at other SBAC levels.
It is.
Again, look where that is happening. It's happening in the very bottom of the distribution, which is pulling down the whole distribution.
So I guess my question is, what, how fast are you going to turn things around? I mean, it's been on this slow, either flat or declining pattern objectively and compared to other states.
Well, I think that first we're looking for some support around these 4 levers as making sense to actually focus on. You know, I don't know if we've actually gotten to the point of figuring out what a timeline for improvement would be. I think what's been most salient is actually just identifying that we have a problem, and I think that's been kind of astounding for some of us, which is that we've just been not paying attention to
But when
this.
you say you want support on these levers, from whom and why? Why not just, if you...
Well, because I think that, and I don't mean any formal, you know, I guess what I'm saying by support is, you know, if folks think this is a good idea, you know, endorse this with us. You know, that's all I'm saying, because certainly it's an easier prospect to get the type of change we're talking about if it's not solely sort of like a cudgel approach coming from on high that you will do this. So that's really what I'm talking about.
So from whom are you soliciting this support or endorsement?
Well, at this point, I think we're sharing it. It would be great if we got support, you know, yes, this is a great idea, move forward. I'm not talking about formal support, but from, you know, we're sharing it. We will be sharing it with the Superintendent's Association, with the Principals Association. I don't think we're looking for a formal endorsement from the board. That's not what I'm saying. But, you know, we're at the point now we're taking feedback on it. Certainly if folks think, you know, this is a terrible idea, you know, we'd want to hear that.
Kathy?
What's confusing to me, again, is the levers, because the report that is beyond page 1 does not tell me how these specific 4 levers are going to necessarily have an impact on all of this. I don't get the connection.
Well, the 4 levers are actually this body's work of how we actually get largely, like broadly good academic outcomes.
I understand that, but where's this connection? To me, this is a conversation about the 4 levers that we feel, big broad, you know,
Yeah.
state feels, will have an impact. But I don't understand how using these as levers necessarily shows me in this presentation why that's the case.
So I would argue that issues around teaching to the test aside, which are a concern perennially, any assessment that's worth its salt is going to actually show improvement up or down. And so if these 4 levers are actually seen as so critical that they're part of our education quality standards in terms of ensuring that our local systems are doing what they should, then you should absolutely, as an ultimate outcome, see an improvement in students' academic outcomes, in this case as measured by SBACs or NAEP scores. There might be some leading indicators in the middle that you'd want to look at. These would be the ultimate, final outcomes that you could think of. So, for instance, we would, in terms of leading indicators, take a look at Lexile scores as well. Are they improving once we actually put more focused attention on these and ensure that local systems have the supports they need to make sure these 4 levers are functioning?
Can you name a place or places that have used these 4 levers and they've sustained them over time and they've improved their school or their district as a result?
We certainly have some information on some best practices in our state on each of these. I don't know if they've been necessarily linked to the outcomes that are in this presentation, but that would be part of what we're doing, I think, as Kim asked about, like sharing best practices. We could take a look at that.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if the agency provided some kind of like test protocols for each driver, right? Like if this is in place in your school, this was what this would, just kind of the if-then for each of the drivers. Because I agree, and I think these are 4 great levers. Like if all 4 are in place, they're functioning, hopefully, you're gonna have progress and have positive outcomes. I would, no doubt, think there's a recipe for success in here. It would be interesting, though, to get people in that same mindset or same mental map of what the implementation of these 4 drivers look like in their school, because you can't reach in and pull out one and say, oh, that's it, that's a problem, kids can't read here because we don't have good ESTs.
Right.
Like,
and that was really the intent, which is to focus on, these are already in play, so to focus on, are these being implemented, and at the same time, as I said, we are developing an evaluation plan for these.
Or
and
how are they being implemented, and like how
and I guess
robust
that
is
would be
each
the
system,
evaluation
right?
plan.
Like,
would be looking at both the fidelity of implementation of these and then also what outcomes are linked with these in particular. Because if we implement with fidelity all 4 of these and we're still not seeing any kind of movement, then we would all have answers of each other, right? Which would be like, well, maybe these aren't the right levers. Maybe we need to be thinking about the, other aspects of EQS that we need to focus on.
That's one of the reasons we need to look back and see if we can find success stories.
Well, we have success stories. You have districts. If you map the performance of districts by any measure you want, it's a curve that looks like this, right?
Well, and if you're just using our achievement test scores, our SBACs, as an example, we have very high need districts that nonetheless meet high need in terms of demographics.
Right.
That their students do really well.
Yeah.
So
well,
yes,
like
that
the
must
woman
be
said
part of what this is. Next step would be like, what do their ESTs look like?
I'll have what
are their
she's having.
comprehensive local assessment
That's
plans?
right.
Yeah.
That's the way to go with this is what are the practices in Vermont that are producing good results regardless of the demographics of the community,
Right.
and go to all the other school districts and say, do it this way. I guess I just don't see that we need to invent this whole cloth. Go where it's working and propagate that throughout the state, and that'll bring the average performance of the state up significantly. Always go where things aren't working. And I guess the other piece of this is you're talking about accountability of the districts. I think you need very clear measures of what accountability looks like. How will we know it when we see it? And conversely, we need the same from the agency. You guys are talking about gaining support for this thing. In the end, you have to take ownership of it and say, this is what we, as the state's leading exponents of how education should be done, believe should be done, and we're going to do it. And we'll be measured and held accountable by the following measures.
Well, and with
what will
respect,
those
Chair,
be?
I think that this is that. This is us saying, like, here is what we believe we should focus on. So again, when perhaps using the word support was a misnomer.
Well, that's okay.
We're
At some
not
point,
looking
you need
for
to pull the trigger.
permission. I think what we are looking for is feedback like this. And so if something, is kind of like, whoa, that doesn't make sense, that would be really useful for
Well, but
us.
at some point, you pull the trigger and say, this is what we're going to do.
Which gets back to the missing SBAC scores.
Yes.
Yes, but,
Happy to-
but I guess what I'm getting at is, I feel there needs to be a declaration of, here's what success will look like. How else are we gonna hold you accountable?
Sure.
Not us, but how does the General Assembly hold you accountable? We don't. And this is all very nice, but it seems to me that there needs to be a very clear statement of what are the intended outcomes, and if we don't achieve those outcomes, we fail.
Well, some of those are actually already in our federal state plan. So we do have some of that. I don't want to give the impression that we have no state benchmarks
Yep.
that we need to be meeting.
Okay.
We do have an obligation.
Two more
for that.
comments, and then we need to move on.
I
Maybe
want-
three,
Yeah.
maybe four.
So I'm understanding that these four levers exist in EQS. It is a renewed focus on these as areas to impact capacity to deliver on the first test being literacy, but if the model works, it's transferable because these levers build capacity in a system. And so if I'm capturing that from the presentation in general, I think since these are not the only four things in EQS, in terms of your presentation of the material to others who I think need to understand the why are these four the focus, what is the research evidence-based impetus for these four being those that are chosen by the agency. And I would take some responsibility on our part that if they're in the EQS, whoever was here at the time or whoever wasn't here at the time, their state board rules that we propose to want to maintain as ours because it's setting the what for students and quality in the state. I'm very appreciative of the notion that the agency is taking responsibility for the accountability of local districts to be paying attention and doing this, because we say in all these legislation there's no teeth in it, nobody's penalized for it generally, and so if you've got capacity, you embrace it because you view it as best practice and you do it. And if you don't have capacity, it's another thing that needs to get done that may not get done. And so I'm appreciative of this lens. I think explaining the why is going to be important, offering some of examples of what it looks like on a theme of, something where it's happening and what it looks like. I think you could end up with proficiency-based graduation requirements are in our rules without an example of what that looks like. And if those other 4 or 5 benchmarking or whatever, Fontes and Pinellas, those are not proven to be linked to something, but this Lexile quantile thing is, I think offering that as an example of how this can be done maybe brings us few steps further into the process than everybody trying to reinvent transcripts. So I think the last thing we want to do is create another PBGR with grade 3 literacy. So to the extent that what we ask gives something to offer, like it sounds you guys are doing, and you're going to provide support to it in the field, that feels steps ahead to me. The idea of asking for policy that boards look at this and do so in the context of superintendent evaluation, I have no problem with that, and I sit on a board. But I do also think included in your loop of people, you would include the SBA, I think. It sounds like best practice type stuff that has a little structure to it that frankly I think our decentralized system could benefit from.
Can I just add or just respond to that? Is that okay? Just a little bit. So I think that's exactly it, which is when the EQS came into play, were authorized, became effective, I guess. And I think, Bill, you mentioned this before, there's just been so many initiatives going on in the education space. The education quality standards was happening at the same time as flexible pathways was happening and all this other stuff. And so the department, the agency, I would say, was not able to actually really focus on the EQS in a way that said, okay, part of this is education support teams. Part of this is local assessment plans. Part of this is like having really high quality needs-based professional development. Everyone understand what that is? We didn't really do that. We just kind of like the rules were thrown out there and everyone was just left to their own devices at the local level to really focus on that. We did do some work on MTSS and some other things that I would say touched on these EQS principles, but we really didn't take, we didn't have the capacity at that time, or, there was just so much else going on. So I think that is exactly it. Like, we're trying to really sort of refocus on, okay, these are already on the books. Let's make sure we're all on the same page.
I've got to interrupt. We're really running back on time now. I want to just give the Deputy Secretary 5 minutes to explain where are the missing SBAC numbers, please.
Yes. So I wanted to do a little bit of, because I don't know if anyone has ever explained this. Do you mind if I use the board?
Go right ahead.
I don't know.
I put Pictionary.
Thanks, sorry. Sorry, Eleanor.
That'll teach you.
Okay, so the big issue going on right now, that doesn't work, with our 2019 SBAC scores has to do with something called DCL4, which is a data collection that happens to be the biggest data collection, and it's done in the spring. So it has everything in the kitchen sink in this. It has enrollment numbers, but it also has, that's where everything that has to do with students' demographics, like their gender, their race and ethnicity, their whatever, all that stuff is in there. It also, there's just everything in the kitchen sink is in there. It's due in July. Okay, so last year in 2018, we had virtually no one actually having that in place in 2018.
Why?
So, because that was when the SLDS was new. It was the first implementation of this new system.
So you didn't run them in parallel? You switched from one to the other?
No, that's not. So the SLDS is more like how the data gets to the agency. So there was nothing to run in parallel. Like, it was a whole new system for how the data would get to the
You could
agency.
have gotten it to the agency the old way, too.
It didn't make sense to do that for a variety of reasons. But mostly it was because there was a lot of difficulty at the local level with a variety of different vendors and how they would actually interface with the SLDS system and having to figure that out. So this year, this was, I'm talking about last year, and there's a reason why I'm talking about that way. So this year, most of our districts actually got their data in.
For
On
for
or
2019.
around, yes, except one. The biggest district
Okay.
in our state. So they did not get their data in until December.
Right.
Okay, what happens after we get that data is it goes into an initial period of checks to make sure at a very high level the data are running through the SLDS system, everything is kind of like working and not coming to some critical flaw. If there's a critical flaw, it shoots back to the district, back to the LEA, and says, this needs to be fixed, okay? Critical. And then there's a final data check that says, okay, we actually found some really weird stuff. We found that so this is more about nuts and bolts. Did it actually run through the SLDS system? The final data check is, okay, we saw District 2 that you actually had no graduating seniors last year. Is that true? Is that what your data are? Because that seems suspect to us. And these are real. These are real examples from last year. Or all of your freshmen were coded as Hispanic, and you're an SU down south. Again, that doesn't seem right to us. Is that okay? And so that also then gets sent back for them to actually correct. Okay. So why we're late with 2019 is this came in so late because of capacity issues here that it does hold up some of these initial checks because it has to run, the whole system has to run through some of this. So why that's related to SBACs, and I understand the confusion, which is, but the SBACs were in the spring, why can't you just give us the overall scores as a state? Well, we need this DCL4 to actually get the numbers for third graders, the numbers for the grade numbers for students. We also need to make sure that the students who took the SBAC are connected with their right district, because sometimes students switch within districts. So for instance, none of this is captured in a meaningful way when they're taking the SBAC. It's just a big glob of whomever is taking it. We need DCL4 to actually true up the SBAC scores before we even get to looking at subgroup stuff for the whole data set I'm talking about, and make sure that it's accurate, that the right students are matched with the right enrollments where they are at their district, that also is that their test scores are matched there.
But haven't you already given the districts their
Yes.
own 2019 scores?
They have their 2019 scores,
Well,
yes,
so-
but what they have is actually a broad sweep. It's not the official that will come out. So those numbers will actually
What do you mean by a
be.
broad sweep?
So it says my child, my town, the state.
Yeah, it is including all of the kids that I was just talking about, which are actually in error. They're not actually going to be apportioned to your district because they were supposed to be somewhere else, for instance. All that has to get trued up.
So I mean, several constituents have sent me their school board report showing 2019 data for the SBAC
Yes.
by grade level.
Yes. It's
You're
not the
telling me that
official.
information is not reliable?
No, it's not. It's not official data, and I've asked our
Well,
team
what's the
about
difference
that.
between official data and being reliable?
Official data is what we hold the schools accountable for. That is not data that the schools are held accountable for. That is to give them a broad sweep of, hey, looking at this same kind of uncleaned data from time to time, just focused on a broad sweep of who took your SBACs,
Right.
without going through the process of actually truing up who students are with the data that they have. You know, my understanding is that local LEAs can use that just in a broad sense to look at like, oh, like our scores are way higher than they were, way lower than they were last year. It's not the official SBAC data.
But if you can give that to individual schools, I mean, we don't care what school these kids went to. We just care that they were in a Vermont school, and we'd like to know how they
There are
did.
some kids who took the SBAC who really shouldn't have taken the SBAC. They're supposed to take an alternative assessment, for instance,
Why though? Like, why would that be?
because of the local, what happened at the local level that, you know. And again, like, we have to be really careful about this because this has to do, these data have to do with assigning comprehensive supports to schools, which is talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we have to be very careful about this. We would be in good stead if our largest district had actually been able to have the infrastructure to get us the data when everyone else did. We're really, really behind because we waited months for the largest district. We could not go ahead with doing any state level reports without the largest district's data in the data set.
I think that's a design problem. When I was director of the New Jersey assessment, we tested 440,000 kids per year, and we got them back in 4 weeks, and we had all the kitchen sink stuff. I don't get it.
Yeah. You guys make the Iowa primary look like a walk in the park. Hey, you could have produced a report for the state without Burlington, and just for comparison purposes, you could have taken Burlington out of the prior year results as well, and you could have given people a picture as to how we're doing.
I think the decision is that that's not an official report,
Yeah, well,
and
but-
so we wouldn't do that because it would inevitably be used as though that was the agency saying these are what the scores are, when that's not what we would have been saying. It was not, the data were not able to be trued and checked sufficiently.
So are parents gonna be reissued other scores?
No, their individual kids will be fine.
No, but on the individual kid one, it has your district and it has your state.
I don't, not to my knowledge, but that's a good question that I can bring back. To the
So you could have produced preliminary reports, but they wouldn't have been perfect. Understood. It just feels to me like putting this off 5 months and still no sign as to when it'll be ready is a classic case of letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. The state would have benefited from a report statewide for all categories with an asterisk that says this is preliminary, it's not final, subject to revision. Most of us can understand that. But if there were a significant trend, I think people would like to know that.
Which may be very different once you have the
It might be.
district back in the report.
Right, but
We made the decision that it did not make sense to release a preliminary report when we knew there was a very good chance that those results would not be representative of what the final product would be.
statewide results?
Yes.
May I interject that this in the past is what's happened in the past, and that if we continue to sit here and talk back and forth about, oh, well, you could have done this, well, it's not like we can change much. I don't know. I feel like it's been the same conversation now for the past however many minutes of could have gotten preliminaries, but they wouldn't have been official. We could have gotten preliminaries, but they couldn't.
You're right. You're right.
To that point, whatever Southborough SBD did not have, do they have it now? Was it a capacity issue, a human resource issue? Was it a systems issue? Was it what was it, and is it fixed?
I wouldn't say it's fixed, but we have the data now, and we are actually doing final checks. So we will be, in the next 3 weeks, moving to upload the data onto our state report card and then also releasing the state report of SBACs. The other thing is we don't have, we're happy to release the SBAC report as we have, but there's not a particular statute that requires that. And in fact, the state report card is really what our required reporting is for this information, which also has the state information on it. So I think, a couple of years ago, we were trying to actually get folks to be thinking not so much about this static report that comes out in the fall, but actually going to the report card itself, which is online, and that's where all that state information is. And it doesn't have the 2019 achievement test scores right now because we're still doing those final checks, but we will be in the
Peter?
next few
How does
weeks.
this vote for the Lexile quantile measures?
Well, I think, the other thing I didn't get to say is that we made substantial progress in terms of the first from 2018 to 2019. Again, there was really just one district that happens to be our largest, which we were uncomfortable actually releasing a state report without our largest district, which is upwards of at least 5% of our students. So that's actually going to change what the results look like. We are hopeful. We continue to provide supports for the LEAs. We are hopeful that next year this is a lot more seamless and it just is happening much more quickly and seamless. That's what happened with the majority of our districts this year. So the Lexiles would actually kind of spit out when the SBAC information is put up on the report card. It would be there.
Okay. Thank you. We need to move on. Thank you very much, Heather. You can go sit in the cooler seat over here.
Or leave.
And so now we want to take up the PBL. Just a little debrief from our session last meeting on the 21st and talk about Kim's good work in pulling this report together. The outcome of the discussion, I would hope, which discussion we hope to aim to end in about 25 minutes. The outcome, I think, has to be, so what's next? What I want this board to be thinking about is, so what do you want to do with all this?
Wasn't our initial, going into it wanting to put together a report we could provide to the General Assembly and be like, hey, this is what we found,
Bingo. That is correct. That is correct. And a further piece of that was we wanted it to be sort of what we found as opposed to what we think.
Yeah. So it was simply just a statement of here's
Right,
not this is what we think you guys should do.
Right. And so Kim's report does that. And we did, at the request of the Senate Committee on Education, we went ahead and presented Kim's draft report. I regard it as draft until this body endorses it. And we explained, Senator Bruce had his own schedule for this, and we had to honor that. So was it Tuesday, Peter and Kim, that you presented to the Senate Committee on Education the report? Because last week in particular, the Senate Committee was spending a lot of time on PBL. We haven't yet presented to the House. I've sort of tried to put the brakes on it until we could all meet and take the pulse with you guys to see what you think. So, what do you think?
Well, we must say that the bulk of this is the BPA.
Yes.
That did Mike McBride and
Chelsea Myers.
Jesse Myers.
Yeah.
I mean, they really.
Didn't they do a great job?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was just very impressed with the ability to it's virtually verbatim capture. Almost like you had a court stenographer there. So there's a lot of very rich content in what they wrote.
We just tried to distill it to some themes and then some input and incorporate the questions that we were left with after the conversation, or at least that Bill shared. And some were similar questions that I had, and probably others of us sitting here, like next steps might include how they look at these questions that were brought to mind either before or after taking testimony for 6 hours, or however many hours it was. I guess it wasn't 6 hours of testimony, but it was a good chunk of the day. So John teed it up, and then Peter and I had the opportunity to sort of speak to the themes that we had seen that I tried to capture in this. So I wouldn't say I welcome any feedback. One of the pieces I highlighted was, even as I was writing the word study committee in this report, I got like the pricklies at the back of my neck. I know that's like a place for things to go to die sometimes. So that definitely came up in the course of our conversation with Senate Ed. So I don't think it means that those questions aren't things we think should be explored. I just don't know what other mechanisms there are for such type of exploration on this topic. So.
Obvious next step maybe is, does it work? And there's a body of literature that we could go check and report on that.
Well, we heard testimony to that, the full range of that.
Wait a minute. Hearing testimony is a very different thing from empirically determining whether it works.
But it was somewhat reflective.
And I think
sure.
also the other piece, Bill, we attended ESC. What was the group that came in? I think I was telling you about it, Bill. Education Schools
Commission of the
Conference.
States.
Commission of the States spoke to Senate and House
Did they give you good stuff?
Ed committees. Frankly, to the very point of is it working, they have no data yet to link causality with outcomes and the impact of proficiency-based learning. They continue to speak to it as best practice, establishing standards, having clear learning targets, to all the reasons that people that spoke to us shared. That I didn't hear a whole lot more in terms of data. So they were suggesting that it's still relatively earlier in terms of getting longitudinal data that would support and be causally linked. They said that however many years ago they did the study the first time around for where the states were on proficiency-based learning, Wisconsin being the only one who doesn't do it at all.
Wyoming.
Wyoming, sorry, thank you. I knew it was a W. Was left that Vermont was more progressive in that arena before, than relative to the field we are today. Others have progressed more quickly from 5 years ago, I think, when they looked at this, whatever that timeline was that they had looked at this before, maybe it was 6. Everybody's looking at it to some degree. We're considered more advanced in it because our laws and rules speak to it being a requirement for graduation. That was what I learned from that session.
Yeah, and when we asked, is there any evidence that PBL has, say, enhanced learning for disadvantaged, since that was, one of the big advocacies for PBL is that it addressed equity issues. And in theory, one can see that it might, that and individualized learning
Yes.
might be very powerful tools. But when we asked explicitly, is there any data at all that shows that PBL is moving the needle for disadvantaged children or youngsters for whom school's not a great place to be? The answer is, oh no. Like, it's almost as though this fellow anyway hadn't thought to even consider that possibility. So there appears to be, we have not yet seen a source either in Vermont or even in a school district. So far as we know, nobody has come back to us and said, we've moved the needle with these kids.
Well, I actually thought that John Downs and David Ruff gave better testimony at our hearing than that fellow did at the State House.
Agreed.
Because
was
I think
quite unimpressive.
I think David particularly did talk about groups and, you know, how they've improved and whatnot in terms of, you know, I mean, that was, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, I think one of the powerful takeaways, I think, might be that is the enormous variegation of deployment of this. I mean, some districts have deployed it well and deeply and quite happily, and others are struggling and or have a lot of upset parents or teachers who are very unhappy with it. We heard from a lot of teachers who are really unhappy, and we heard that from many teachers privately that they feel uneasy about speaking about their discomfort. They feel that there'll be recriminations in their districts if they do. We don't know the facts of that. I guess my takeaway was this is just like education in every dimension in Vermont. It's widely variegated.
Which is why it makes it difficult to assess outcomes.
It does, and
we have to have a baseline of implementation first, which is
Yeah.
what we've all been focused on
Yeah.
for the past 5 years or
Well, we
more.
don't have enough focus to stay focused on any one thing.
Yeah.
And if you want to look at some of the reasons that we're not doing as well as we'd like, that comes up at the top of the list. And we don't know if proficiencies work empirically, but yet we're doing Lexiles.
Maybe that'll help us figure out if proficiencies work.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Did I understand enough?
I would just fill you in on the what little I know about the legislative context of this, and that's because we've sat in with Senate Ed, and they're very interested in the matter, and there's been some discussion in Senate Ed about mandating that, let me back up. There seems to be much more concern about the grading system, so-called notation, than there is about the process of educating by PBL. So one speculation in Senate Ed was, well, maybe we should simply require that all districts in the state grade using ABCs. And that'll, pardon?
Or do a hybrid. I think
Right, a hybrid of something like that. And then a different perspective emerged on Wednesday afternoon before I had to testify on the reform bill, was from the head of the NEA, and his name will come to me shortly. And he reported on the NEA's survey of its teachers. And they surveyed of the 8,000 NEA or active NEA teachers, 1,000 of them responded to the survey. And in general, the sentiment was, and you've all seen this survey, we received it from Don Tinney, Don Tinney. We received it from him in April of last year. And it shows just this enormously wide variegation of experience. It's very eclectic. And a fairly high percent of the teachers feel that it's demotivating for students and a whole bunch of other things like that. And so in talking with the Senate committee, he was asked, well, what do you think about requiring people to use an ABC hybrid system? And he said, as did my colleagues over here, maybe not. That seems like another mandate. Rather, how about giving the districts who are struggling some more time? And how about maybe putting together a collection of best practices, things that are working here in Vermont, and sharing that with other districts who might need to go back to square one, and so on. So that seemed to me to be a kind of a very wise suggestion from Mr. Tinney. And but we don't know where Senate Ed's going to go with this. And then in a week or two, I think House Ed's going to get going on it.
Can I just interject that the study that was done years ago at Montgomery that had all that great success in its elementary school. What was it called? Success? It was success by I can't.
In the book of Growing into Equity. That's right.
Yeah, and the key factor was these were all like master teachers. They were there for a long time and had a good principal that was there for a long time. You just can't create that, and you can't. You know, the other significant factor is on poor delivery is the amount of turnover in administration of teachers. When you have a constant turnover, you're fighting the tide. I don't care what you're going to do.
So Peter, what Montgomery had was all four of these things.
right. Yeah.
And then they had special sauce.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
every school has special sauce.
Yeah,
And the
yeah,
special
that-
sauce
yeah.
at Montgomery, it was Beth O'Brien. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
Beth,
and
yeah,
I will-
and
she's
her
amazing.
statistics, yeah.
Right, and so I think, there's an X factor here.
Yeah.
These are four great things that Montgomery has.
Yeah.
Hands down.
But and that's what we're trying to do is just and you'll get these the variations is really just how this has been received. Cabot has been doing this since in years, and it was for them no big issue.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna try and pull you guys back to reality here because unfortunately we don't live in a perfect world where every school district has, amazing teachers who have been there forever. And so I think what proficiency-based learning has done is it was attempted to, close this achievement gap in students. However, the fact that because there was this new system now, there are some teachers who aren't, amazing and can deal with these curveballs that are being thrown at them. There's created this other gap that maybe wasn't so visible before, or people just kind of have overlooked, or it's created a new one. And so
And what is
now
the other
there's
gap? How do you describe that?
the other gap that's like, I don't know, I just feel like then it's like teachers more traditional teachers are struggling the most with proficiency-based learning, I feel, because, they're so used to teaching, textbook style. And in some cases, for teachers that works. It works to go textbook style. And yes, they might not be getting the best education, but then if you throw them the curveball of proficiency-based learning, they're beginning to struggle a little more. And so I don't have the answer to this question, and I'm kind of just posing more questions of like, how perfect is perfect enough for us? Because we live in reality here, and, we're not going to get this to, the perfect place, but we need to find what's going to get us to a good enough place.
Yep. Boy, that's a lot of wisdom right there. How perfect is perfect enough? And that's a great question. Meaning of life.
Maybe that's a question we add to the list.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like
No, in all honesty.
all standards need standards.
All
It's another one of those
standards need
great
Yeah.
young person's perspectives.
So what is, I apologize again for not having been here, and this has been an issue for me for years. In concept, I do support proficiency-based learning, and I'm very disappointed that it hadn't rolled out in the best way, especially in my region. But what, and I have not, with all of this other stuff, Mr. Chair, I hadn't yet gotten to the next to last page. So where are we? What are we going to do with this document? How is it being received? Will it really make a difference to our school districts in what they're doing if the state as a whole has continued to support proficiency-based learning? What's the big question, and what are we doing locally?
Yeah.
How do we support? And how do we use these levers? Again, back to your presentation, I absolutely believe in those levers. I didn't see how those 4 levers were in the rest of the document. How are we going to take those 4 levers and implement them into the proficiency-based learning process?
That's a good question.
One thing we ought to do as a state is determine what we want out of the educational system. That'd be probably the
That was
first
not
step.
my charge.
Yeah. Well, how about next week? Can you do that?
No. It sounds like Bill's report.
But I think, Kathy, that's, I mean, we've sort of created a moment by committing ourselves to what we did last meeting. We've created for ourselves some knowledge we didn't have. And so that, in a way, is an asset that I think Kathy's saying, so what do you want to do with that asset? How do you want to leverage that? And I do think that having you two make your presentation was noted by the legislators as, oh yeah, this is the kind of stuff we'd love to hear from a state board, because they get out more than we do. I think one of the things that we could do, let me back up. There are 3 or 4 major forces at work, and the loudest force right now is angry parents. And I think the students who have been inconvenienced or are unhappy with the climate that's been created in some cases. We certainly heard from some students who
Ironically, particularly for those from Rutland.
yeah, yes, and you know it's interesting that who we're hearing from is the students and the parents of the high achieving or ambitious students. Precisely the people that this isn't targeted particularly to. It's aimed at those who have been just struggling and for whom school has not been a good fit. But the people who are feeling unhappy about it are the people for whom it was not the primary target.
But it also is I don't know, I think we target it towards all students.
Of course we.
But I think who's frustrated is the folks that.
That's right.
They didn't need to see change because they were just fine with.
They were doing fine,
And
right.
This is requiring perhaps all students,
Right.
if it's done right.
And this is diverting,
Excel.
I agree.
and it has diverted resources perhaps to all students at the expense of those students who, by their performance, just naturally attracted attention and support from educators. I think there's almost a kind of a class struggle that has resulted out of all this.
But God, you may be very right.
And not only that, too, it's also the students, and I don't mean to classify, but it's also probably being the most aggressive students and the astute students, they probably have at home a powerhouse behind them to be vocal about it, to present it,
Yeah.
to, you know,
I mean, the
take
kids
it
who-
on as an issue.
The kids who testified were like our kids here, bright, articulate, thoughtful kids. They're the empowered kids. And the youngster for whom school is just a maybe so, maybe not kind of proposition, they don't show up at these meetings. They're not on the student council, most of them, and they don't feel empowered to stand up and talk to 12 old people or a couple old people and a whole bunch of young, bright people.
Or maybe they do, but we didn't do a good enough job.
Maybe so, we
of
didn't get them
finding
there.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
That might be one of the things you think that would happen with a good PBL system, that they
Yeah,
are more.
right.
The other point to make is we heard from Hope, the student who didn't come from a powerhouse at home.
Right.
You know, she.
Exactly.
And yet, and I do wonder very much because yes, she was a senior, so she came into this high school, and all of high school is proficiency-based learning for her. So was she just like one of those amazing students who can just excel and power
That was
through,
definitely-
Mm.
or was it that proficiency-based learning offered that
That
to
just
her?
gave her an additional.
I would go with the former on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's clearly a youngster who's adapted to change and different situations.
But can I just say, Kathy and I, you probably know from the tech center, these are unsung, you don't hear about the success stories from
Mm.
tech centers, because it's completely different
Right.
demographics. But
Right.
you've probably heard from parents like I have, if it wasn't for the tech center, those kids, they would have dropped out or whatever, and the tech center made all the difference in these kids' lives,
Right.
for those who went there. That's been going on for a while, and it's just, and I'm just hoping that whatever proficiency base is reaching, that they're reaching some of those kids that could be in the regular ed program that are, and it's working. We just don't hear from them as strongly as we do from this other sector.
When we were in Colchester in November, it seems to me we had a presentation about one student in particular. He was in a tech program, and it was, do you remember that?
Oh, the video.
Yeah, it was a young man, and he had wanted to do just some kind of low-level job, but he discovered that he needed to know mathematics and needed to strengthen his reading abilities if he wanted to. I can't remember the particulars, but it was one of these kids. He was I think he was in the CTE program, and he was a kid who showed how, with the right support, he could really make himself much more classically educated than he might have otherwise, and equipped himself to go on to VTC or something like that.
Well, and again, we can't forget that there was a time where there were a higher percentage of kids coming out of Northwest Tech Center going on to college than there was out of the regular school, out of BFA. Percentage-wise. So, don't get me down the path on tech education, because I believe that we've abused it for far too long, and that we are doing a whole lot of right in tech centers, and if we could distribute that over the rest of the population, we would excel at
And you see that
an incredible rate.
when you have a tech center in the regular ed campus, and they're sharing classes, and they're it really makes a difference on both sides.
And then proficiency-based learning, of course, as well, is opening up an opportunity for an entire different demographic, which is the adult in our state that we need to capture and need to get into the workforce, that haven't excelled sometimes in the standard classroom. And proficiency-based learning, like the guys I'm working with on probation and parole that may not have a high school diploma, is bringing them to a level they've never been before.
Yeah.
And so if we can get it right so that it is a seamless pathway from the kindergarten in through out adulthood, I believe would be great. And it's unfortunate that it rolled out in the state of Vermont in some areas in the way that it did, because I think we're missing a huge opportunity. I wonder too, you mentioned some of the states. I think, Kim, you had said that Vermont started out maybe earlier than some of the rest, and they've long ago gone past where we are. What did they do? How did they implement it across the state?
He did not tell us. The gentleman who spoke did not illuminate that really, except to say that those that were more advanced were speaking to it somewhere in their legislation, and we had done that quite a bit ago, but our implementation, probably because of our decentralized
absolutely
experience, and maybe easier now after Act 46 and unification and more centralized distribution of wholesale.
And most states have left it elective. It's nothing like universal in most
Or it could have been
states.
cherry-picked.
Maine is the only other universal state, and they've kind of pulled back from some of their requirements. Most of them were districts could electively choose to undertake it, and they might get some financial assistance or something like that. So it was more of a laboratory, kind of a slow rollout sort of thing. Ours was jump in both feet, ready or not, here we come. And
But it's been in law since 2013,
well,
and
it's
it's
been in
2020.
it's been in rules since 2013.
2014. Anyway, nonetheless, it's been a lot of years to have been able to, but there's been lots of other initiatives in the interim. And so I think one of the things I think would be helpful, because if we just talk for a second about what model we want this report to be like for the next time we do something similar.
yeah.
So that what I was trying to do was sort of set the structure for kind of what it was. So if you didn't get to read that, we kind of all know it because we had seen it, but for people who didn't know it, that was kind of helpful. And then jump to sort of why is it important now, and then what did we hear? So taking us out of it as a voice of our own, but capturing themes and trying to put quotes that I pulled from the transcript stuff to those sentiments. And then I think the conclusion piece is really not necessarily our next steps on it, because it's in our ed quality standards, right? It's spoken to in there. We're not planning to take those rules up right now. I don't know that we have necessarily any particular legislative action that we're recommending. But these are questions that I think, one, we heard, and two, we think are reasonable questions for somebody to be answering, whether, and I would argue that probably we don't have the expertise or the data to even do it, particularly if we want more comprehensive information around actual implementation around the state, or I'm hearing that from the national guy and from our local experiences, we can't necessarily pull our causal data to say how we're doing, but we probably have stories or of experiences where it's been implemented. So the study committee, I think I would make a friendly amendment to whatever else you guys think. If we think these questions are important, how do we want to recommend these answers come to be?
Not to derail us further, because I know you've moved on to sort of like a broader question, but I would just say, we have a habit in this state of we're very input focused, and we don't set up our initiatives with an evaluation plan to begin with. And so I think that's exactly what happened with our proficiency-based learning initiative, which is it's hard now to come back and go like, well, how do we know it's working? We never even thought of that as a state. And so, I think we can, but I would argue it's the focus has been so much on actually building the airplane that it's really hard to actually even evaluate it. And I'm sorry, because you guys have actually been in the building the airplane phase. Like, I think now is the time to say, okay, look at the places where it's actually functioning and it's doing well, and is it having an impact? Because otherwise, I just think it's so all over the place. It's really hard to actually understand any kind of linkage between the overall initiative and any kind of outcomes.
Tell you nothing.
Right.
But if you look at the 10% of the schools that have really ramped it out, and it seems to be working well, they regard it as working well. Then you go in and say, okay, so how have you moved the needle?
Right.
What's the outcome?
And I think we can do that.
And if we did that, then we would know that if it's optimally deployed, this is what you get for improvement. And then you, from that, maybe say, okay, this is what works, and this is what's to be learned from that for other schools.
As we're doing that, though, just like anytime legislature, the world out beyond us is not sitting still. Right. So do we know what those school districts are doing? I don't even know, shamefully, what is changing at BFA or not, given all of their uprise. Do we have a feel for what is going on around the states, what their next steps are, any of that?
Yeah, so two things. Yes, we actually have annually started collecting data, which I think Pat Fitzsimmons and our team have brought to the board to look at their graduation requirements. So all high schools are actually submitting, not in a, they're sending their high school graduation, their proficiency-based graduation requirements to us. So we have more information than we have. The other thing I would remind the board about, though, is that we're actually pulling apart proficiency-based learning. And I will again remind us that at the same exact time, Act 77 was implemented.
Yes.
So on the ground, I would actually argue that LEAs had a very tough choice. Some of them really focused on flexible pathways. They couldn't do both.
Right.
They really needed to make a choice. And I think, we owe it to our LEAs to give them some time to actually come up, because maybe those are the ones that have really great flexible pathways. I don't know. I'm wondering about that.
Right.
That's a very good comment. We're asking people to to be flexible and open and include everything, but yet we want them to be, we want to be tough with these test scores and punish them if they don't do them right. We can't have it both ways.
Oh, I disagree. I think you can do both.
And I think it's interesting, I was thinking, Kathy, as you were speaking, like, I'm thinking of my 4 kids going through the system, and K through probably 5 was all proficiency based. You didn't ever
Exactly.
see a number
That's
or
one reason why we
care much
didn't do
about
it,
it.
apply to the elementary
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah, and so then our middle school did a hybrid, and then you got to high school, and my kids got through before Essex really did much at all about. The last one graduated last year. I didn't really see any change. So, and that's a big system with presumably capacity. But one of the things, as Senator Bruce was suggesting, maybe they just mandate that there be a hybrid version, because that seems to have been better received by others.
Hybrid scoring.
A scoring on a transcript, for instance. The proficiency-based grading requirements, or graduation requirements in EQS, don't tell you how you're defining what your proficiency graduation requirements are. So it can be that you say a C and above or a D and above is proficient. It would not be in the spirit of probably the intention, but there's also, I said with all due respect, no teeth in it.
Yeah.
So before you jump to do something that's going to either impact kids graduating this year or not till next year and be a knee-jerk reaction to 6 hours of testimony, please pause and let's maybe assess where we are, which was the ask in this. Before any changes to the current law should be considered, there should be an assessment of where we are now,
Absolutely.
looking at these questions. And so, again, kind of thinking about, it doesn't mean whatever we approve on this for release to the world, because we kind of just spoke to it. We didn't necessarily, it's draft, and we did say we were going to put something out from this. If we come to sort of consensus on this being a rough format, what do we think about our ask? Get rid of the study committee and call it whatever we want, some sort of report from whatever sources exist on these types of questions. I think that's a reasonable ask.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly
The study committee is sort of a kiss of death
Go to
term.
die
Yeah.
place.
Everybody
I
goes,
like
Yeah.
cringed as I wrote it and
Wow.
just didn't know other options. So,
I was just gonna say, I think I completely agree with you when it comes to that hybrid grading system, because specifically with my experience at BFA, it seems that right now proficiencies, at least in some places, haven't been properly implemented and they haven't been understood, whereas it's kind of just messed up an entire graduating class where you have kids that, if you want them to graduate with a C, which is seemingly what my school was fine with them doing by moving up their grade to a 3, then have them graduate with a C, but make sure that you show what's really going on behind the scenes, because then then it makes it look like children, not children, geez, kids, students, thank you, who perhaps have underachieved, not necessarily because of socioeconomic, but just because they have underachieved, are not being lumped in with students who have really put in that extra effort, have gone to these things, have done more in school, have really put the effort in, and have been lumped together, whereas looking at the same grade, because I know in my experience, I lost out on merit scholarships because my whole grade got messed up. It didn't represent the work that I had actually done on those 3 years prior, which was really frustrating, whereas other students I know who had gotten these merit scholarships based on just solely their grades shouldn't have really deserved them because they got a bump up, whereas I got a bump down to try to consolidate everything so everyone could get pushed out and make it look like the system's working. So I think a hybrid would fully show what's really going on, like, hey, this is actually this percentage and this is this percentage, but on the proficiency scale. Because then once you do that, you can start to really integrate proficiencies fully rather than if you just jump straight into it, there's going to be a lot of problems because people aren't going to know what's going on. So if there's a slow implementation where you have a hybrid going on, I think that would lead people into a better understanding of proficiencies over time.
And
So,
I think there are some
I'm
examples
just
of
mindful of the clock and Kim's question, and I think all of us feel good about what you've done, and Kim's asking us, so what would make it still better? And I think probably your own.
We're entirely different. I'm cool either way because
Yeah,
we
yeah,
did
yeah.
speak to it.
More to do.
I'm not taking like ownership, except that I do think we want to report out of it. We did sort of speak to the themes we saw, so I don't know that there's much more impact to happen from it, except for our ask, if we believe there's a further report that should happen around the questions at the end. I think that's an ask.
Questions. I think that's probably the best thing we can do is to say these are things we and policymakers would be well advised to know more
Consider,
about.
yeah.
And especially, you've got a half dozen of them.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to propose solutions. I think we can say, we learned a lot, and it just made us understand how much we don't know.
Well, you're right, and if what we can become is a trusted,
Right.
respected information gathering committee,
Right.
that the legislature can, in good faith, take the information that we gather and do as they will with
Right.
it. And we possibly propose or ask questions or do something, then I think that's a great purpose. I know, sitting there, as you do, Peter, how much it takes to put together something like you guys did on the 20th. And that detracts from all of the other important work, not that it's not important, that the legislature needs to do. So if we can take that burden off AOE and off the legislature by being a trusted entity to gather information and report it back as it was submitted, then I think it's it's wonderful.
I don't think we have to be too aggressive in what
No.
we're- And the other thing, there's two things that might take away. The woman from Woodstock's talking about how this took 10 years to really put together, and it took the community input was absolutely critical to get outside the school and engage the community. And the tech ender, the woman that was the tech center director, she said what she'd like to see is the grading system done at a regional basis. That would make a big difference. I mean, those were just, some simple things like that could go a long way.
Well, I think to Kathy's point, we've already gotten some recognition for the hard work you did on the 21st and what Kim has done pulling this together and Peter's video. That is to say, I think people have seen that we went out and did something that the legislature itself has not done and doesn't regard itself as particularly well suited to do, and that's a model for us. You remember when we first started talking about this 3 months ago, we said, let's go out and show that we can provide some useful information to the debate. And I think this was a very good first step and a real first success at that. Mindful of the time and mindful of a hockey game that's impending, I want to, if you're willing, I'd like to switch over to the last topic of the day. I guess let's you and I talk about framing the questions and probably leave alone words about a study committee and just sort of talk
So do
more
we
about
have the
more about
approval,
some of the things that we've talked about that we don't know and that we need to
share
learn
it,
more about.
Before
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to know if we go final on this
And so
before the
let's-
next meeting.
But, no, we will. I'd like to, are you okay with that?
I'd like to have the time to read it, more for content than anything,
All
but
right.
I think the format is critical. You're right in putting all the work that you put into it. And I think that if we're going to be doing this with some regularity, let's really put the work into, Peter, the Vermont League of City and Towns book that came out every year, right? I mean, everybody knew that book just by the cover as it was stuck into our
Yeah, yeah,
mailboxes, right? Let's take some time, develop our own format, make it useful, and make it something that the legislature, no matter which education committee or not, they're gonna say, oh, that's a report out of the State Board of Education.
Mhm.
Be very consistent in our format, in our presentation.
That's a good idea.
All of it.
That's a great idea. It's just a question of how much we can get implemented in the next week or two to be ready to go out. I guess I'd like to just get the board's sense on this. Is the board comfortable with the report that Kim has produced? Comfortable enough to say it's good to take to the House committee, it's good to share this around. Maybe we can mess around with the format a little bit. and I'll be happy to work. Why don't you read this over, Kathy, and get back to Kim in the next 5 days max
Yep.
with any further input? Bill, are you okay with this? Let's just get out there with it.
Yeah, I'll try to find some time in the next 5 days
Okay, please.
to look at.
Please do.
Can I ask
And-
that we copy John and myself?
Yeah,
Is
sure,
that
sure.
okay?
Yeah. And this goes for any of you.
Yeah.
Let's say
Any
in,
specific
in
feedback?
concept, this is fine, and if we can sharpen it up and flesh it out a little bit further, great. But we need to get
Are we
this.
sharing that amongst all of us?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not pass it all around? We're not making any decisions, so we're not violating.
If we go to final, is that a decision? What do we,
I don't think we're gonna have to, I think when you get it final, send it out. And
Absolutely.
I don't think we're gonna have to come back and
okay,
get
so in
another anointment
concept, we're
about this.
good.
Yeah.
We're gonna take final friendly amendments.
Yeah, yeah.
And John and I will go to final on something that, and I'm not familiar with the things that you guys are familiar with from having seen a particular format. So
Yeah.
those of you who
We
are,
need to do if we can.
I know
Yeah,
that
it doesn't
John
have
makes
to
it
be
look
this
pretty
time,
or
right.
whatever,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just be
the idea of
consistent
it.
is my
Yep,
idea, is
agreed.
my
Okay.
thought.
Good. All right. Good work, everybody. And thanks again, Kim and Peter, for your work on this, and Bill contributed as well. I'd like to switch gears. Last topic. Covered a lot of ground today. Good work, you guys. I want to, last night in thinking about, Peter and Kim and I have been spending a lot of time at the State House and are pretty close to this bill that, it's not a bill, not yet a bill, it's still just a draft, that the Committee on Education, Senate Committee on Education is working on and looking at. I want to pass these around to you, because I'd like to start out by setting some context. And there are sort of, there's what I would call an internal context and an external context. Sort of, when I say context, I mean, so where did this whole idea come from? Why is there a bill being considered in Senate Education today? And there are two sort of origin stories about this. The first story is that since at least December of 2018, because shows you what a nerd I am, I went back and looked at our minutes. In December 2018, then Chair Krista Hewling urged us all to be thinking about the strategic direction of the board. And some of the conversation there was around, are we spending our time wisely? And so on. In the July or June meeting of the board, we had a very good, it was right here, in fact, a very good board conversation about the direction of the board. And it was beginning to be a kind of a sense among us all that we just didn't feel like we were firing on all cylinders. We were doing some stuff that wasn't a very good use of our time. Looking over the shoulders of the agency, but not adding a great deal of value. And also noticing that we almost never did anything on our own. It was always pretty much reacting to somebody else's agenda. We then had our retreat, and we talked openly about reinventing the board. And from that came a lot of ideas and started to evolve that we wanted to be able to sort of look beyond the horizon, just be seeing the big picture in the way that we don't feel we have been. I think many of us look back upon our experience with Act 46, and as grueling as those hearings were, it was very stimulating. We learned a lot. We got a sense of the pulse of the state in a way, or the many pulses of the state, because there are many different views. By being out there and hearing from the people, and there was something energizing and learning there for us. And so out of that evolved this sort of vision of what we wanted to become, and that transition, and that got fleshed out a little bit more when we were called by the Sunset Advisory Commission and said, we're thinking about putting you guys out of business why should you even exist? Good question. And so that got us thinking more about, well, we know we should exist, but maybe we need to be better. And then we developed our annual report, which we did by, I think we went through 4 drafts of that. Eventually in the annual report, what emerged was essentially kind of a legislative agenda. We knew who we wanted to become, and we know that some of that requires legislation. We need to be freed up from a whole bunch of statutory obligations that are left over from the year 2012 and never did get cleaned up. And we need to open up space and hopefully staffing so that we can be proactive, do things like what we've just done in January and February in Rutland. And from that then came, and I shared all this with the chairs of both the Senate and House Education Committees, and from that, the chair of the Senate Education Committee said, I'm really interested in what you want to do. Will you work with our legislative draftsman to scope that out? So I took the agenda that we laid out in our annual report, shared that with the committee's draftsperson, and a DR 200777 emerged. That's sort of how the process took shape by our lights. I want to talk now a little bit about the handout that I've just given you, which is a totally different context. I've just described to you the sort of the origin story as it came from within this board. But in the climate that we're working in is defined by what I've just handed to you. There is a climate that has emerged over the last decade in the General Assembly that has a bearing upon the state board. You can be darn well sure that for the many years before May 2012, when Act 98 was passed, there was a lot of conversation about who should be in charge, the state board or the secretary and the governor. And finally, it came to pass, after a decade of debate back and forth, at least a decade debate, that the legislature acted and essentially, to some considerable extent, put the state board out of business. The state board had been the board of directors of the Department of Education. The commissioner of the department answered to the state board. He could be hired or fired by the state board. And the entire department was like a corporation. And we were the board of directors. And along comes the legislature expressing the will of many governors saying, no more with that. The governor wants to be able to be in charge of the person who's in charge of the department, and you're not him anymore, unless you want to run for governor. And so that's what Act 98 did. It did it in about 6 pages, what it failed to do, of course, was to understand the meaning of all of that. And the most it did was, so I've just shown the 3 major things that it said. It eliminated the state board's authority over the department and essentially, in effect, on how the department operates. The board has no more authority and control and has not had it for 8 years, though some of us didn't know that until recently. But to his credit, the current secretary has been very assertive and clear about that, and I think we've all gotten the message. Another thing that the bill put in, which was new and was not in the original bill, it was kind of slipped in at the last, which was that the board shall have the authority to establish an advanced education policy. Those words had never been used before. And then the legislation, Act 98, said that the board shall have staff who shall answer to the board. That had never existed before either, or who shall report to the board. So that's 8 years ago. Act 92 came along and cleaned up some housekeeping stuff and did clarify that the board shall adopt rules. Then nothing really has happened since then that shapes the board's role and mission. I do note, though, that in June 2015, the governor signed Act 46 of 2015, which placed an enormous responsibility on the state board to adopt a so-called state plan. And some of us still have the scars to show for it. So that's just a way of saying that while the first two were about limiting the board's authority, Act 46 was about saying, yeah, well, we've limited your authority, but we think you're very important and we want you to be part of this process. In fact, we'd like you to take the fall for Act 46. And we obliged. That's why we're still in court today. January 2017, hot on the heels of much conflicting points of view about Rule 2200, several senators introduced a bill to transfer all rulemaking authority from the board to the agency. There were a lot of people who were annoyed at the board's rulemaking. But there was a House version and a Senate version, and neither went anywhere. But they had quite a lot of sponsors. Act 49 was passed later that same year, and it ordered the board to stop any further work on Rule 2200. Quite an unusual event for the legislature to do that. But it should tell us that there was a lot of annoyance in the General Assembly about that, enough that that passed very clearly. But then again, a year later in May, the legislature said, yeah, we said that about the board, but we really want them to be in charge of the rulemaking for Act 173.
They wanted to get rid of us after Act 46.
Yeah. And they wanted us not to do any more rulemaking, but they also, about 2200, but they made it very clear that they wanted the board involved in 173, and we spent the morning continuing to be involved, as we have just about every meeting for the last 9 months anyway. So this is sort of in the name of kind of mixed messages, conflicting messages. Just like all good parents, we're getting from our parents, we're getting conflicting messages. And then more of these get rid of the state board bills in January. Both the House and Senate version dissolve the state board, transfer. This time isn't just take away their rulemaking authority, get rid of the whole thing. To my knowledge, those bills have not gotten any attention. And then in the autumn of last year, the Sunset Advisory Committee, it's not listed here, it's a separate matter because it's a committee of the General Assembly, recommended the abolition of the state board. Originally, they were going to say, just get rid of it. Peter and I testified to them on the 13th of November, and we shared with them the board's own work that had come out of our retreat, was emerging in our annual report, that we understand some of your concerns about the state board, and we will intend to address them. And so that commission's report took form in H660, January of this year, introduced, and it is a bill that essentially, well, what it says is the state board shall cease to exist after 1 January of 2021. And the reason they gave us, why they're keeping us hanging and twisting in the breeze for another year, is to give us an opportunity to address the reforms that people feel we need to do and that we want to do. And then the last entry, of course, is the board's own proposals about how to reinvent itself, if you will, to shed some of our administrative duties, to open up space to become more proactive, to be sure that our rulemaking is always consistent with statute. Just to address that, remember, the legislature is very understandably very protective of its prerogative to make law. And that sentiment's been around for 150 years, pretty understandable, and we want to be sure that any changes we make honor that prerogative. So I just am trying to share with you that the political context in the State House, the sentiments in the State House, are, there are many people who think we're really valuable and do very good work and important work, and they keep turning to us and they're glad for what we've done. And at the same time, it's kind of this love-hate thing. There are a fair number of people who really resent what we have done or think, what useful purpose do those people serve now that the secretary reports to the governor? So we have people who love us, people who hate us, and some people who don't care. And that's the setting within which our proposal to reinvent ourselves, which is at the moment a legislative proposal, although a fair amount of that reinvention we could just do by how we choose to run our meetings and what we do in meetings. We could change some of those things ourselves. But if we don't make some very obvious and big visible changes, given the climate and H.R. 660, which is very likely to pass, we have a short lease, and it's coming due at the end of July next year, and I think we're going to need to show that we can carry our weight in a way that's different. So that's the legislative context. I wanted to just say that the agency's perspective on all of this is different. The secretary, a year ago or more, has said that in his vision, there would be no State Board of Education. That's not news to any of us. We've heard that from him before. And I would say that the agency was not particularly supportive of us in front of the Sunset Commission. The secretary and I have had a long exchange of correspondence on that topic. He doesn't agree with my perspective, but I think if you look at the record and what the press reports are, you would see that the Sunset Commission took the agency's comments about us, where the agency said, well, pretty much anything the board says it can do, we can do as well or better. That's what the commission heard, and it wasn't exactly what you'd call a ringing endorsement for the continuation of the state board. As you might imagine then, when it's come time for the board's proposals to come in front of the Senate Education Committee, and they have invited the secretary to testify, and they've invited us, members of this board, to testify, we bring different perspectives, very different perspectives. And so I'd like to pass out, and where those different perspectives are showing up most acutely is around the question of rulemaking. And in the draft that came out of the committee was a proposal that we would shift some of the rule-making authority to the agency, offloading kind of what you would say were essentially administrative rules. What I hand to you here is a list of all of the rules that are called the State Board of Education rules and practices. They're on the website. You can see them for yourselves. There are 30 of them, I think. And this is the whole list. And as things stand now and have for decades, all of these rules are under the authority of the State Board to adopt. The way they get adopted is just like we were doing this morning. You hear input, first of all, from the agency, because they usually know more about this stuff than most people. You hear from stakeholders. You make your tough choices sometimes. You hope for consensus. And you you adopt a rule and put it through the rulemaking process. That's what's happened with all of these. Just for fun, I went back to see when were these rules last updated. That's the second most right column. Also, it might be useful to get an idea how long are these rules. 2360 is 180 pages, but they're not all that long. You can see that very, very few rules have been even looked at, let alone updated, in the last decade. So it's not like these things are actively being changed all the time by any means. On the left-hand columns, there's two columns, DR and AOE. DR means draft request. That is the document that is the proposed piece of legislation that would implement most of what we outlined in our annual report. Doesn't implement all of the things in our annual report. Most noticeably, it doesn't make any provision for staffing. So that's a grave concern. But the committee chair was unwilling to include a provision for staffing at the time of drafting.
Senate.
Pardon?
Senate committee.
Senate committee, yeah. And, we don't get to decide what's in the bill. That's up to the committee. And so we offered our ideas. And so part of our ideas set was many of these rules, like school bus idling rules, we have a rule about that. It's 2 pages long. It was last updated in the year 2008. Probably the board doesn't bring a lot of expertise to that sort of rule, and maybe it would be just as well if the agency had complete authority over that rule. Not only wrote it, but adopted it. And so what you'll see in the leftmost column is what the board, I wouldn't say the board proposed, but what the committee, based on what I suggested to them and the agenda that we'd outlined in our annual report, proposes that the rules marked B would remain with the state board. This is if you're looking in the DR column, the draft request column. Rules marked B would stay with the board, and rules marked A would be handed over to the agency for adoption. As you can see, the majority of the rules would be handed over to the agency. The entire bottom half of the list would become the agency's rules. But the board would retain essential elements, essential regulatory concerns, which the people who are regulated, i.e. all the teachers, the 8,000 teachers in schools, our 1,000 school board members, the people who have to live with these rules, by the way, is not the agency and is not the board, it's the schools and everybody in them. And our sense is that the board's vital role is to make sure that all of those people are at the table when rules are written that are going to affect them. And so the things like state education quality standards, Rule 2200, special ed rules, career and tech ed, Vermont adult ed, that those are the rules that really impact the 20,000 people who run our schools. And those are the rules that the board feels it should be instrumental in adopting. The other rules do impact the schools, but nowhere near in such detail, don't impact what happens in classrooms by and large, and we suggest that those should be retained by the agency. Now, I mentioned that the secretary has come in and testified, and he's come in with a totally different set of proposals about rules. And his proposal about rules, you can see in column AOE. And what he proposes is that the agency would take over control of virtually all of the rules that impact what happens in the classroom. And that the board would have no role in that other than, well, we would have a role of being another stakeholder. And so you can see, and the little double arrow there is to indicate where there's agreement between the secretary's proposal, sort of counter-proposal, if you will, and the proposal that the committee has in its draft. So you can see that there's agreement upon many, but the most essential disagreements are, you can see, special ed, educational quality standards, special ed again, career and tech ed, adult ed, school accountability, pre-kindergarten. Where there's no double arrow, that's where the disagreements lie. How this will be, it's of course up to the committee to decide this. We're frankly just spectators to their process. After all, this is the legislature, and It goes by its own rules and its own authorities. We have testified as forcefully as we can for the suggested allocation of rulemaking authority. It's very clear that to go back to this sort of political climate list, it's very clear that if there's not a demonstration that some rules have moved over to the agency, that legislators who like H660 and its drop dead date are not going to be satisfied that we've made enough changes. So we're not able to do just what we want to do here. We have to do what's going to ensure our survival. And so that's the setting within which we're working. It's essentially a very political setting at this point. I could just comment that it seems to me there are three major players when it comes to this proposal. One is the legislature and the legislative context, that we've discussed that. The second is the agency and its perspective, and we've just discussed that. And the third is, what does the public think? And my take on that would be that most of the public doesn't care. But there are partisans who are outspoken in their criticism of the board. All you have to do is read the comments on Digger articles, and you'll see that. But there are also many people who think the board's role in rulemaking in particular is really important. Everybody from the advisory group, of course, thinks if it weren't for the state board, they would never have gotten to the table, and they might well be right. But, for example, we have the very active support of the Teachers Union, of the School Boards Association, the Principals Association, and the Superintendents Association. All of them have been very explicit in their support that the board plays a vital and irreplaceable role in the adoption of these rules that we've talked about. How much that will be persuasive to the Senate committee, I have, frankly, no idea. One would think that it would be very persuasive. After all, these are the people who are impacted by these rules. But at the moment, I had hoped I would be able to report to you on what the chair of the committee and the committee are now thinking about this. They've been talking with Dan and me off and on for 2 weeks. But I have not been told in the last 5 days what they're thinking. And they're on to other stuff at the moment. I think they'll come back to this next week. I should stop and listen.
Couple of comments. I'm looking at this list of things that have happened, and the only thing that they have in common is that I was on the board when they all happened.
Well, Phil, that's what happens when you're the éminence grise of the board.
Well, what can I say?
Yeah, you were there, present at the creation. Yeah, it's a very mixed bag. I mean, on the one hand, there are people who want to kill the board, and then there are other times they say, "Oh, board, will you please go out and stick your neck into this situation on our behalf?"
And sometimes it's the same person doing
Yeah.
both.
It's love-hate. Yeah.
Love-hate is right.
Yeah.
Recognizing that we ultimately don't have a lot of power in this situation, I'm just wondering, do they only want half of Czechoslovakia?
Yeah, well, I hadn't thought to ask them that question.
It's a very biased kind of list.
Well, it's a different perspective. In fairness to the secretary, he's got a different algorithm than we would. But I think what we saw this morning and have seen for the last many months with Acts 173 underscores the vital role that the board can play.
It's a check and balance kind of system.
I think there's so much to be, and you know, in December, Peter took me around to meet everybody in power, because nobody in power is in my party anymore. And so they don't know me, I don't know them. And so we met with the speaker, we met with Lieutenant Governor, I met with the pro tem's assistant, all of whom were very thoughtful people. And I loved what the speaker said at the end. We saw you there that day.
Met with the speaker before you.
When we were all wrapped up, she took a lot of it in. We were making the case for our vision. We were basically showing her the annual report. This was before it was let loose. I thought it was a courtesy to take it to the leadership. And she said, well, there's a lot to think about here, but I must say, she said, catch me if I'm not wrong, if I don't have this right, I really like the idea of an independent State Board of Education. And frankly, we are not independent, and never have been. I mean, we've been tethered in this relationship for a long time. And the vision that we're advocating here is that we become truly independent of the agency, among other things, having our own staff. Because as long as we can only ask staff to do what the Secretary of Education wants us to be doing, we're not independent.
You want to just speak quickly about the transportation agency, transportation board, and what transpired?
Yeah. Oh, maybe you remember from those times. At one time, the Transportation Board was in charge of the Transportation Agency. And then the department became an agency, and they went through a similar kind of, the Secretary of the Agency of Transportation shall report to the governor. This was like 20, 30 years ago. And so the T-Board was spun off as a separate entity with not anything like the same authority that it had, just as has happened to us. But what they did was, the T-Board had provided staff support, the agency or department had provided staff support to the T-Board just precisely the way the agency provides staff support to us. And of course, we would be toast without that staff support. I mean, Maureen can tell you how much I'm always pestering her for this and for that. And, you know, I mean, look at the work that Emily's done. We would be toast without access to that kind of expertise. And in the case of the Transportation Agency and the board, one FTE from the Transportation Agency was taken over and assigned, given to the T-Board, became theirs. And they had a budget like we have a budget, and so they pay that. They got one FTE, and they pay for one full-time staff person who answers to them, and who is, I think that person is called executive secretary. It's a sort of a mid-career person who I think used to work at the T-Board, at the Agency of Transportation. Anyway, that's kind of an example of how you kind of complete the divorce. I mean, you sort of set up separate housekeeping for the first time. And that's sort of kind of the parallel for us, is we've gone through a separation and divorce, but we're still living in the same quarters.
You know, and it's a great example because the T-Board at the regional level is hugely important.
Is that so?
It's very important. If you go back to your regional planning commissions, where usually some of those decisions lay, and then for us, the chair is at the regional planning commission. And I personally think that we can't dismiss the fact that despite all of this, the State Board of Education, number one, I learned from being on the Education Committee for all those years is that everybody thinks they understand education. And the reason is, right, they all had a game, they all played the game. Everybody was in it. So taking testimony around education is just like nothing else, because everybody has an opinion, and that's okay. But that also means that it's even more important that individuals in our state feel that they have a place to come that is wholly reflective of them. That is a place they can go where, if nothing else has worked, where they've gone through the local process possibly and they haven't gotten what they need, or they've put the call into the state, into the Agency of Education, and they still don't get the answers. Even though that's minor compared to some of the rulemaking stuff and the big discussions, it nonetheless is critically important, I believe, back in our communities. And if we can be set up to receive that type of information and input, much like the T-Board does for the state, the roads in this state, then they serve a huge purpose, and I believe that we can as well.
That was sort of part of the idea of going out in January and being available and accessible, and boy, there's no end of stuff that we could do like that. I think before we end, what I'd like to do is get a sense from you as do you feel comfortable with the direction that we're trying to move this? I don't want to get out ahead of you. I don't want to get over my own skis. I want to be sure that what we're doing here is in alignment where you feel we've all agreed we want the board to go.
Can I?
Yes, please.
I think we have to be really closely focused on what's happening in the legislature. We haven't even, much of this hasn't gotten over to the House. It's all seems to be happening in the Senate right now. I know I have a better relationship with House members and the Ed Committee. And the other thing I don't think we should be too strident in our positions at this point, especially in the Senate Ed, because we can wear out our welcome very quickly, and we have to be careful on that front. But nevertheless, be very scrutinous and closely watching what's happening there, and possibly coming in when needed. The dynamics between those two committees are much different based on the chairmanships, and we have to play that well.
Jen, you had a comment?
Yes, just in trying to summarize Dan's approach, it was through the lens of statutory regulation and policy coherence and accountability, and I think that. Tell me if I get it wrong, John, categorizing John's approach was really looking at what are the big issues and not the how issues, but the what issues. And so, again, trying to navigate with the Secretary's specific testimony on some of these areas, I looked a little more closely at the rules, and one Vermont adult education rule seems never to have been implemented, so I think we should recommend that be deleted, as has the Secretary. Series 5000 is actually licensing, and that's done by professional standards boards. So our last rounds, we want to make sure. And then I would say, as I put the lens of what are we looking to achieve, so many of these rules start at what and go into how. So I appreciate that it is not as easily bisected as that. But the big what questions, like ed quality standards or special education, if special ed financing and census-based funding were in our rearview mirror, if it was 5 years from now, I would say that's probably an agency one. But the process we're going through right now, it is not reflecting one that would seem as though it would have been inclusive in our absence. So I believe it stays with us. So the only one I would move from the list that John had is, except for deleting Vermont Adult Ed and moving Professional Standards Board one, would be to, I think, move school accountability systems based on student achievement back to the agency as a how, very much so a how. I think it kind of starts as a how and is a how versus a what is the bigger picture.
So Kim, if I get you right, you're suggesting that 2,400 and 2,500
24 deleted, 2,500 moved. That's just one person's opinion. I tried to look at these rules and think about the Secretary's perspective and think about sort of ours as well.
Yeah.
The big what issues, I think, require the type of engagement that a independent board can do.
Right.
And maybe we are cautious to have the rules stay more at a what level as new rules are promulgated.
I want to hear from others. Thank you both. I want to hear from others. Are we on the right track?
I was going to suggest the same exact thing as schools and ability
Okay.
systems. I just don't see that under or no, I should say I see it specifically under the AOE purview. I'm not sure what you're saying on Vermont adult education.
So apparently there's a set of rules for that.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to establish a separate board for the Vermont adult education, and that has never happened. So take a look at it though, Kathy, because you would be most interested probably in that. And in Dan's account, he indicates that rule has never been implemented.
Let me, I want to get up from the particulars about the rules. Does the board support what I and we are trying to do with moving this legislation forward? That's the question I would like an answer to.
I support it. I think it's a good faith effort of looking at an individual rule and making it
It's more than rules, it's the whole bill that you have, which shifts over to the agencies several administrative functions that
Right.
it has been doing.
Right. Absolutely.
Others,
I've gone through
please?
most of it and have specific comments, but I haven't gotten through all of it.
Okay. Bill, what's your thought?
Thank you. I support the notion and push as hard as you reasonably can. I think your presence there is very, very important.
Thank you. Okay.
And don't let them forget, you know.
How often they turn to us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I love hate.
Yeah, yeah, they like the fit. Sabina.
I mean, I think what we did at that January meeting down in Rutland was like amazing. Like, how often can the General Assembly get out to the public and do that level? I don't, rarely ever. So I think definitely something that we should kind of be like is like, we can do this for you if you keep us alive. Don't kill us, We are useful. So I think that's another card in our hands that we can try to
Thank you.
consider.
That's a role I think we enjoy.
I like doing it. It's
No,
had so
it's
much
pretty
fun
exciting.
down there.
Jenna.
Yeah, I support that arching vision that's out there right now. I'm interested when we get into the weeds a little bit around
Yeah.
the particulars and how we flesh out what's ours, what's not.
That's still, yeah, that's.
And how can we be most useful? Because we could cast a wide net with a variety of different topics
Yeah.
but what are going to be the most useful to the General Assembly? What's most useful in terms of looking at those 4 drivers?
Yeah.
For ed quality standards, how are we going to fine tune our work through that direction too? So it doesn't feel scattershot, I guess.
I'm going to skip to Kyle.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with that. As you and Sabina said, how we work is we're just much more dynamic than most other. We can get to the people more often, we can make those travels, so if we push that, I think that will be the best reason for us to
Yep.
stay around, is basically like I think it's already been said, we can get that information from people, we can hear those opinions, and we can get that back to you, so we can really get the issues out to the people.
And Heather, your views?
None at this point.
None that you're authorized to share. Okay?
I think you've well represented the agency's perspective, I will say.
I hope so. I want to be fair. We really see the world differently, but, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes? Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, the lights were.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I'll call Oliver and see what he thinks. I'd like to hear John.
I have a point of order. We did not vote on the receipt of the report.
I noticed that. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I mean, if we had to, George would have said you got to do that.
You don't think we should just have somebody make that motion right now?
You want to make it? All right, good.
Sure.
Great.
I move that the State Board of Ed receive the report of the State Board of Ed Review Subcommittee and the appeal of Mario Macias, and that the matter be considered by the board at the next scheduled meeting of the board, March 18th, 2020.
Thank you, Kim. That's good. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. You've heard the motion that the board shall receive the report of the review committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Kim, and you have passed the motion.